All right. So now I added some data here in product services and clients. Okay. Now we'll work on invoices. And in here, before working on the list, let's first work on this create invoice page. Okay. So we'll have the insertion part ready first. So creating the invoice. And after that, we'll work on the invoice list page. Okay, so here on create, let's see what all things we need. So first thing here, if we see, we have this client drop down. That means we need list of clients. And next thing is here in line items, we need to have list of product services. Okay, and after that we have date status is fixed, and this section, this is users information, right? User business information, the current users business information. And then with business we can get tax percentage as well. So we need at least 1, 2 and 3 piece of information beforehand when we are coming to this create invoice page. After that we'll add other all these things and then we'll save it. The first thing, fetching these three. So we'll come here, we'll go to our services. We have client service, there we are fetching all the clients. We can reuse this thing if we want to, or if we want to get list of clients directly for the drop down list. No, not for drop down, right? Because we need client and selected clients information also we are showing there, right? If we select some client, we are showing all the information of that client. That means we want to use this get client sysing method. Same goes with service also, because we are displaying name, rate, unit. We need these things. Okay, so we need all these things. So basically from product service we can get this, and from client service we can get this get clients. So here what I'll do is I'll first stop this, and in the services I'm going to create a new service class. Let's say invoice service or invoices service. Here first thing, we'll inject our db context. db context factory, application db context, db context factory, and here, okay, right now I don't know what will we need, but let's register this invoice service in program.cs, and let's see, we'll do on demand whatever we need, we'll keep on adding. We'll say add scoped invoices service. Then let's go to the components, pages, app, create invoice, and here I'm going to inject client service, client service. Then I'm going to inject my product service, and then I'm going to inject the invoice service. All three. Okay, then we'll come to the code block. Here we have list of clients and list of services. So here we can get those, so we will not have this seed data now, and same thing for this business information also. So we need this as well, right? So let's register, let's inject our user service as well. All right, now let's come back to our code block, and here we have these three different things. Business info model underscore settings, let's change it to underscore business info, so that name makes sense here. Then what we'll do, we will get rid of this uninitialized and we are going to use the async version of this on initialized async, protected override async task on initialized async. Okay, so issued on is fine. Clients and services, we are not going to do this like this. Instead we'll say underscore clients equals client service dot get clients async, and we need user id here. Okay, so we can get the user id cascading parameter from any other page. This thing, put it here on this page, and then we can simply pass this user id here. Then I'll duplicate it. I'll fetch the services using the product service and get services async from the user id using the user id. Okay, now next thing is we want to have this business info. We have user service dot, we have get business info async, right, for this user id. And what it returns the same business info model, which is this one. Here we can say business info model equals await and this thing. That means we don't need this also. Okay, then underscore model dot line items dot add, so first default line item we are adding, so this thing is fine. Now here we can run it, but here is a case, we can optimize it a bit further. So here if you see, the execution flow will be like this. When the request comes here, it will come here, it will wait for this line to finish, that means getting the client from the database. Once we fetch the client, then it will go to the next line, it will fetch the services, and once we have services, then it will go again to the next line, and then it will fetch the business info. Now these three things, are these three things dependent on each other? Do we need to pass clients for the next line? The answer is no. So that means these three things we can run in parallel. No need to await right away. Okay, so we can parallelize these three calls because these three are independent calls. Okay, and we can do this, and all these three are going to initiate three different database connections, three different database requests at the same time, because we are using db context factory and we are getting the context, we are creating a new context on demand, so this will work. If we were not using this db context factory, if we are using directly injecting the application db context, and if we have been using, let's say, if we would have used scoped, then here from the create invoice, if we don't await these here, then what would have been happened? So all these three will try to use the same db context and three different requests, so it uh, will throw error in that case. But in our case, we have already handled it using idb context factory. Now there can be multiple ways to parallelize it. What I'll do, I'll simply say I'll not directly store underscore clients. Instead I'll say var clients task, and I'll not await it. Same thing, var services task, and I'll not await it. After that, var business info task, and here also I'll not await it. Or maybe the third thing, we can directly await it. That can also work, because the first two things we have initiated but we didn't await. So this is running in background, then it initiated, this is also running in background, then we came here, now it is running here, we got the response from this. After this we'll say underscore clients equals await client task. Now we'll get the client task result, and then third would be underscore services equals await service task. Now we'll do this. Now what we did, we ran these three things in parallel. Okay, selected client, this and that, everything else is fine, so we are okay. Now let's quickly see if we can see this information which we have in our database. Okay, we are here. Let's go to invoices page, create invoice, and this is our business info that we can see here. My business info, my business info. Here, if you see clients, yes, 2 to 4, 5 clients which we have on a clients page, and this data is also coming. That means we are okay with this. Then here, if you see, our things are coming, and we can see this functionality is still fine. It is working because we already fixed it when we created our UI, and we can see now this data, business info, client info, and these things are dynamically getting fetched from the database. Okay, now let's fill all these values and then we'll save it. Now here, do we have form here? We should, right? Yes, we have this form, and on this we'll simply say on valid submit. Here we'll say handle uh, handle submit, something like this. You can name it whatever you want. So handle submit async, or let's say handle save invoice async, something like this. We'll define this method here. Private async task handle save invoice async, and we'll have our saving part. But before saving, let's see if we can the validation is working. Basically, that's what I want to see here. I'll put a breakpoint here, and on the top, if we see, we have data annotations validator, yes, and in the model, invoice model, we don't have any data annotations, right? Let's add data annotations here. Invoice number, this is going to be, should we have it required? We should. Client name, we are creating, so this should also be required, or no, it should not be. Why it should not be required here? Because on the UI we are actually using drop down to select the client, and for that we have input select, and here we are just using the client ID. So client ID is going to be required, but for the, where is invoice model, for this client name they should be required, but in the after logic, basically not on the form. So here on the client ID we are going to use a range, and here we'll say 0 is not in range. So 0 means default, that means we have not selected the client ID, so that will not work for us. So it should be at least 1, and the max value, we don't know how many clients we are going to have, so we can say into.max value. Upper range we are not setting, but starting range it should be 1, so that means client should be selected, must be selected. And here we can have an error message as well for this error message. So here we say client selection is required, something like this. Same thing, let's see, we'll follow somewhere. Issued on, is paid, status, notes. Okay, we are good. Then invoice line item model, same thing we need on this service ID. So here we'll say service selection is required, service name, rate, unit, quantity. Service name we'll handle it, but rate, it is required, but we will allow 0 as well for this thing, so no need to add anything. Unit, this is going to be required. Quantity, here also we are going to add range, because 0 quantity we will not allow, right? Here we'll say please add a quantity, or quantity is required. Something like this. Then here what we'll do on the invoice model, we are going to have an additional validation method which will have our custom logic for validation. For example, client name, we should get this from client ID. So before saving, we should have this client name. Similarly, we should have the service names before saving. So here what we'll do, we'll say public pool, or we can say um, pool, we'll say is valid, and we can say string error, or maybe we can provide a list of errors. We can say enumerable of string. Here we'll say errors. So here we can say validate. Now from here, let's see, the first thing was client name should be there. So here we'll say if string dot is null or white space client name, we should set the errors. So here what we can do is we can say, let's say list of string, we'll say errors, and here we'll say var is valid, the default value is going to be true. Stop. So if client name is this, or maybe this thing will add at the very bottom. So if client name is null or white space, that means we are going to add in errors dot add, we'll say client is required, something like this, or client name is missing, or client is missing, something like this. Then check the next one. Here we'll say string dot is null or empty. What else we need? Issued on. The next thing we can check issued on if this is default, or issued on is equals date time dot min value. So this is also a valid value, right? So we will not allow this. In this case, this will be an invalid case. So here we'll say invalid issued on date. Save it. Next is due on. For this we can have a logic. That logic would say if due on is not null, then it should not be less than issued on. So here we'll say if due on dot has value and due on is less than issued on. If this is the case, then we'll simply say due date cannot be less than issued date, something like this. After that is paid, paid on, this is fine, notes is fine, line items. Then we'll validate if we have any line item. So here we'll say if line items dot count, if this is equals 0, then we'll say line items are required. At least one line item must be there. At least one line item should be there, something like this. If that's not the case, that means we have line items greater than 0. Then we can validate here if service name is missing. So here we'll say if line items dot, let's say any string dot is null or white space li dot service name. If this is the case, that means there is at least one line item which has service name as empty. That means service selection has not been performed. So in that case, what we'll do is we'll simply say this some of the service or some of the line items are missing service detail, something like this. The next thing is rate. Rate can be 0, right? So for this we are okay. This required quantity amount, and quantity should also be greater than 0, that we already have here. Okay, so looks like we are good. Now at the very end we'll simply return. What would we return? But before that we can simply say var is valid equals, here we can say errors dot count equals 0. So if errors dot count is 0, then it is valid. If error dot count is greater than 0, that means there is at least one error. Is valid will be false in that case. Now from here we'll simply return is valid and errors. Save it, and now we should be good. Let's quickly go back to our create invoice page. Here at the very end, in this, what we can do is we can simply say var is valid comma errors equals, this would be underscore model dot validate. Okay, and then here we can say if not is valid, if this is not valid, then we are going to show our errors. Now, how are we going to show these errors? There can be multiple ways. Maybe we can show some alert or some sidebar we already have. We can maybe think about some toast message, but because we can have multiple errors here, so we can show these errors right side when we have, where we have the save invoice, right? So at that time we can have this. Okay. So first thing, let's have a variable here which will have list of errors. So here we'll say INumerable string underscore errors equals an empty collection, and inside this we'll set these underscore errors to these errors. Save. These errors we are going to display here after the save button. Okay, here we can say if errors dot count or errors dot any, if we have any error, then we are going to display these errors. Here we have rounded div class 2. This is here. Okay, so here we can have a div class, let's say flex, and flex call in column, and we are going to have a gap of, let's say, 2, or maybe we can just have a space y3, and inside this we can have our for each var er in underscore errors, and then we can simply maybe display a label or span class. We'll say text red, let's say 500, text access very small text, and block so that it is in one line, and after that inside this we can display this er. Okay, okay, then whenever we click on the submit button or save button, at that time this underscore errors, this collection should get empty. Basically, this underscore errors collection. Okay, so for this, what we can do, whenever we click on the button, whether there were errors or not does not matter. This collection we are going to empty out. For this, here we have this on submit. So we have three methods: on valid submit, on invalid submit, and on submit. Okay, on submit, let's not use on submit, rather we can say on invalid submit. Hmm. So in both the cases, if this is valid or invalid, first thing we should do is to clear that underscore errors collection. So we'll say errors equals empty collection. This we are doing on invalid submit, and on valid submit we are using this method. So here also the first line will do this only, and after this, maybe right after doing this, we can simply say await. Before this, we'll say state has changed. So here we are saying the state has changed because we changed this underscore error. But now, when would it re-render? When would it have these changes? It will have when the first await hits or when this thing completes. But in our case, this thing is going to complete, but before that we have this validation error. So we just want to have an intermediate rendering cycle. This is the error here. Errors does not exist in this context. The name were state has changed. Okay, this is some false error from this underscore errors. This is fine. Yeah, this is some Visual Studio false error. So we are okay with this. Now we need an intermediate rendering cycle. So for that, what we can do is here we can simply say await task.yield so that it can simply go and render it once, something like this. After that, it will do this thing. Okay, let's run and let's see if validation is working, if this thing is working. Here this state has changed is not mandatory actually, because the way event handlers work, when the first await hits, it is going to re-render. So here first await is here, so this is kind of unnecessary here, but I added it so that we know why we are doing this. Okay, we are here. Let's go to invoices, create invoice, and let's save invoice. Save invoice, nothing is happening. Why? There is no error, no validation, nothing. Did we not add the validation messages? Oh, we didn't add the valid. Oh, we added validation message, right? Validation message, invoice number we have, client ID, issued on. We Oh, my recording got stopped because server memory, my disk is full. I had to clean some things up. Okay, so we are here. We are checking that we are using data annotation validator. We have validation message still is not working, right? We have two buttons. Oh, okay. So you see, button type button. It needs to be submit. Button type submit, and one more button, right? Button type submit. We need this button type submit. Then only it is going to submit the form, right? Let's quickly see if it works now. Okay, we are here. Invoices, create invoice, save. Value must be greater than or equal to 1. This is pure HTML validation using that min max thing. So I think we should remove this. I just want to provide better UX. So it should be Blazor validation message, not this one. For now, let's make it 1 and save. And now we can see invoice number field is required. Client selection is required, right? Then issued on is fine, due is fine, this is fine, but it didn't show validation message for this one, right? Because this is a nested item. Okay. So for this also it should have been shown that validation message, but this is not happening because if we go to our model, invoice model, here the main model is this, and inside this line items is a collection. So the default data annotation validator does not handle the nested objects. But in .NET 10 we have this support. So in .NET 10 we can have the nested objects validation. For that we need to do two things. First is the type, the main parent root type. We should add validatable type. Yes, this parameter, this attribute on this type. What do we have? I remember this in one of the talks from .NET's. I don't remember the person name. It was some official .NET live stream, I guess. So this is required, and in program.cs we need to say builder.services.add validation. Yes, this one adds the validation service to the specified iService collection. And what options we have here? Options dot resolver max depth try get validatable type info. We don't want to set anything, right? Here we can provide our own custom resolvers. Max depth, it should be gets or sets the maximum depth for validation of nested objects. Okay, it works in nested. This prevents stack overflow from circular reference or extremely deep object graph. Default values 32 is a lot. So okay, we are good with the default setup. Save it, save it, and let's remove that min and max on that quantity, right? So quantity, where is that? This quantity, right? Min 1. Let's remove this min 1. Save it, run it. Let's see if the nested validation works. If not, we need to check the official documentation to find out if any other thing is also required. Oh, okay. So we are good. You see, red line here. Validation message is not here that we can display. So this, and this. So let's add the validation messages here. So here in for each line items, let's just have validation message for it should be li.service id, right? And on this we'll have a class text access and text read, let's say 400. Same thing we'll do on quantity. But this is a very small field, right? So if we put that on quantity, then how would it look? So this, okay, this error message came right away. Then on this one, we need to have this message here. Or this looks a bit odd. So maybe we can do this. We can add one more row here, and then we can add all these error messages after this row, right? So that this thing, this strange flickering of UI, this UI distortion will not be there, and we can show a longer message as well, right? Let's do this only. So here what I'll do is tr is fine. I'm going to add one more tr. Inside this I'm going to have a td, and let's do this. For the first td we are going to have this only. This first validation message let's have in this first td, and all other tds 1 2 3 4. So next one we'll say td uh, call span 4, and here we are going to have validation message for all others. Li.quantity, li dot, what is the next one, rate, and yeah, I guess amount is auto calculated, so we don't need to do anything for amount, right? And for button also we don't need to do anything. Okay, we'll settle with this. If I save it now, and if I go back to the UI, now we can see service selection required, quantity is required. Okay, if we add one more, we'll save. Here also we can see the same thing. The only thing is this, now this line, this should not be here, this should be after this. Let's try. That means this border bottom, I cut it from here, and if I add this on the second tr, save it, let's see. Okay, we can see this now, but and if we fix the error, then we should be good, right? So yeah, this is fine now. Okay, so nested validation is working, but after this we have other validation as well, right? So for this, if we say clear, is saying this. If we say 1 1 1, this is a valid date here. If you see, remove this, remove this, some value. Now if I say save invoice, then it came here because the all the data annotation validations are passing. Now we will have our own custom validation, this validation. Then we are going to have these validations. Client is missing, so basically this is client name is missing, invalid issued date. So at least one line item should be there. So for these things, what we have here, we can have one more way of doing the validation. So this is totally custom validation, but we can enforce data annotation validator to validate as per our custom rule also. In this case, this issued on, due on, these two things, and client is different. Client will skip, but so for this what I mean is, if we go to invoice model, now it has nothing to do with Blazor. It is how C#.NET works for data annotation validator. And so here, these things, so for example, these two things at least, can copy, and on the model, we can have IValidatableObject, this interface. So this interface gives us one validate method. Okay, so we can implement this method. We don't need to call this validate method. It will be called automatically by data annotations validator. Okay, here we can have our logic, and from here we have this enumerable validation result. We need to pass the validation result. Now this validation result, it is going to have all the errors. So here we'll say if issued on is this thing, we can say yield return, we can say new validation result, and here we can say error message, member names. Error message is going to be this one, invalid issued on date, And then this is the list of member names. That means where should this error, let's say on for which field this error is. So here we can have a collection. Inside this we can say name of issued on. Similarly, for this one, we'll follow this similar approach. We'll paste it here. We'll change the message. And this is going to be due on. Okay. So I think we are good. Now in our custom validate method, we don't need to validate these two things. Okay. All right. Now if we run it, now we should see these issues when we select some invalid date there, or the not invalid, that is a valid date time, but for our case that is not valid. If you go to invoice, create invoice, this time we have errors. Here if we say just clear 0101001, if we say, now the way it works is, first it checks all the default validation, data annotation validations first. If all those are passing, then only it will go to the IValidatableObject validate method, which we just added. First thing, the default validation. Then second is this one. And in our case, we are using this as a third safeguard. So we need to provide these things, this thing, this, and this. Now if we say, now we can see invalid issued on date. So this is coming from there. Same thing if we say, let's say we select today, and here if we select previous day and we say save, then we can see due date cannot be less than issue date. That means validations are working. Now if we do some future date, then we are okay, it came here. Then we are going to check our custom validation, then we'll continue. Now it should show that client and some of the items are missing service details, which is fine because we know this is from here. Now one more thing we can do, maybe when the client is missing, client name is missing, so before validating our custom validation, this thing, here if we see, we have actually set the client, and here we have actually set the product service. These things are actually not required, but we can have this because we need to set some things, and those needs to be set before this model.validate. How these things needs to be set is simply we'll say underscore model dot client name. It should be selected client dot name, right? Here we know selected client is not null, because if it is null, the validation will fail. The default data annotation validation will fail and it will not come here. With this we are good. First thing we are setting this. And next we need to set the service names for all. So, or we have one more approach. We can do this. We already have an after event on the client selection, right? So that is this one, handle client selection. Here we are setting selected client to null and the selected client this one. So at the same time, here only we can set our model dot client name equals underscore selected client dot name. This thing we can do. Here we know it can be null and we are okay with this. And here in this first check, we can say underscore model dot client name equals null. Here also we know we are setting it to null. Now same thing we can do with when we are changing the service, right? So there we have, where is this? Handle line item service change, right here. When we are here at this time, we have a situation here. Here we don't have any unique um, way of fetching the service kind of thing here. So what I mean is, for client, we knew we had this client name. But for this invoice line item model, we have these service names. We have the service names, right? So on this li, we can set the service name, right? Li dot service name. Yeah, we can set it. Okay, no problem. Selected service dot name. Okay. Now we can get rid of this and our validations should work now just fine. If I stop this and run it again, and let's have the similar behavior, we'll set client and service both and then we'll click on that submit button. It should not show any validation error in this case now. Create, yes, errors. If we do this, select client, set quantity, select service, save. You see, there is no validation error now. That means we are properly selecting the service, setting the service, client, all these details we are setting. But here we can say due date. If we have previous date, we can see the validation is there. But this validation of service name and client name, that is fixed now because we already fixed it. Here we say, now we can see service selection required, quantity is required. If we remove it, we are okay with this thing. Of course, save it. 7.2. Okay. So now we are at the place where we can actually save our data. So our validation is fine. We fetch the dynamic thing. Our validation is working. Now we can save the invoice details. If we don't have any line item, then we should have this. At least one line item should be there. Should, spelling mistake. Or maybe in this case, this validation message should not be here. It should be here, right? It should be here. Or if not here, it should be at least in a alert or some modal pop-up kind of thing. So for now, let's show it here. So for this also, we can maybe use, where is our model, invoice model. I guess we can get rid of this validation now, this custom validation, right? So this thing is at least one line item should be there. We can have this logic here only in this validate, right? So let's say yield return new validation result, and we'll have this thing. And for this, we need to have some field there. Should be there, okay? To display it at that place in create invoice page. So the place where we have list, so this is the list. After this list, we need to have it here some. Okay. So for this, what we can do is, let's say we'll go to the invoice model, and here we'll create one property, and that property is going to be just UI only properties to show the validation errors, nothing else. So here we can say public can be anything, the label string. This is going to be line items errors, something like this. And here we can simply add a comment. This is a UI only property to show the validation errors on the UI for the line items, something like this. And for this thing, we can simply go on our page, and here after this for each, we can simply add a tr, and here we can say td call span 5 1 2 3 4 5, and inside this we can say validation message for underscore model dot, what was it, line items errors, and class text xs text red 400. Save it, and we can maybe have my2. Save it, and from this case some of the line, and where is it, yeah, at least one line item should be there. For this one we can simply set the members as name of line item error. If we save it, now we should see the expected behavior. Okay, invoices, create, save, errors, remove, fix the errors, save it, and now we can see at least one item should be there. You see? And then when we click on this add line item, it should get removed. It should get removed. How can we do that? Okay, for this we'll see. This, at least one item should be there. So validation message there. We need to find a way to clear out these errors when we say add line item. Maybe we need to get instance of edit context and all. Okay, we'll see it later. But right now we can see all our validations are working and we can have all these things. Now next step is to quickly save the invoice. If we come here, yeah, now here we can get rid of this validate method. It is not doing anything. If we are removing it from here, we can go to a create invoice page. From here also we can remove this thing. Underscore errors is not required. All these things are not required now. This errors is not required. If you go on the top on invalid submit, this is not required now. Similarly, this errors section is not required. Save. Now we are good to save our invoice. Let's quickly go to an invoice service. Here we'll say public async task and invoice model. Save invoice async. And here we can say string user ID and invoice model invoice, or let's say just model. Here we'll say using word context equals db context factory, or we are naming it as context factory, right? So let's rename it to context factory, and here we'll say context factory dot create db context. Now we have our db context. Next thing, we need to generate our invoice entity from this invoice model. Or before that, we can check if this is add case or edit case. So far we have not worked on edit. We are right now working on add only. On edit we'll work later, but for now let's handle that case. So here we'll say model.id equals 0, new invoice creation, and in else we'll have update existing invoice. On this we'll work later, but for now we'll work on new invoice creation only. Here we'll say invoice. First we'll say invoice line item, the collection of this, or we can simply say just invoice. This is entity equals new invoice. Here we need to set all our types. So ID, model ID, which is not required. Business address equals model dot, what happened? Okay, we are missing these things. From invoice, if we check, client info is fine, not fine. We are just using client name there, not client email ID and client contact number, right? We need to use these as well. Same thing for our business info. Okay. So these things, copy, go to our invoice model. Let's set these two things. Um, let's maybe have here client name. We can remove this, and this validation we are not going to have it here. Client email ID, no validations because we are going to populate these. Then client contact number, again no validation. Same thing goes with business info, business email ID, and business contact number, and business address, and tax percentage, all these things. Save it. Now these data we will fill when we are coming to this create invoice page. So for example, we are setting this business info. So here only on this underscore model dot, we'll set all these things. Business address equals, it should be business info dot address, then model dot business contact number, it would be business info dot contact number, then next would be model dot business email ID, it would be business info dot email ID, then next would be model dot business name equals underscore business info dot name, business name, and model dot tax percentage equals underscore business info dot tax percentage. Right, we have 2 to 4 and 5, right? 2 4 5. Now we can remove these things. So these things we will set here, and when we are setting the client, for example here, at the same time we'll set all other fields. Model dot client contact number equals underscore selected client dot contact number, underscore model dot client name, we already set client contact number, client email ID equals underscore client selected client dot email ID, underscore model dot client ID we are setting, name we are setting, email ID contact number we already set, so we are okay with this. Now okay, let's do this. Let's remove this thing from here because this is unnecessary, useless. Here we know first or default means if it exists it will return, if not it will set null. If this is null, we'll have these all these question marks. That means just we are going to have all these values as null. We know these are null. Our validation is in place. When we'll submit it, save it, then it will fail on the selected client only. So here we are good with these things. But with this, we have all our values which we can save in the database. Now here we can say model dot business address. Then comes business contact number, model business contact number. Then we are going to have business email ID. Next, business name. Next, client contact number, client email ID, client name, client ID, due on, invoice numbers, is paid, issued on, notes, tax percentage, and user ID. Now we need to set the line items. So here we can say line items directly on this we can set. We'll say model dot line items dot select new line item, invoice line item. So for this we need to set all the line item related in stuff. So invoice ID we can't set because it will be dynamically associated from this invoice. Oh, no. We have ID here, right? Which will be okay. Invoice ID should be from here only. Let's say li dot name, not service name. Oh, li dot service name only. Yeah? And next would be quantity, li dot quantity. Then we'll have rate, li dot rate, service ID, and unit. Dot to list or to array. Now we have our invoice model ready. Here we can say context dot invoices context dot invoices dot add invoice, and outside we can simply say uh, context dot save changes async await, and from here for now we'll return this invoice model only, but we need to work on it to get other stuff ready, so ID and this collection. For now let's just return this model only. Right now we just want to see if this is working. Okay. All right, now on create invoice page here we'll simply say await invoice service dot save invoices inc, and we are going to pass our user ID and our model. Okay, let's check if these things are working. Save, run. Invoices create, let's say right now I'm having it hard coded. We'll need to work on this logic also. Select some client, paid, unpaid, test notes, website development, quantity 2, save invoice. Nothing happened. Now what's the issue? I click on this, nothing happened. Click on this, nothing is happening. Is some validation failing or what? Oh, this is inserting. Insert into invoices. This thing it inserted. Why didn't it came here where this breakpoint didn't hit? Oh, this is frozen or what? Okay, there is some problem with Visual Studio, but I can see if you see here, it shows insert into services, insert into invoices. It is inserting. So let me open the SQL Server and let's see if we can see this data in the database. So I'm here in my SQL Server, in my database, tables. If I see invoice line items and invoices, these two tables, I don't know how to zoom this thing, but we can see 3 times this data got inserted 3 times because we clicked on that button 3 times. We can see invoice number. I don't know if you can see this because this is very small, but still we can see this data. Everything is here. X percentage, this and that. user ID, and 1 2 3, these are the IDs. And here if we see on invoice line items, here also I can see 1 2 3 with service ID 3, name, quantity, invoice ID. So everything is fine from there. Somehow the breakpoint did not work. But now let's see, check one more thing here. If I change something, let's say I add one more item and I change this to this, and I change this to, let's say, invoice 05, and I put the due date as well and change the status to paid. I made lot of changes. If I click on save change invoice, we need to work on that global loader, and we need to work on some feedback toast message or something like that, so that we know something is happening. And in this case we'll show the toast and we'll go back to the invoices page, but right now we don't have that piece ready. That's why. So we'll come here right now. Invoice line items is 3. Now if I execute it again, we can see 5 items. So these 2 more items, mobile app development, quantity 2 and 3, and both of these have invoice ID as 4. So here if I go, if I execute it, now we can see the invoice ID 4 with all this data. That means our logic is working, so we can see the data is getting saved into the database. That means on create invoice also we are good. We just need to show some feedback here. Okay, so maybe we can work on the this thing, what we call it, loader and the alert or toast message first. After working on those, then we'll come back to our invoices list page basically. Then deletion would be quick, and for edit we can reuse this create invoice page only, and we'll have 2 different routes, and also we'll do that later after some time maybe. All right. Okay. All right, so now let's work on the loader first. Okay, so for this what we'll do, we'll go to components, shared. We are going to create a new component, so add razor component, and let's call it loader. Okay, and for the UI design, we can follow any approach from, maybe from confirmation dialog we can get the basic structure. For example, let's copy this thing. Here what we have, the inner thing where our main body was in this, so something like this. First we have fixed insert 0. When we have insert 0, then we don't need this. Why did I add this? Insert 0 is actually setting all tab, top, right, bottom, left, all 0. So this is equivalent to this. Z40. Now this loader, it can be on top of everything. So it should be Z50, topmost. Grid, place item center. Okay, then next comes this, which is the overlay. So here also we have same thing, right? Okay. Then next comes the actual loader content. So this also should be Z50. This should not be W450. We don't need this. Flex call is fine. Rounded LG, BG white, P5, shadow 2XL, everything is fine. Or maybe we can increase this 2XL to 3XL. Do we have 3XL? No, 2XL is the last. Okay, so 2XL. And inside this we can have simply a loading text or maybe some icon which is going to be as loading indicator. So let's quickly go to the what we call it, Tailwind's website, and let's see if we have some loading indicator there using pure CSS only. We can have some box, and on this we can apply transition and rotate animation. So there are predefined classes, but I don't remember those right now. So let's quickly get those from there only. So we'll go to Tailwind CSS plus Tailwind CSS docs, or let's search for spin animation. Do we have the spin? Add a spin animation, yes. So you see, we can use this thing, processing. Okay, this is also an option. And bounce. So we have different animations here basically, so we can maybe use this one only. So here we can have this svg class mr this and this and view box. We can have our svg here, but if we check the ui of this thing, what svg they are using, inside button svg, we can copy this thing entirely. Okay, so let's copy this. So I'll simply edit as html and just copy this thing. It has mr3, ml1, size 5, animate spin, text white. All these classes, all these are tailwind classes. Text white for the white colored text, animate its spin for animation, size 5, the maybe height width of the size, ml1 and mr3, margin right and all. Okay, so we'll have this. Let's go to Visual Studio and put it here. Or maybe we can have one text also for this loading indicator. So here we can have a div class. On this we have flex already, right? Z50 flex. Let's not have flex column. Let's have item center so that these are vertically centered. And let's have a gap of, let's say, 3. And here I'll have this svg. And then I'm going to have a label loading, something like this. Okay, then we need to make this a razor component so that we can dynamically use this. What I mean is, it will not be always visible. We will show this on demand. Okay, now one option could be we can have this on each and every component wherever we need, and we can manage, or we can have some state to show this loader and simply add if, and if that state is enabled or that state is true, then show loader. Or second approach could be the way we are using confirmation dialog. If you remember, for confirmation dialog we had that on layout page, main layout here only, right? This confirmation dialog. Similarly, we can have our loader like this, and showing, hiding, and all that information we can handle, all those state we can handle from here only. What we can do is we can simply say private bool underscore show. Okay, then we can simply override on initialized async or on initialized method, and this entire thing will display only when this underscore show is true. Okay, then we can have this loading text also as a dynamic parameter. So we can say private string, and we can say underscore loading text equals, let's have a default value as loading. This thing would be underscore loading text. Okay, now the way we will show this, that we already have one service, that is UI service, right? So service UI service. So this section is for confirmation dialog. After this we can have one more section for our loader. Okay, so first we'll have an event, public event action, and here we'll say loader visibility change, something like this. And then let's make it nullable here. Then we are going to have a method here. We'll say public void show loader, and here we can have an optional loading text. Default will say loading, and if user has provided something, we'll use that. Now here we need to pass these two things to this action. If we want to show the loader or if we want to hide the loader. Let me think about it. Loading text. So We can have loader visibility change only one event, or we can have two events. So here we can say loader, let's say what we let's say on show loader, something like this, or loader shown. And then we'll have one more loader hidden or hide loader, or let's say on show loader, the first one, and on hide loader, something like this. So for the show loader, we will pass a string text, loading text, and for hide loader, we will not pass anything. Okay, so here we'll have this public void show loader with loading text, and here we'll just say on show loader and invoke this loading text. Then we are going to have public void hide loader without any parameter on hide loader dot invoke. With this, our loading related stuff is done on UI service. Now let's go back to loader, and here what we can do is in on initialized, but before that let's inject our UI service. Then in on initialized, what we can do is we can simply say UI service dot on show loader. Here we can define a method. So we'll say private void handle show loader, and here we are going to have a loading text. And on this we can say underscore loading text equals loading text, and invoke async it has changed, because this method we are calling from outside, because we are triggering this event, and when this event is going to be triggered, Blazor does not know about it. That's why when we are modifying some state, this method is executing outside of this context. So here Blazor does not know when to re-render this, so we will explicitly tell, okay, we have changed something, you need to re-render. Okay, then we can directly have this method here, and we are good. Now let's duplicate this. Next one would be on hide loader, handle hide loader. Let's define this method also. So we'll say private void on hide loader. Inside this, we'll set this loading text back to this, and underscore show to false. And in this one, handle show loader, here we need to set the underscore show to true. And in this hide loader also, we'll say invoke async state has changed. Now, whenever we deal with event handlers, event consumers like this, it's always a good idea to remove these event handlers as well whenever we are using these on any of the Blazor component. Okay, so we are attaching these in on initialized, and we'll simply detach these or remove these when this component is going to be disposed. And how can we know when this is going to be disposed? We can simply implement an interface. So we'll say implements iDisposable. This gives us one method, that is public void dispose, and inside this we can simply copy these two lines and change the plus equals to minus equal. And now we are good. Our loader should be done. Now when to show it, how to show it, we can simply inject UI service and just call show loader hide loader. Okay, let's quickly see this. So we'll go to the, and this is on main layout, right? That means this is going to be on inner pages, not the outer pages. When I say outer page, that means login registration pages, and those are not interactive page, so there is no point of showing these. We can trigger those, but because those are not interactive, we can have stream rendering to show the loader. But there is a problem with stream rendering. When we have stream rendering, we can't access HTTP context. So we will skip login and registration page for this. If we actually want to show loader on those pages, then we need to use some different strategies, some hacks, some workarounds, maybe some JavaScript and all. But we are going to avoid those. Okay. Login registration is fine. For all inner pages, we can use this loader. That's why we have added this on main layout. Cool. Now let's go to the component. Let's say first component, which is the first component we use, that is client product services. Okay, so here we already have UI service. Now here we are calling this method to get the services. Here we can say UI service dot show loader. Okay, and here text we can say fetching services. And after fetching this, we can simply say UI service dot hide loader. Okay, now add, edit, delete, handle service. This is fine. On sidebar, close, delete. So here we are deleting it, right? Here what we can do, we can simply say UI service dot show loader, deleting service. Then at the very end, we can say UI service hide loader, and done. Now let's go to the next page, or maybe in product service, we are using one shared component, right? Shared component, and that is save service form. This one. So here we can inject our UI service, inject UI service, and here on parameter set is fine, handle save async. So here we can say UI service dot show loader. Here we can say saving service, and at the very end we can say UI service dot hide loader, and we are done. Let's go to the next page, which is our clients page. Here we have UI service, yes. Here we are fetching the clients, so we'll say UI service dot show loader, fetching clients, and then after this line we can say UI service dot hide loader, and we are done. For deletion, we'll say UI service dot show loader, deleting client, and at the very end we'll say UI service dot hide loader. Then for this we have save client form. On this also we'll inject UI service, and here when we are saving it we'll say UI service dot show loader, saving client, and at the very end we'll say UI service dot hide loader. Then let's go to the next page, which is our invoices page, where we are not doing anything right now. So let's go to create invoice page. Here we have UI service. Yes, we already have UI service. Now here we'll simply go to the end, and first thing, on initialized async we are actually fetching these items, right? So here we can show the loader. We'll say UI service dot show loader, we'll say fetching, or we can simply say loading here, simple text. And after setting everything, we'll simply say UI service dot hide loader. Then if we scroll down, client selection is fine, this is fine, handle save async. Okay, here we'll simply say UI service dot show loader, saving invoice, and then we'll say UI service dot hide loader, And after hiding the loader, we can simply navigate user back to navigation manager dot navigate to our invoices page. Invoices and navigation manager we have not injected. Let's inject this. Inject navigation manager, and now we are good with this page also. After this, we can go business info form model, right? This settings model. So here in on initialized, we fetch some data, handle save, we save some data, right? So here also we can use the same loader at both the places. So we'll say inject UI service, UI service, and when in initialize, we'll say UI service dot show loader. We'll say fetching business info, and then we'll say UI service dot hide loader. Same thing here with handle save async. We'll say UI service dot show loader. We'll say saving business info, and at the very end we'll say UI service dot hide loader. I guess we are good. We have handled all the places where the loader is required. Let's run it and let's see if loader is actually working. Okay, we are here. Let's log in product services, and it was very fast. You see that flicker? Loader was there. Save. It is very fast. Invoices, create invoice. Let's quickly create one. Or in order to see that we can do this quickly, maybe on the loader page, where is our loader component? On our loader component, for now, we can maybe um, do this. So right now I'm just disabling this hide loader, or maybe we can just do this. Save it. Let's try if it directly works without hot reload. If I go to clients, here we can see this, but we cannot see that icon, right? And that's because it had text white. Text white, right? It is there, but text is white. We can say text green 400. We can see, but this is not green. Oh, text green 400 because we added it here directly. We didn't add it in code. So the Tailwind CLI did not generate class for this, but this is the thing which we can do right now. So here if we see, we can see the loading indicator, which looks nice by the way. So here, let's go back, change the text white to text green 400. So if we are on loader only, right? So text white, where is text white? Is here. Save. Go back to the browser. Let's go to some other page. And here we can see it is by the very light. So maybe make it or maybe the background what we have, we can change it to be some kind of green, or maybe this is fine. We can just make it darker, and let's maybe decrease this spacing, or we can leave this spacing like this also. Just make this darker. So text 400, we'll have text maybe 600. Save it. It was gap 3. On this we have mr3. Let's not have this mr3. We will just have gap 3, and with this we are good, I guess. On this loading text also, if we want to, we can have the same text green 600, right? Let's make the text green 500, save it. Let's go to some other page and we can see this now. We can see the loader now. This is how the loader is going to look like. We are okay with this loader. Let's again enable this invoicing. Save. Go back. So we are done with our loader, right? Now next thing is toast message, right? So we can have the toast message somewhere here on the top center maybe. We'll simply show one message and that should be removed automatically after, let's say, 2 seconds or 3 seconds. The way toast message works basically. Okay, so we are going to follow the same approach we are following for loader. Okay, so let's do that next. All right, so for toast message also, let's first go to our UI service. So service, UI service, and here we are going to have a toast message related stuff. So we'll say public event action of string. Here we'll say on show toast, something like this. And then we are going to have a method here, public void show toast string message. Okay, and from here we can simply say on show toast dot question mark dot invoke, and we'll provide our message here and we are good. Or maybe we can enhance this. We can have two types of toast messages, error and success message, right? For error message, maybe we can have those not auto disabled, auto dismiss basically, but for success message we can dismiss those after 3 seconds or 4 seconds. Okay, yeah, let's implement this. So for this thing, now we have at least two different piece of state. One is the message and second one is type. Okay, so in our models we can create one more model. Let's create a class. Here we'll say, let's say toast, let's say toast options, we'll name it this. The first thing, we are going to have message, or we can create it as a record also. Toast options, we can have an enum, public enum toast type. It is going to have, let's say, success and error, two types. And this toast options, this is going to have let's say first is the type and second is the message, or we can simply say string message, then we'll say toast type. And we can maybe have a default value as toast type dot success, or let's not have any default value, we can have helper methods. So I'm going to create static factory methods in this toast options record. Public static, let's say toast options, it will return this only, and here we'll say success, we'll provide message string message, and from this what we'll do is we'll simply return new toast options with the message as the first parameter and toast type dot success as second parameter, because this is for success. Okay, we can skip this thing, save it, duplicate it, and then we'll say error toast options dot error, we'll provide just message again. Here toast type would be this error. With this we are good. We can just move these this file to its separate type, toast type, and then we have toast options. Now we are good, we can use this toast options. And now from our UI service, where is our UI service? Instead of having this directly message, we are going to have toast options. Here we can say options. In this action, it will actually pass toast options. Here we'll say options. All right. Now what is the problem here? Options is toast options cannot convert this on show. Oh, this is on show toast, not loader. Save it, and now we are good. Our UI service is ready. Now let's create a new component. We will create this in component shared folder. Add razor component, and here we can say toast. Okay. And here we can, first thing we can say inject UI service, and then here we can simply say private bool underscore show, and we can have private toast options. We can have this as nullable, maybe underscore options, like this. And then in override on initialized async, not async, on initialized, we can say UI service dot show toast, not show toast, on show toast. We just need to define this method, so we'll define it. Private void handle show toast. It is going to have toast options as a parameter, and here we'll say underscore options equals options underscore show equals true, and invoke async state has changed. Okay, then here we'll define our public void dispose method. We'll call this handle show toast here plus equals, and we'll do the opposite of this in dispose method minus equals. Now for the dispose method we will implement, so we'll say this component implements I disposable. Now our this thing is done. Now next, not entirely done. Now we just need to provide this UI markup for this. So first thing, we want this thing to be here, top center. Okay, so we can say div class, we'll say fixed. Okay, top we can have maybe what all options we have. Tops, what is 5 is 20 pixel, which is fine. So we can have top 5, and left 50%. I want it left. Okay, top left in square brackets we'll say 50%. Okay, now inside this, or maybe on this only, we can have a background class. When I say background class, that means if the toast type is error, the background class would be red. But if toast class is, let's say, what we call it, success, then we'll have green class, green BG. Okay, so for this what we can do is we can simply create a property here. We'll say private string BG class, and here we'll say underscore options dot what was that? Okay, here we can say option dot type, right? Toast type. We can apply a switch statement here, and here we can simply say if this is toast type dot success, we'll say bg green, or maybe 200. And if this is toast type dot error, we'll say bg red 200. And default case would not be there, but if it comes, we can simply say bg, let's say white, just leave it like this, but it will never be a case, but still let's use this. So now we are going to use this bg class here, so we'll say at the rate bg class. Then we can have p, maybe px5, py maybe 3. We can have rounded, we can have shadow, lg maybe large shadow. Save it, and I guess we are good. Now inside this we just need to show the message, and we can show one close button as well. So for that we can have a flex class here, and we can have a gap of, let's say, 3, and items center, so that items are vertically centered, and justify between, so that the cancel or close button is on the very right and text is on the very left. Justify between. Save it, and now we are good. First thing here, we will display a message. So here we'll say p class, and here we can show underscore options dot, what was that message. And then we are going to have a button, type button, class, we'll see, at least border we will have, rounded we will have, p2 we will have, at least these things we will have. And inside this we can have our cancel but img. So we have img src icons slash, we had that x.svg, right? Yes. Save it, and on click of this button, at the rate on click, say close toast. We are going to close the toast. Here we can have a method, so we'll say private void close toast, and here what we'll do, we'll simply set underscore options to null and underscore show to false. Then we are good. Now all these things we will render only when if underscore show is true. Underscore show is true, then only render this. Save it. Now we should be good. Now here I am okay, because I know this is not going to be nullable, because this class we are calling from here. This comes when the underscore show is true, and we can add one more case here if we want to. We can say this is show and option says not null, then only show this. Okay, so now on demand click will work to close it, but auto close is not going to work here, right? What I mean is, let's say if I go to maybe clients page, let's say clients form we have, right? In shared only we have save client form. Okay, when we are saving the client, we hide the loader. After that we can also say UI service dot show toast, and here we can say client saved successfully. Okay, or we can know from this model or from this client, if client.id was greater than 0, then we can show that client. Here we can have that case, we'll say client.id was greater than 0, we'll say client updated successfully. If not, we'll say client added successfully, something like this. What is the problem here? client.id. Yeah. Cannot convert string to toast options. Oh, yeah. For show toast. Yeah, sorry. In show toast, we'll say toast options dot success, and then we need to pass this message. What is the problem? Client, client, client. Yeah. One more. Okay. So here we are saying toast options dot success, which returns a toast option that we are passing in UI service dot show toast. And this message. When we are saving the client, let's quickly run and we need to call this toast dot razor component on main layout. So we can stop this. We'll go to our main layout, main layout, and the way we have all these things here, we are going to have one more. That would be toast. Run it. Okay, application is here. Clients, edit, save. We can see this. Okay. First thing, we need to handle the Z index on this. So this should also be the same as loader. So topmost, that means 50. We can have that because that class already exists. Here we can say Z50. Client updated successfully. We have this button here. We need to make this button a bit smaller, not this big. And we can have some hover state also. We can have maybe some more spacing here. Okay, now if I click on this, this is getting removed. So we are okay with this. Now we just need to, let's add these styles first. So we'll go to our toast. Where is toast? Okay, here we'll say Z50, and here we had some gap 3. Let's make it gap 7, or not gap 7. Let's have it as gap 3 only, but we can have a min width on this. So we'll say min w, and we can have maybe, let's say, 350 px. The min width would be 350 px. Rounded this and that. Okay, everything is fine. On this image, we don't need to have this p2. We need to have cursor pointer, and we can have our bg, some, let's say, bg yellow and red, something like this. Okay, now let's quickly try it. So you see, we can see this width updated, it came on top, and we can see this hover state also. Okay, this border looks a bit odd. Let's change this border to make it very light. So we'll say border, let's say we are going to have slate 100, save it. All right, now we can close it. Save, client updated successfully, we can close it. But now we want one more functionality. If this is success alert, this should auto dismiss, right? For error, because user wants to know about the error, they want to action on it, then we should have the explicitly close button. For that case, it should not auto close, but if this is success alert, then it can auto close. So let's implement auto close functionality. So we are here in the toast. We want this to auto close after, let's say, 3 seconds. Okay, for this, whenever we want to do something in C sharp, okay, .NET, so we have task.delay. Using task.delay, we can delay something. So here what we can do is, after invoke async state has changed, we can say task.delay, and we can have, let's say, 3 seconds. So we'll say 3000, which is, It should wait here for 3000 seconds, and after that it should close the toast. So that means after this we'll say close toast. Now because we are not awaiting it, so it will execute right away. Now we need to change it. Here we can say async. Now pay attention, I'm using async void. So in this case this is fine. We'll say await. We'll say await here. Await. Now let's see, because this is a event handler. Now if some exception comes in this thing, we are okay. We can explicitly close that. Now let's see if it works without any. If there is any error, we'll fix it. Okay, it's here. Let's see if I go to clients, edit, save, loader, client updated successfully, and let's wait for 3 seconds. Nothing happened. Why? Because after 3 seconds, this thing happened. But because this all this thing is happening outside of Blazor's context, so it does not know. Where we said invoke async, till this time it know that okay, this thing has changed, but after this Blazor does not know. This component does not know something has changed. In this case, we just want to repeat this await invoke async here also. This is for auto closing. Let's run it and let's quickly see if it works. Okay, clients, edit, save, and you see it got removed after 3 seconds. See again, see this, and got removed. Now show it again, and if I explicitly close it, now we are okay. Explicit closing is working, auto closing is working. But now we need to enhance something here. So here what I would do, let's say I put a breakpoint here. Okay, now if I go back to the browser and I'll say edit, save, close. Now this is closed, but still it came here. It will go to this method, it will set these things which are already false and null. Then it will again going to call this thing. So for this very specific simple case, we are okay. But if you want to fix this as well, then we can try one thing. That one thing can be here, this task.delay, it gets one more thing, that is cancellation token. So we can use cancellation tokens for this. Now how can we use this? For this, we can simply have cancellation token source outside. Okay, so we'll say private cancellation token source underscore CTS. We can have it as just nullable. Inside this, when we are coming, or maybe not here when we comes, we'll set this underscore CTS equals new cancellation token source. Okay, then in this task.delay, we'll say underscore CTS.token. So here what we are doing, we have this nullable cancellation token source, and here before task.delay, we are creating this cancellation token source, and from this cancellation token source, we are passing a cancellation token to this one. Now how it would work, if 3 seconds has passed and cancellation token is not cancelled, then it will pass through and it will use this. Now if somehow before 3 seconds this cancellation token is cancelled, then it should not go past this. Now when should this cancel get what we call cancelled? That should be cancelled from here, because this is the method which we call when we click on that button explicitly. So here what we can do, we'll simply say underscore CTS dot cancel. So we'll explicitly cancel it. Now it can be nullable, so we'll say question mark. Okay, so we are explicitly cancelling it. All right. Now when we are disposing it, here what we can do is After doing this, we can dispose the cancellation token also if this is there. So we can do this also. All right, save it. Now here also when we are creating this new cancellation token, so maybe it's better to maybe cancel the previous one if it was there also, although it should not be the case, but still let's do this underscore cts cancel. Here also we can do, then we'll simply create a new one and then we go further. Okay, now let's try this. The behavior should be same, but it should not come here when we are canceling this token. Okay, let's see. I'll go to the clients page. I'll come here, save it, explicitly close, and we have something here. We got task cancelled exception. You see, if we continue, it will not go to this one. But here we have an error. We just need to handle this. So this all this is we are doing to see how cancellation tokens work and how we can use these for this specific case. Now because this is a very specific case, we are okay because this would rarely happen, but I simply showed you how to handle these things. Now for these cases, we simply wrap these things in try catch, and this catch we simply use task cancelled exception, and we simply ignore this because this is expected, because this will happen only when this is piece of code is throwing task cancelled exception. That will be from here, and that will be only when we are explicitly canceling the cancellation token. Okay, so this is the way we can handle this. Now let's quickly put a breakpoint on this line. I'll continue this, run it again. First we'll see the default behavior auto closing, then we'll explicitly close it and we'll see. Okay, so clients added, save, client updated successfully, it came here, continue, and auto closed. Next we'll do this, save, cancel it explicitly. Now no exception, and it will not go to that next line, because when we cancelled here, it simply raised this cancellation, it went to catch and just went out of this. This method is done, and from here we explicitly closed the toast. Okay, so auto closing also fine. All right, now we can use this to show all the toast messages everywhere. Wherever we want to show it, we can. Right now we are showing it here, right? We can simply copy it and go to all other pages and we can show. Let's see how the error looks. Let's maybe show error for now. This is not actually error, we are just seeing the UI for now. And one more thing here, this thing, this auto close part, let's maybe move it to a separate method. Private sync task, here we'll say auto close toast async, something like this. Okay, and then we'll call this auto close from here, and here we can now maybe get rid of this thing, and we can simply have it just void, nothing else. But this is task, so it's better to use this async. Just await sync void we can use, await, and I guess we are good. Now there is only one thing which I would change here. So for this auto close, we know we will show auto close, or we will have auto close functionality only for success error messages, not sorry, success toast messages, not for error toast message. Here we can say if options options dot toast type equals toast type dot success, then only do this. Okay, let's run and let's see. Now for error, it should not auto close. Okay, clients added, save, client updated successfully, but it will not auto close. For this thing, we need to explicitly close it. Okay, so it's more than 3 seconds now. We just need to explicitly close this. Then it would get closed. Okay, one more thing. From UI point of view, clients, edit, save. Now here if you see on right side there is less space, on left side there is more space. That means this thing is not actually center aligned. So this place when we set left 50%, that means this content will start from the 50% of the screen. That means 50% is here. But ideally what should happen, 50% should be here. What I mean is 50% here. So this message, what we are displaying here, this should be 50% on the left side and 50% of the right side of this 50% of the screen mark, right? So with that direct left 50%, top, right, all those 50%, those are from the outer content. But if we want something, this content to be shifted left 50% of the actual content width. For this we use translate CSS classes basically. Here, so here on this main thing where we have left 50%, this was from screen. Then we'll say translate, okay, hyphen. Now here we'll have this arbitrary value 50%. Translate x 50%. On x axis, translate 50%. So if I save it and if I go back to the page, oh, minus 50%, sorry. Translate x minus 50%. I save it and if I go back, now it is here. Now let me quickly show you. If I didn't had the translate x minus 50%, then here it is, right? So if I remove this class, it starts from here. And if I add that class back, then it is from here. So now this is in the perfect center of the screen. So this is the center of the screen. So 50% of this text is on the left side, this toast message, and 50% of it is on the right side. All right. So now you can maybe have this. You can, if you want to change it, you can from top. If you don't want on top, you can have this on bottom. You can have this on top right, top left. You can have multiples also. So I have showed you all these things. So how can you have multiple? In that case, what you can do is on this thing here, maybe you can simply handle, instead of just show and options, you can have a list of these. Okay. And then you can have inside this main thing, instead of directly having this, you can simply loop through these. Okay. And the main classes, for example, bg class, flex, bg class, flex, item center, justify content, gap 3, rounded, all these things basically you can have in the inner section, inner div, and then you can loop through these. You can have multiple toast messages also. So this is totally up to you. For me, single is fine, so I'll go with this only. And here I'll change it back to toast message.success because we are showing success message. Okay, now let's quickly copy this toast message and paste it everywhere. So save service form. Here we are saying service, then service.id, service updated or service added successfully. Okay, then what we have in this, we don't have, do we have? Yes, business info model. Here we can say business info updated successfully, right? Business info updated successfully, double C. And then next is in pages, app. Yeah, we are updating business info service, and now we'll go to create invoice. And here, when we have created the invoice, at that time we'll say invoice created successfully, right? Invoice created successfully. And maybe for deletion also, right? In the clients page, on clients page we have this deletion. So here we can say, let's say client deleted. And on services we can say service deleted, service deleted successfully. And there we'll say client deleted successfully. Save it, and I guess we are good. Let's run and let's quickly see. Now we should see all these success messages. Okay, product services added, service saved updated successfully. After 3 seconds toast is gone. Clients, same thing. Invoice, same thing. And that is persisted. If you see, if I come here, edit it, save it, go to the client page, I am on client's page, but still I can see that message and then it went. So that means that is persisted because we are having that on main layout. So that is everywhere on this thing. Same goes with loader, same goes with confirmation. If we are moving it here and there, that message will be there so that we can see. All right. So now we are done with our global components. We are done with our product service client and invoice creation. Now we are here on the invoice list page. Now we need to work on this page. All right. So now for invoice list page, if we go to our pages, app, invoices, here we need to get fetch the invoices on the basis of these different invoice tab types. Okay. The first thing, we'll go to our invoices service. So we'll go to services, invoice service. Here right now we have just save invoice async method, but we need fetch invoices method as well. So public async task of invoice model get invoices async. Now here we need to pass tab type. Okay, now here what you can do is, maybe instead of having this as tab type, you can maybe create some other type here, so which is, let's say, fetch type or something like this, so that it makes sense. But for me, for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to use invoice tab type only. Right now this is just a class which is here on this component only, but what I'll do, I'll simply move this thing to our maybe models. Do we have something for constants? Did we create anything? No, right? In models only we can move this. Okay, so let's cut this from here, then go to any of this. We'll simply create a new file here. So instead of private, we'll make it public now, and then we'll move it to its separate file. So invoice tab type, now it is here. So the thing which was there already on invoices, it should work. Save. All right, now we can pass. Okay, there is a missing piece. I am actually using this as simple strings only, right? Invoice tab type, recent, these are just strings. Okay, Okay, so for this, maybe here we can just say string. Well, let's say for tab type, something like this we can do, because we are showing these for our tab types only, so we can have this here. Now here, first thing, we need to have our context, which we'll get like this only. And we will need string user ID as well. String user ID. Okay. After this, we are going to create our query here. What query equals, we'll say context dot invoices dot, we are going to include our line items, I dot line items. Then we'll say dot where the first check we are going to do is I dot user ID equals this user ID. So this is the first and main check here. Okay, and then we'll apply other things on the basis of this 4 tab type. Okay, so let's break it down to multiple lines here. All right, now let's do this. We'll say query equals, we'll say 4 tab type. We are going to apply a switch here, and this switch will be something similar to this switch. Okay, now right hand side we are going to change it. We'll simply say query dot where is paid, query dot where this thing, query dot take this, query dot order by descending this, take 5. Okay, so here with all we are saying take 10, so we will not do this right here. What we'll do is um we will maybe implement paging, but first let's get these things working, then we'll think about paging. So order by descending, this is fine, so we can remove this from here for now, or maybe this order by descending, this can be same for all, right? Yeah, so we'll have recent is query, pending is just for is paid, paid is just with is paid, all are going to be all. For recent we are going to, right now we are going to have this all, but then we are going to change here. Okay, now here we can simply make a condition. We'll say for tab type equals invoice tab type dot recent, then we are going to apply paging here. Before that, not paging, basically top 5 only we are going to get, or maybe top 10. But before that we need to apply the ordering. So here we'll say query equals query dot order by this, order by descending I dot id. Then inside this we'll say query equals query dot take 5, not tag with, just take, so that for recent we are getting only 5. Now our query is ready. Now we can get the invoice. So we can say var invoices equals await query dot toList async. It should be task of I enumerable of this thing, and then we can simply return invoices. Now what's the problem here? List of invoices cannot implicitly convert list to enumerable. Okay, let's do this list only. Now what's the issue? Invoice model invoice. Oh, my bad. Enumerable will also work. The thing is, I'm trying to return invoice type while I need invoice model. Okay, maybe here before doing this to list async, we'll say select. Then we are going to say new I.id I dot line items, I dot user ID, I dot is paid are not like this. Invoice model, invoice model. Then this should be ID equals this, line items equals this, user ID we don't need, is paid, yes we need, and business address, contact number, email ID, business name, client contact number, client email ID, client ID, client name, due on, invoice number, issued on, then tax percentage, then paid on. Are we using paid on? No, right? Let's see. Notes. Now let's see what are the issues we are seeing here. After this, line items error, which is just for UI. Client ID, it says here it is nullable, but this model needs it as not nullable. Same goes with line items. Line items is a collection here, but here it is invoice line item, but here it needs invoice line item model. So from this line item, we can simply say select li equals new invoice line item model quantity rate service id li dot service id service name. I don't have service name in there. Okay, we should have, or this is just li dot name, I think. Yeah, li dot name unit li dot unit. Save it. So now we have issues with client ID and service ID. These are nullable this side but not this side, right? So we have two options. If we want to keep the separate, keep them separate, we can maybe create two more models which will be just for displaying, because this is an invoice model and invoice line item model. We are using this for saving, and at the saving time we need these as mandatory, right? Mm-hmm. uh what should I do? Let me think. Maybe for the list, let's create separate type one. Or maybe let's do this. If this is nullable, we'll set 0. Now what's the problem? And if this is client, we'll set it 0. Here, what is the problem? Enumerable of invoice line item model to collection. Okay, by default the select dot this is. Here we'll say, let's say to array. All right. Right now I'm just setting this 0 if this is null. So for the display part, we should handle this case. All right. Let's go back to our invoices page. And here, when we are getting these get seed invoices, so here what we'll do, we'll get these invoices from from our service. Let's inject our service first. So we'll say inject invoice service invoice service. Then here we are going to change this approach which we had here. The first thing, instead of this all invoices, we can maybe, so invoices and all invoices. So now we don't need this all invoices. We just need this invoices. Okay. Then we have this filter invoices method. So here we are going to have our logic. So let me comment this down. Let me comment this down as well. Here we'll say invoices equals await invoice service dot get invoices async. First thing we need user ID. Do we have user ID here? Not yet. Let's quickly add our user ID. We can get it from any other page using this cascading parameter. We'll come here. We'll use this user ID. Let's pass this user ID as a first parameter. User ID. In the second parameter, selected tab name, we can do this. Here we have our invoices. Okay. Now because this is async task now, we just need to change all the methods. So this change tab, it should be now async task. And here we should say await. Now instead of on initialized, we are going to use the async task version of this. The name is on initialized async. Here we'll say await filter invoices. Okay. Then this change tab, where are we calling it from? We are calling it from here, so we are okay. This directly supports async methods as well. So with this, I guess we are good. Let's quickly try if this is working. If I run it, by the way, I have added some sample data. I have created like 25 invoices so that we can see this page. Okay, we are here. Let's log in. Products working, clients working, invoices. Is this the dynamic data? It should be, right? Invoice 00025. Yes, it is. Okay, so we can see this. If we say recent, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items here. Clients are R only, invoice 00025. Yes, this is correct. If I click on view items, I can see these items here. Everything is fine. Total amount, mark as paid, pending, this and that. If I go to pending, all these are pending only. This is a huge list. We need to implement paging for sure. Then we have paid. All these are paid. Then we have all, and on all we are going to have starting from inv111 which we created. So we need to handle this case also. It should not be duplicate. Then all these are dynamically generated, which I generated using a SQL script. And here also, if I say 4 items, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4 items here. Cancel 2 items. Yes. 3 items. Yes. So looks like we are good. We are able to fetch our data. We are able to create the invoice and fetch the data. Okay. Now, before going to paging, or maybe we can quickly create paging also, generate paging, right? For recent, first thing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Let's have a paging of 10 items. Okay. Let's do this. First thing on the recent, we'll fetch 10 items, not 5. We'll take 10. I'll simply stop it. I'll use paging here, pagination. So I'll say int page number and int page size. Okay. And page size we are going to have default as 10, and page number we are going to have default as 1. Okay. So here for recent, we'll do this only. And in else part, we are going to do our paging, because for recent, we are not going to have our paging. All right. So here for paging, we'll say query equals query dot. Now here we'll say skip. Skip how many? We'll skip page number -1 times page size This is, and then we'll say take page size. This is classic paging stuff. We need to skip for page number 1. It will be 1 minus 1, 0 times page size, which is 0. So for page number 1, it will skip 0 and take 10. For page number 2, it will say 2 minus 1, that is 1, times 10, that means 10. So it will skip 10 items and it will take the next 10 items. Same goes for page number 3, it will skip 20 items, take 10 items. It will go like this. Save it. So paging is in place. We just need to pass the paging parameters from there. Okay. Then we can maybe pass, right now we are passing just list of invoices, right? We can maybe pass total items, total number of items as well, so that we know if we want to show the next page button or no, right? So for that, what we can do is, instead of directly returning this type, we can create a type for page result, or we can simply return a value tuple from here. This is Blazor server, so value tuple will also work fine, but let's create a type. So in our models, we can simply create one, let's say public record, we'll say page result of type T record, and here we can say INumerable of T record. So these are going to be records, or we can say items, comma, we can say int total. Then we can move it to its separate class, and before that maybe we can create a helper method here. So public static paged result of T record, and here we are going to have T record items and int total, and using this we are going to create this new as items and total. What's the problem? Name, create items. What is the problem? This should be enumerable. Okay, let's move this to a separate file, and then we are going to use this to return from here. So here we'll say page result invoice model, and here at the very end we are going to return page result of invoice model dot create, and we can pass the invoices comma total. The total we need to get. For this we can have a variable here, var total equals, here we can say await query dot count async. Now for the recent we are using just 10, so we are not concerned about total for this recent items. Okay, so here what we can do is we can simply say int total, and we can set 10 as default for this one, or maybe let's count it. Let's use the proper count. Then we'll see, we will just not display this for the recent. So here we can simply do this, return total as well. Now we are good for this get invoices async method. Now on our invoices.razor page, instead of directly getting this, we'll say var page result equals this, or we can simply say just a value tuple. Here we'll say invoices as the first item and underscore total for the second. Underscore total is not defined, so here we'll define it. We'll say private int underscore total items, something like this, and we can use this total items here. So now invoices will be list of invoices, total items, how many number of items we have right now. Okay, then on this page we can handle one more thing, that would be private int page number. underscore page number, current page number basically. Default value would be 1. And here we can have a private int underscore page size as well, which will have a default value as 10. Okay, now let's pass these things here. So we'll say first we need to pass the page number. So we'll say underscore page number, then page size. Save it and we are good. Now what we need to do is we'll simply have a property here. We'll say private bool. We can say has next page. If it has next page, how would we know if we have next page? For this, what we can do, we can simply check the invoices dot count. If invoices dot count, um, hmm, let's do this. So here we'll say underscore page number times underscore page size, right? Let me think about it. So we can know on what page number we are right now. Okay, so let's say I am on page number 1. I should have, if I have 10 items and the total items is more than 10, that means we have next page, right? If I am on page number 2 and the total items are more than 20, then we know we have a next page, right? Yeah. So here we can say page number times page size. If this is less than underscore total items, then we have a next page. Am I right? Let's do the math again. Let's say I am on page number 1 and I have exact 10 items, only less than 10 items. If I have less than 10 items, let's say I have 8 items. So this is 8. Page number 1 times 10. 10 is less than 8. No. So we don't have next page. Correct. Now let's assume we have only 10 items. Page number 1 times 10. 10 is less than 10. No. Equals 10. So it will not have next page. So this is also fine. Now let's say we are on page number 1 and we have 12 items. So 10 is less than 12. Yes, correct. Now let's say if we have 20 items. So we'll be on page number 2. 2 times 10, 20. Less than 20. No. If we have 20, yeah, looks like this condition is correct. Now similarly, we can have has prev page, which is a very basic check. Here we can say if just page number is greater than 1. If page number is greater than 1, that means we have a previous page. Okay, so save it. And now we have has next page and has previous page logic ready. Now let's quickly apply paging. So here, no invoices created is fine. We have for each here. So inside this, where we flex W, where is our table? These are tabs. Invoices grid, here it is. So maybe after this div, I am going to create one more div here for pagination. So right now, let me think. We'll have W full. We'll have, let's say, MY3. Then we are going to have flex. We are going to have justify end so that the paging is on the right side. And on left, maybe we can say total number of items, and on right, we can maybe show the paging, something like this. If you want to do this, then we'll need to make it a justify between. And then we need to add items center. Okay, so here on left side, what we can do is we can simply show underscore, or let's say showing um hmm. So here what we can do is showing underscore page number. How would we show? So we'll say showing 10 out of 50 records, something like this, or 50 invoices or something like this. Showing 10, then we'll say 20, right? Or maybe we can say showing 1 to 10 out of 20, something like this. Yeah, so that means here we need to show page number. Hmm, page number, um let me think. For page number 1 it would be 1 to 10. For page number 2 it will be 11 to 20, right? 11 to 20 out of 50, right? Something like this. So page number 3 it will become 21 to 30, then maybe 31 to, let's say, 34, something like this. So if we see this here, so this is going to be page number minus 1, page number minus 1 times page size plus 1, right? So for page number 1 it would be 0 times 10, so 0 plus 1, so this is 1. For page number 2 it will be 2 minus 1, that is 1, times 10, 10 plus 1, 11. Yes, this is correct. So this is this part, then we'll say hyphen, then we'll say this 10, 20, 30, so something like this. So this would be page number times page size, then we'll say out of at the rate underscore total item and invoices. So this is going to be like this. Yeah, I hope it works. Save it. The next thing is on the right hand side, we'll have the actual paging related stuff. So here what I want to do is I want to show the previous, next, last, first, and in the center I want to show the current page number, right? So let's do this. So here also we can simply have a flex here. We can have a gap of, let's say, 2, and items center, save it. Then we are going to have couple of buttons here. So button, type button, class, we'll have some classes here, let's say p3 rounded, and let's say text center, and maybe let's have a width, fixed width, right? Or maybe let's not have fixed width, we can have min width at least. So we'll say min maybe 40px, something like this. Okay, and we are going to have a border, or if we are not having border, we will at least have a bg slate, something like bg slate 500, or let's say 400. Okay, this will be the first page, so I'll have two angular brackets and ampersand lt, which is for less than, and I'll repeat this lt. Okay, and on this we can also add a title attribute, which will say first page. Let's copy this button. We'll say this time this will be single left, and here it will say, we'll say previous page. Then one more, here we'll have the, instead of lt we'll say gt, which is greater than gt. Here we'll say last page, and right before this, or maybe, yeah, right before this we'll say next page, and we'll have simply one gt here, one greater than. And then after the first two buttons, first page, previous page, and before next two buttons, next page, last page, here in between I am going to have input type text. Okay, and classes we are going to do the same classes what we have on buttons. Okay, and for this the value we are going to have, or we can say bind equals underscore page size. So whatever page size we are right now on, that will be shown inside this input, so that user can manually change the page size. Save it. Okay, now right now all these items would be visible, but we want to change it. Now how can we change it? What I mean by changes, we should disable pages. If we are on, let's say we are on first page, we should disable the first page and previous page, right? So for the disabling, let's do this. We let @disable, or let's say just disabled equals, here we'll add our condition, and that condition would be first page should be disabled if as previous page is false. If we don't have previous page, then it should be disabled. What is the issue? It's not a valid attribute. Okay, we'll skip this. We are okay with this basically. Save. Then same for the previous one. No. As previous page, if we don't have any previous page, this condition actually belongs to this one. And this condition can be same for both, right? If we don't have previous page, then first page should be disabled. Same goes with this previous page. So when will we not have previous page? We will not have it when we are on page number 1. Okay. All right. Then we'll come here on the button, next buttons basically. So on this, we are going to have conditions. So the next button, we'll disable it if we don't have as next page. And for the last page, also we are going to have the same condition. No. No. I am not right. For previous, it is fine. For next, yeah, for next also, this is the same condition, right? Am I missing something? I don't know why it sounds like incorrect. Let's see. So here, page size, we can change on this. We can maybe have one condition for main, or maybe that condition we can check inside this bind only. Now, we need to have the on-click conditions on all of these, right? Here, on the first one, as previous page, or maybe let's do this. Let's create a method. We'll say private async task handle page change. We'll do this. Okay. And here we'll say int page number. Something like this. Okay. Now from here, what we'll do is we'll set underscore page number equals page number. And then we are going to simply use this one. So here we can get rid of this async, and we can simply return filter invoices and selected tab name. What is the current selected tab name? Are we handling this? No, right? We are not having any currently active tab. We are not handling that. We can use this thing, current active tab. We can pass it like this, current active tab dot name. To handle page change, this we are going to call from all these buttons. Okay, so here we'll say at the rate on click. This is the first button. On click, we'll use a lambda. We'll call handle page change. We'll pass 1 because here we will go at the page number 1. Okay, now let's copy this thing. Go to the next page. Here we'll say page number. It should be underscore page number -1 because we are going to go to the previous page. Here on the next page, we'll say underscore page number +1, right? Now here we are on the last page. Here we need to add some logic for the paging. How many pages are there? Right now we have total items, right? Here we can have one more property. We'll say int last page number, something like this. So we're going to get last page number, and it would be underscore total items divide by underscore page size, right? Let me think. Not divide by, it should be modulus of this, right? And +1, it should be something like this. So here let's say this is 8 mod by 10. It would be 0 plus 1. So we have last page number as 1. Yes, let's say total items are 10. So 10 divided by 10. Is it correct? Okay, no, not modulus. Divide. But when we'll divide it, let's say we have only 10 items. 10 divided by 10, that is 1 plus 1, it will be 2, but it should be 1 only, right? Let's do a bigger, more expanded version. So instead of having it as computed, we'll say get only property, and let's add the logic here. So first what we can do is we can simply check the result, division result basically. So we'll say total item divide by page size, or maybe we can check the remainder. So we'll say total items modulo underscore page size, right? So it will give us the remainder of this operation. If it is 10 and 10, then remainder will be 0, right? So here what we can do is we can simply return underscore total items divide by underscore page size, and we can simply add the remainder here, right? Let's quickly do some of the use cases here. Let's say total items are 10, page size is also 10. So in this case, the first one would be 0, and the second line would be 10 divided by 10, which is 1 plus 0, which would be 1. So we are okay. Then let's assume total items are 13. Page size is 10. So the first line, it will result in 3. And then it would be 13 divided by 10, which would be 1 plus 3, which would be 4, which is not correct. Very basic math. I'm doing this after a very long time. Okay, so it should not be remainder. It should be, if remainder is greater than 0, then we are going to add 1. If not, we'll simply skip it because remainder cannot be greater than equals 10 because page size is already 10 and remainder cannot be less than 0. So here what we'll do is with plus we'll check if remainder is greater than, or maybe let's do this. Here we'll say var last page number equals this, and here we'll say if remainder is greater than 0, then we'll say last page number plus equals 1. Now it should handle all the cases. Then we'll simply return last page number. Now ideally it should handle both of these cases, right? So last page number from here 10 0 1, it is not greater than 0, so it will skip this and it will return the 1. Fine. Next case 13, this is 3, this is 1, greater than 3, we'll say 1 plus 1, it is 2. Yeah, so now this should handle all the cases. Save. Now let's go there, last page number. Here in this handle page change, we'll say last page number. And with this, we should be good. If I run it now, I hope it works. Do let me in the comment if you guys also had to spend this much of time on paging anytime. If it happened with you, because right now it happened with me right here. But okay, sometimes we just need to struggle. That is also good. We tried different things and this is fine. Okay, we are here. Let's go to invoices. We can see this ugly looking thing, but at least we can see this. So here we're saying 0 plus 1. It should be proper thing. So let's fix this. Here we are saying this, right? Page number -1. What happened? Oh, this plus 1 it's outside of this, right? So that means we should have one more wrapping. With this. Now page number -1, this page size. Now this should be for this. So page number -1 times this plus 1. This is the main one. Now let's start wrapping these. Page number -1, this should be wrapped first. Then page number plus page size, this should be wrapped next. Then we are good. Okay. Now if we see, hot reload should work fine. And here we see 1 to 10 of 29 invoices, which is fine. We are on recent. Now if we go to the all button, here we should see 1 to 10 of 29. This is first page. We are on first page. This one 10, we can change it. Next page, it changed 11 to 20 of 29. If I say next, now 21 to 30 of 29. Now it is not correct because 30 is not the correct one. It should be 21 to 29. So we need to fix this. And here it is not going to the last one. If I click on the first, we can see 1 to 10 of 29 invoices. So here what we need to do is we need to fix these states so that we can see if the button is enabled or disabled. The next thing is on this thing, this what we call this input box, we need to make this as the same as the other buttons, and we should at least have some min width now. I think we already have, but we'll fix a min 40, right? We have that min 40. So what? No invoice is created yet. Why? What did I do? I refresh it. If I go here, if I click on it again, it was some invalid case, right? Okay, we'll handle that also. But right, and this 291, 300, this is things are breaking here, things are not working fine. Let's first handle the disabled case and all these things first. Okay, so here what we'll do is we have this bg slate 400 which is not right, and disabled, I don't know if these buttons are actually disabled or not. So for this what we can do is if the button is disabled, there is a way by which we can add the classes using attributes as well. Yeah, so if I go to Tailwind CSS and get started, docs, we are on docs only. How to search here, if I say attribute selector, yes. So area checked class, area checked this, area checked, area busy. No. What about the disabled? Say Control F, disabled. Yes, we have something for disabled also. Invalid, focus. We have this disabled attribute, require and disabled. Focus, okay. We have this disabled. So disabled colon and then we can do this. Okay. Let's try to apply this. So here what we'll do is first we'll add one more thing. We'll say cursor pointer on these buttons. And here we'll say if this is disabled. So we'll say disabled colon cursor. Do we have cursor none or something like this? Cursor pointer, cursor none. Yeah, cursor none, or what is the cursor none, move, help, grabbing, grab, default, crosshair, copy, cell, also maybe cursor none. And then same thing I'm going to do on all others. So this button, same goes with the next button, same goes with the next button. Save. And then we have this slate 400 background color, right? It is a lot. So here what we can do is maybe we'll say just slate 100, 100, 100 and 100. Save it. Min, oh, I said min 40 pixel, which is not a class. It should be min w40px. Min width we are setting, right? Okay. And here also save everything. Let's see if we have some different UI now. Yes, we can see the buttons now. Huh? Okay, none means it is not showing anything. What do we call that cursor? So if I go to the cursor, context menu, progress, that red icon is not allowed. Cursors, wait, text, move, help, cursor not allowed. Cursor not allowed. Okay, so we go here and for the disabled we'll say cursor not allowed, cursor not allowed, cursor not allowed. Save it. Okay, let's quickly see it now. So not allowed, right? Not allowed, not allowed. If we click, nothing would happen because this button is disabled now. Same goes with here, but here now we can go to the next page and all. Now we can't go to the next page. We can go to the first page. Back, not enabled. But when we are on last page, it shows this strange behavior 141, 150 out of 29. So there is some issue with the last page. There is some issue with the last page. Last page. Mm-hmm. Okay. Here we are showing page. Here we should say the current page number, not page size. So here I have page size. It should be page number so that we can see what actually is happening there. So right now it is 30. If I go to the first one, we can see page number 1. We'll go page number 2. Yes. If I go last, it shows 15, which is not correct. So there is some logical flaw here. We'll try to replicate and fix it. But right now we can at least see these pages. So next, previous, this and that. This is a lot, right? For the wait, but why is this much big? Min W 40 pixel. Oh, this is min width. This is min width. But we can set it as fixed width also, right? And on this one, if we see min W40, min width 40 pixel, we'll set it to W40. And then the same thing BG slate and red, this same thing we are going to apply here on this one where we can change the page number, right? Let's do these two things also, and maybe let's decrease the height and maybe we'll restart this application so that maybe what the incorrect state we have right now, we can get it fixed. First thing, we'll simply set W40, and this should be 100. Here also we'll say W40 pixel, W40 and W40 pixel. Save everything. Here we have 1. And if we change the page number directly from here, in that case also, it should show the correct thing. When I say correct thing, it should show the, it should simply go to the changed page number basically. So for this, what we can do then on this page number, we can say @bind after. If you remember this thing, we can use bind after, which is going to be executed once it's changed this underscore page number from here, then it will simply call this thing. So when bind after is happening, what we will do is we will simply call our this method filter invoices. Okay, but now there is a problem. We are having this selected tab name everywhere, right? And we have this change tab choosing. Why can't we have a variable which will have the currently selected tab name? Okay, let's do this actually. It would make our life easier. Our life easier. So let's do this. So here we'll say private string underscore selected tab name. And the default value would be this invoice tab type dot recent. This is the default value for this one. Okay. And from here we'll simply say just filter out. Here also we'll simply remove this selected filter here and we'll use this thing directly here. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. And when we are changing the tab, at that time we'll simply say selected tab name equals tab dot name and just get rid of this. Okay, I got it why that thing happened. When we change the tab, at that time we should reset the page number to 1. Maybe I somehow clicked on some other tab and then the page number and page size got messed up. Because let's say if I am on page number 5, if I change the tab and if I press the next button, now the page number would start from that page number, which is not correct. So here when we are changing the tab, The underscore page number should also get set to 1, because changing tab means go back to page number 1. And now what it would allow us to do is, from this bind after, we can directly call this filter invoices method. Save it. Now if we run it, we should see the desired behavior. Okay, let's see. One more thing here. We saw that page number times page size. No, it is not right? It should be page number minus 1. So this first part is right, showing 1 to 10 of total items dot this underscore total items. But here what we need to do is, we need to check if this thing times of it is greater than total items, then less than uh, 2 times 10. If this total items is less than this one, then we'll show total items only, right? So what we can do here is, we can maybe make a conditional thing here. We can say we can check as next page. If we don't have next page, that means we are on the last page. And if we are on the last page, we will use total items. If that's not the case, we'll use this page number times page size. So I know this looks a bit complex, but this is how we are going to do this. If we don't have any page number, that means we are on the last page. So if we have 29 items, it will show 29. So 11 to 29 of 29 items. So you can remove this out. So 1 to 10 of 10, something like this. Let's run it and let's quickly see this in action. Okay, so we'll go to invoices now. First we had that no item, so we need to fix that. But now we can see these paging: disabled, disabled, page number 1, next, and last page. This is next page, 1 to 29 of 29 invoices. What? Oh, because this is recent, right? We need to fix this as well for recent also. Let's go to pending. Now we have these pending items, 1 to 18 of 18, which is not correct, because we are showing 1 to 10 only, not 1 to 18. We have the last page. Oh, we don't. Why? Something is again not right. Let's try to figure out what is the issue here. Okay, has next page then total items? No, this is totally incorrect, right? We should see if not has next page. If we don't have any next page, then we'll show the total items. If we have next page, then we'll do this calculation. And then handle last page change, right? Handle page change, and last page we are showing here. There. So if we try to hot reload, and if we see it again, let's maybe refresh it. So 1 to 10 of 29, correct. Page number 1, correct. Let's go to pending. 1 to 10 of 18 invoices, okay. Page number 1. Now if I go to next page, 11 to 18 of 18 invoices, yes. Now the next page is disabled. We can't go to the next page. Right now we are on page number 2. And if I click on paid, we should see page number is reset to 1 and showing 1 to 10 of 11 invoices. So for paid, we have 11 invoices. So if I go to the last page, now we have an issue because last page had something different. If I go back to the pending 18, last page is something different now. So last page has some incorrect logic somehow. Maybe this last page number, this logic, last page number, right? This logic is correct. Let's do this. Inside this text, for now, I'll simply show the last page number so that we can see if something is not right. Because now the first, previous, next, all these things are working, so we are good with them. Let's do one more thing. If that button is disabled, we'll show maybe red color that this is disabled. That also we can do. So disabled, we'll say bg red 50. Copy, copy, paste, paste, paste all these 4 buttons. I'll paste it, save it, and now let's see it again. Okay, let's see now. Where is it? Okay, so invoices 1 to 10, 29. Oh, last page it is showing 30. How come last page cannot be 30? Let's go to pending. Last page 19. No, no, no. What it is doing this thing. That means our last page logic is not correct. It is. Why is it doing this? So last page number is total items divided by page number. Total items is 18. Divide by page. Oh, not page number. Oh my god. This should be page size. Save it. So total items divided by page size. This is correct. Save or reload. Let's see, now it is showing page 2. So if I go to this one, then we can see this. Yeah. Okay, now we are good. So it was actually a logical mistake. Okay, showing 11 of 11. 11 to 11 of 11 invoices. Yes, now we are good. Okay, let's now remove this thing. And here maybe these arrows are looking very bad. So one thing is we can maybe go to the lucid icons and we can get the images for these left arrows, or we can simply say previous next here. Let's see if we can find the images, lucid icons, let's say arrow. Okay, so here if we see, okay, double, single, where are singles? Here, these are the single ones, these are the double ones, right? So let's download all these. So chevron left, this is 2 pixel stroke width, size let's make it 16 or 20, stroke width 2 or maybe 1. Okay, download svg, then we'll say this is left, so where is right? Right is here, download, then we'll have the double left, we'll say download, then we have double right, then we'll say download. Now let me copy all these icons to the project. I'll paste them in the www root icons folder and I'll rename that, all those things. Okay, I copied them, I named them last, next, first, prev. Okay, so let's do this now. In here we'll say simply img src icons slash first dot svg, and we'll remove this tilde and slash, copy this. Now this will be prev, now this will be next dot svg, And then the last one would be last.svg. Okay. And then when we have these default buttons, let's do this. Let's have some hover state, and let's have some let's say bg slate 100, right? So let's maybe have this bg slate 100 on the when we hover over it. Okay. So what I mean is we can have maybe bg as white, and we can have border as this. Instead of bg slate, we'll say border slate 100, or we can say border slate 50, or let's say 100, border slate 100, border slate 100, and here also border slate 100. Okay. Now bg, it would have the default background, right? So we need to have the border as well. So border and border, and here also border. Save all, and same thing we'll do on this input text as well. So here also we'll say this as border slate 100, and we'll add border as well. We'll save it. After this, okay, now what else we can do is we can have some hover state, right? So what we can do is we can say hover bg same slate 100. We can do this. Copy, and we'll add it to all. Save. And for the disabled ones, what we can do is we can maybe make them a bit more grayish kind of. So there we can say bg. Do we have bg gray colors? Yes, bg gray 50, maybe bg gray 100. This we are going to say if these are disabled, we'll say bg gray 100. Oh, we already have bg red 50. So we already have bg red 50 for them. Okay, so bg red 50, bg red 50. Okay, let's see how these looks. Okay, all right, much better than before, right? So if I go to pending, here I can see all these. But now height wise, this has a bigger height. All these are fine. Okay, so this has bigger height. We can maybe consider this as a feature or we can fix it. So what we can do is maybe for all these we have item center already on this, right? Flex items center we already have. Okay, and all these have the default. If I see the height and width 40 by 40, these are 40 by 40. So width 40 and height is also 40, but somehow for this one, for the input one, height is bigger than 40, 40, 50, right? So we can maybe set height also as 50 px only. Okay, on this input box. And let's have some background here, or yeah, let's leave it like this only, but let's fix the height of this text box. So on the text box, we can simply say h hyphen 40 px. So height also 40 px we can have here. So now it will be same height. Yeah. Okay, now here let's try. If I change it to 2, would it change? Yes, it changed to 2. Page number 2. Now next and last are disabled. Previous and first we can see. So with this we implemented our paging. We implemented our invoices page. So looks like everything is fine now. The only thing is on recent, we don't want this paging. Oh, we can have this paging here also, but nothing is changing because um hmm, should we have this page? If we do this, then recent and all, both of these are going to be the same, right? So what's the point of recent in this case? Maybe let's remove the paging from recent tab. Yeah, then it would make sense. Okay, let's do this. So we have this all paging stuff here. Now we are handling a lots of things here. What we can do is we can maybe move all paging related stuff to a separate component. Okay, let's do this. And then we'll render this only when the current tab underscore selected tab name is not equals, what is the tab type name, inverse tab types dot recent. If this is not this, then only we are going to have this thing. Okay, let's copy this thing, go to our shared folder, create a new razor component. Let's do pagination, add, and here let's render our markup. Then we need to have all these things: page number, page size, total items, all these things, right? So from here, first thing, we'll simply comment this down, and then we'll see what all items we need. So we need page number, page size, total items, this, all these things we need. So I'll simply copy this, come here, paste these things, and now we are fine. Now we need to have handle page change and filter invoices. These two things we need, right? So let's have these two things there. So we'll say handle page change and filter invoices. Now here with this, if we see, handle page change is fine because here we are changing the page, but after that we are calling filter invoices. Here also we are calling filter invoices. Now filter invoices is actually going to grab the invoice list, and on this component we are not handling invoices. Here we are just handling paging, right? So from here, what we should do, we should not have this filter invoices here. Instead, we will simply raise or invoke a change event from here. So we will simply call an event callback from here, which will say handle page change. Okay. And with this also, filter invoice, whenever we are changing something in this input text, from here also we can simply raise that event callback with the current page number, whatever we put inside this thing. Okay. Then next thing would be, from here we are passing the page number, page size, and total items we will get from the parent, right? So that means here if I say we need to define couple of parameters. First would be, what is the current page number? This we can maybe handle using this underscore page number only, because this is the one which we are using here. Or we can get this also from parent, because on parent we are going to have the tab change logic, right? So with that the page number will also be changed. So here first thing, we need page number. This is going to be a parameter, and editor required because this is required for our logic. Page size is fine, we are not modifying this. Page size is okay. The next item would be total items. Total items. This is also going to have the same parameter and editor required. Then we are going to have one more. This time we'll say event callback so that we can raise something. And this would be, we are going to do integer. We will pass back what page number we are requesting from paging. So here we'll say on page changed. Okay, or on page change, we can say this also is going to be parameter and editor required, because this also is required for our logic here. Okay, now next thing would be here, we are going to say override on parameter set, because whenever parameter is getting changed, we need to handle or change our page number and total items. Now total items we are okay, we are not going to change. So total items, we can get rid of underscore total items. So this will be this uppercase total items. And here also we can say total items. Okay. The next thing is, whenever parameter set is getting changed called here, so that means this page number is the one which we are talking about here. So when this is going to be changed, we will come here, we will simply check if this page number, the upper is page number is not equals underscore page number, which is our page number here. If these are not the same, we are going to set r underscore page number equals this upper code page number, and then we can modify r underscore page number here. Or let me think, do we really need to handle this page number here? No, right? Because we are modifying it here, but we can simply not modify it here. We can directly, because in any way we need to raise this on page change event from here. So from here we can simply say on page change dot invoke async, and we can simply say page number what we got. Right? We can do this directly. Yeah. So we can do this. Okay, we need this underscore page number only to display in this input type text. All right, so here we need this. When we change this page number, here we can say one more thing, private task handle or after page change from text box, we can do this. Okay, so if this is happening, then what we can do, we can simply call the same thing, but we'll call this parameter, or we can directly call this handle page change with underscore page number, like this. Right? So whenever the buttons are getting pressed, these are going to call this, we will get the page number from there, and then we'll simply pass it back to the parent, and they will handle the paging. And then when the new page number we will get, we will set this underscore page number to that page number, which we are going to display here. So handling this is fine. Total page size, I guess we are good. Filter invoices, no. Here we need to have the after page change from this thing. With this we should be good. Let's quickly try it, so we'll be sure. I guess we are okay. Should work now. So here we will show this only when the tab is not recent. Here we'll say pagination, and here we need to provide first thing page number, which would be underscore page number. The next thing we need to provide total items, which would be underscore total items. Then we need to provide on page change, and here we can say handle page change. And in handle page change, what we are doing, in handle page change, we are setting the underscore page number and we are filtering the invoices. Okay, so that means we are good. We just need to get rid of this page size and these things. We don't need these now. Right? There's one more this page size we need. So page size, so that means we, this also we can pass from here, underscore page size. So from here we'll simply say page size equals underscore page size, and we are going to define this page size also on the pagination component the same way we are displaying page number. Duplicate it, set it as page size, and then let's use this page size and get rid of this page size. Uppercase page size, page size, page size, and on top also page size. Save it, and now we are good. Let's quickly learn and let's see if the behavior is same. Okay, invoices. Okay, no pagination. If I go to pending, we can see 1 to 10 of 18. Yes, that's correct. I can go to the next page. So page number 2 it is showing 11 to 18 of 18 invoice. That is correct. Let's click on the paid. Now we can see 1 to 10 of 11, and here again page number 1. If I say page number 2 from here, 11 to 11 of this. Next, previous are disabled. Let's go to all. Now again we are page number 1. We are on page number 2. We are on page number 3. If I click on this first page, we are on page number 1. So with this change, our paging is working fine. We have abstracted out this pagination to a separate component, and with this we are good. Our thing is working fine, right? Cool. So with this we have implemented our grid pagination, and we are getting the actual invoices from the database. So now first, next thing we'll do, let's quickly clean this up, whatever this commented out piece we had. Let's get rid of these things. And okay, then we'll go to the, this is the only one, right? On pagination we don't have anything which needs to be cleaned up, no, right? Yeah. So with this, our list is fine. Now we'll work on the other items on this list only, that is edit, delete, and mark as paid unpaid. So those things we are going to work next on this invoice page only. I'll pin this invoice, and I'll pin the invoice service because we are going to deal with these two things right now. Alright, so now we can quickly work on the delete invoice and edit invoice first. So let's first define a method here to delete the invoice in our invoice service. So we'll say public async task, and here we'll say delete invoice async. We'll get string user ID and int invoice ID as parameters. Okay, first thing, let's get our context. Then let's get our invoice from the database. So we'll say var invoice equals await context dot invoices dot first or default async, and here I'll say I dot id equals invoice id, and we'll make it a double check with user id also. Okay, so if invoice is null, we'll simply return from here. We will not show anything, we'll just return. This is an invalid case, invoid or unauthorized access, or the invoice actually does not exist. In this case, we'll silently just return from here. We will not do anything. And next thing would be, if this invoice exists, we'll say context dot let's do this with this invoices. We'll say dot include. We'll get the line items also. So we'll say I dot line items, context dot invoices line items first dot default. Then first thing we'll say context dot invoice line items dot remove range. We'll remove the invoice dot line items. Then we'll say context dot invoices dot remove. We'll remove the invoice. Then we'll say await context dot save change sync, and we are good. Okay. For the other deletions, were we following the same thing or some different? For product service with the deletion, same approach, right? Similar way. Okay. So invoice service, delete service is fine. And for add date case, we have not handled in the save invoice sync. We have not handled this case, right? Let's handle the edit case also in here. Save invoice, we will get the invoice model which will have everything. Update an existing invoice, what we'll do is we'll simply do a similar thing which we are doing in delete. We'll get the invoice with line items. For updating, we'll get the invoices including these things. So here we'll say model dot id, which is actually invoice id, and user id. We'll check this. Then here again we'll do the same thing. If invoice is null, or maybe we can throw the way we are throwing on others. We need to handle this using some error boundary or something, right? We'll think about it later. Right now let's argument null, throw if null invoice. If this record is null, we'll simply throw from here. If that's not the case, we are okay. We are going to get this invoice. We are going to enrich this with all these things. Okay. First, let's have all these things. Skip user ID and skip ID. Oh, model.id does not make sense for the new invoice. Okay, so we'll have these things. All these things, we'll just skip user ID, line items, and ID. Okay. So here I'm going to paste these. Get these back. Change the comma to semicolon. And then we'll say all these would be invoice dot. So we are modifying all these things. I think we should not modify business related information because it came from the default settings. These should not be editable, I guess. When we create the invoice, at that time, whatever business information was there, it should be like that only. Right? Same thing goes with tax percentage. Save it. Now next thing is we need to modify the line items. Now for line items, we are going to have three different cases. We might modify some existing line item. We might have added new line item, or we might have removed any line item from the UI. Okay. So we need to handle these three cases. All right. So for this, first we have invoice.line items, which are there in the database. Then we have model.line items, which are there on the UI. So here what we can do is we'll simply say var line items to remove. Which line items we want to remove? So these are going to be the ones which are there in the database but not on the UI. Okay, so for this what we can do is first we can let's have var UI line item IDs. Okay, so we'll say model dot line items dot select li dot id. Oh, we don't have any ID on the line item. Ah, okay. In this case, what I have done was okay. So in that case, let's do this. What we'll do is we'll simply delete all the line items and we'll add all what we have from the UI. Okay, let's do this. It will be quicker. But ideally, what you should have done, you should have ID in line items on UI also. Then you would have checked these. But we are okay. Let's remove all and add all. Okay. So here, what we'll do, first thing we'll do, context dot line items, invoice line items dot remove range. We'll say invoice dot line items. We'll simply remove all the line items. Then we'll have new line items. Okay, and here we'll say model dot line items dot select. Now we'll change it to new invoice line item. The database side model will generate this ID. We don't have invoice ID. We have from the model dot id, and then we'll say name. It would be not model. It would be li dot service name. Then next we can copy from here, right? Name, quantity, rate, unit, service ID, all these things. And the invoice ID will be model.id because we want to attach these with this. We have these now. Now next thing we'll do, context dot invoice line items dot add range these new line items. Okay. And then after this, we have this invoices. Are we using global query tracking behavior no tracking? No, right? If we are having, let's explicitly set the tracking on this one so that all these are updated. EF will be tracking these changes. After doing this, we are saying context.save changes async, and then we are returning model, which is correct thing here. So update is fine, then delete is fine. Now we can go to the UI and handle these two cases. First thing, delete. Okay, so with all items we can go to invoice grid, go here, and here we have this delete this invoice from DB. We can simply inject our invoice service here, inject invoice service. We'll call it invoice service only, and then what we'll do is we'll say okay, we can have loader also here, right? UI service dot show loader deleting invoice. Then we'll say invoice service dot delete invoice async, and we'll pass the user ID. Do we have user ID here? No. Let's add the user ID here. So we'll pass user ID and invoice ID, which we have as invoice.id. We'll await it and we'll apply sync here. And then we'll say UI service dot hide loader. And now when we are deleting it, we should refetch the invoices, right? So in this case, it's now we can have the similar kind of thing that we can check the item index or we can remove from the list and all, but in this case we are fetching from the database, we are using the paging here. So if we'll remove any item, the paging will simply distort. So it's better to refresh the list in this case. Okay. So here what we can do is for this invoice grid, from this component, we can simply expose one more parameter, which is going to be event callback. Okay. No need to pass anything back. We'll just say on invoice delete. Here it would be a parameter. And here what we'll do after hiding the loader, we'll simply say on invoice delete dot invoke async. Await. Okay. And whenever this thing is happening, we'll simply refetch the list on the invoices.razor. So here what we can do with this invoices, we can add on invoice delete. And from here what we can do is we can simply call the handle page change, or we can simply call the filter invoices like this. Okay. Now delete should be fine. Now we'll work on edit, but before that let's quickly check if delete is fine. Then we'll go to the edit case. All right. Invoices. We are here. All. Let's go to the very last invoice 111. Let's delete one of these. Are you sure you want to delete this? No, nothing would happen. If we say yes, now pay attention. I'm deleting the third one from the last, which has all has the same thing, right? Let's delete the second one. So if we say yes, it got removed and now the total items are 28. And we saw that loader. For the loading the invoices, we don't have that loader, right? We should have loader here also. Let's add the loader for loading invoices and then we'll work on the edit. So here we are loading the invoices, filter invoice right here. It's better to have, oh, we don't have UI service here, do we have it? Yes, we have it. Show loader, and here we'll say fetching invoices, and then after this we'll say UI service dot hide loader, and when we are deleting it in our invoices grid, here after deleting we can show the toast, right? We can say UI service dot show toast, and here we'll say toast options dot success, right? Dot success invoice deleted successfully, something like this. Save it and we should be good now. Cool. So now for edit case, what we can do is we can reuse our create invoice.razor page only. Right now here we are saying slash invoices slash create, and here in the edit form everything we are fetching, and on initialized async, where is it? Yeah, model, we have this default value as this underscore new. And here inside the on initialized async, we are actually setting all the business related information, line items related information from the database. Okay. So for edit case, what we can do is for edit, we will not set these like this. Rather, we will get these from the actual invoice. Okay. So first thing, we need to make this component compatible with the edit invoice. Okay, so what we can do is here we can add one more page attribute. In Blazor, we can have multiple page attribute on a single component. That means on multiple routes, we can open the same page. Routes should not be duplicated. Now these are duplicated. We just need to change it. So here we can say page invoices. Then we can have invoice ID here. And invoice ID in database, we have this as invoice ID is numeric, right? Yes. So here we can say invoice ID. which is actually a number. So we'll say int. This is going to be nullable int because it can be null. If we are in create case, it would definitely be null. Okay, save it. Or here we can maybe say invoice ID from URL, something like this. Okay, now when we have something like this, the way to access it is we can have this here in the code block. We can create a parameter public, and then this type should match with this int null, and then this parameter name. Casing does not matter, so we can change it to this, and this is going to be a parameter. Now it will automatically be supplied from this thing. Okay. Now if we have this case, then here is the thing inside this on initialized. Whatever we are doing here, this thing, we need to change this. So now first thing, let's move it to this here. Now here we see business info. Do we need it? Current business info we need, right? Yeah. And the clients, yes, we need. Services list, yes, we need. But we will not update these if we are in this case, this edit case, right? We will not update these. We will get these directly from the database. And for all other things, I guess we are okay for all other things. Save invoice is fine. Invoice created successfully. Now it is going to be dynamic. Okay. Let's rename it to just invoice ID only, not from URL. Okay. Now what we'll do here is in on initialized async, loading is fine. Here when we are setting all these things, here we'll simply check if invoice ID dot has value and invoice ID is greater than 0. If it has value and that value is not 0, then we'll say we are in edit case. Or what we can do is we can have a property here, private bool is edit case or is edit mode. Here we can simply say invoice ID dot has value and invoice ID is greater than 0. Or with this case, C# is smart enough, we can do this also. Invoice ID is greater than 0. Then it will set this is edit mode to true. Here we can simply check this. If this is edit mode, we are okay. If not, we'll simply do these things which we are doing earlier. Save it. So in edit case, we'll fetch the invoice info from the database. Okay, this thing we are going to do. So for this, we can go to our invoice service and let's define this method. So we'll say public async task invoice model get invoice async string user ID int invoice ID. Okay, and for this we can maybe first thing we'll get this line context. The next thing we can get the invoice and we can use this select statement which we are doing for get invoices async method. Similarly we can do here. So here we can say var invoice equals await context dot invoices dot include I dot invoice line items. Then we'll say where I dot id equals invoice id and I dot user id equals user id. And then we'll add our select statement and then we'll say first dot default async and we are good. From here we'll return the label of this and we'll return invoice. Let's break it down to multiple lines. Context dot invoice dot include dot where, then we have this dot select, and then we have this first dot default async. Save it. We are good. Let's use this get invoice async method on our invoice create invoice page. Okay, so here we can simply say var invoice equals await invoice service dot get invoice async. We need to pass our user ID and we need to pass our invoice ID, which would be invoice ID dot value. Okay, now here we can quickly check. Here we know invoice ID is not null, then only his edit mode would be true. So here we can say if invoice is null, this invoice is null, that means we specified some invalid invoice ID here. So here what we can do is we'll say UI service dot show toast. We'll say invalid invoice. Okay, then what we'll do is not invalid invoice directly. Instead we'll say toast options dot error, or what was that? Yes, error. We'll say invalid invoice. After this we'll simply return from here, but before returning we will simply navigate away from here. So we'll say navigate. We are not navigating when we are saving the invoice. We are navigating away, right? So let's copy this. Navigation manager dot navigate to invoices, and we are saying invalid invoice if this was not correct. If it was fine, in that case what we'll do is we'll say underscore model equals this invoice, which has everything, all the line items, all this information, everything is there in this model now. Okay, now we are in edit mode, and from here we are saving the invoice, and when we save it, there we are checking the model.id, right? Yes, we are checking it, and I hope in this we are setting the id as well, right? Id, yes. Okay, so with this I guess we are good. So on invoices page, from here, or not here, from invoices grid page, where we have our edit button, uh, delete we have, edit we have here. So on click of this thing, we should navigate to that edit page. That page is actually our create invoice page. We should change the name of this create invoice dot razor to, let's say, save invoice dot razor, because now it is not just create, it is create and edit, add and edit both. Okay, we need to use this URL from invoices grid when we click on edit. Okay, so here let's define on click at the rate on click. Here we'll say edit invoice and we'll pass the invoice ID. Let's define this method here. So we'll say private void edit invoice int invoice ID, and here we'll say navigation manager, which we are not injecting. Let's quickly inject it here. Inject navigation manager. Then we'll simply say navigation manager dot navigate to. We'll say invoices slash then this invoice ID. slash edit, right? This is the URL. Save invoices, invoices, invoice ID edit, invoices, invoice ID edit. Yeah, single line. So we can make it like this also. Save it, and we should be good now. Edit should also work fine. Let's quickly try it out. Okay, we are here. Invoices, we can see the loader now. Good. Let's go to all. Let's go to the last page. Invoice 1, last one. Let's edit this. We are here on the edit page. It got loaded. This thing, test notes. Looks like everything is fine, right? Selected client is not there. This is missing. And why this missing? Let's handle this. So if we go to save invoice here, if we see same, I think with this, and the service information might have also not been there, because the service information and the client information, the way we do it, we call this handle client selection explicitly, right? These things we handle from the model.client id. So what we should do here is, after setting this model in the edit mode, we should call the handle client selection, and these ones, I think for these ones we are okay, because all this information is there in the database. So we are getting all this information from the database. So we are good for this one. This was the missing piece which we just added. Let's run, and let's try to add some invalid invoice ID. We'll see what it does in that case. So if we go to invoices, create invoice, and then before create, if we say, let's say 100, from edit, if we do this, it went back to invoices, but it did not show that toast. Why? If we come here, it shows invalid invoice, show toast. What happened? Why didn't it show that? Let's try one more time. So here I'll say 1345 slash edit. It came here to show toast. If I continue, I can't see that. What happened? Okay, let's do this. What if I'm not redirecting it? Save it. And then if I go to this page, use this, return, continue, invalid invoice. I can see this. Oh, it came here twice, right? If I do this, first return, second return, because of pre-rendering. And that's why it is not showing, because when it comes here for the first time, if I directly go here, okay, so there is no issues there. That case is totally invalid. We are not explicitly going to this page. So what is happening here is, if I directly type something in the browser, if I hit enter, it goes there, but first time this page, this thing is getting rendered on this server. So on server in pre-rendering state. When this is in pre-rendering, it will come here, just navigate to invoices. That means this current page with invalid invoice ID is not going to render on the client. If it is not going to render on the client, interactivity is not there, show toast is not there. Okay. So if someone followed some URL that has some invalid invoice ID, then we should see this. I can quickly show you this one. For example, let's say on invoice grid, at the very end, for example, let's say I add this ahref. I'll say invoices slash 152 slash edit, and I'll just say edit, save it. If I run this, here if I click on edit, we should see that toast and we should come back. So here if I go here, edit, if I click here, what, not found, sorry, the content you are looking for does not exist. Invoices, it is not invoice, it is invoices. Save it, run. Okay, where is it? Oh, it came. Okay, invoices and edit, we can see the invalid invoice and it came back to invoices. So that means we are good. Okay. So this is the expected behavior. If you really want to do this, that it should come and it should always be like this. So you can disable the pre-rendering. On the app.razor, here we have this page render mode. Here we have interactive server. You can change it to interactive server with pre-rendering false. I already have a video for this to show how this thing works and all. You can check that video out. Okay, so now we are okay. We can go to the edit. We can quickly check that the correct edit case, right? We just handled the client case, the selected client. Let's quickly see with the proper correct edit URL. It is here, invoices, edit. So we'll go to all, we'll go to the last page, we'll modify one of these. So I'll say edit. Here we can see the selected client, Technova, yes. Let's change this to Greenleaf Traders. Okay, let's add one more line item and we have some issue here. Collection was of a fixed size. Yes, it was of a fixed size. Line item was I collection. In the model, we need to handle this. Model dot line item. Here we had these line items. I collection. Hmm. Invoices, here what we are doing, line items, we are saying to array. Let's change it to to list. This is add, right? Not here. The get invoice async method. This should be to list. Let's make it to list. Run it again. Okay. We are here. Invoices, all, last page, inv1, add it. Let's add one more line item. Now we can see the new line item. Earlier, because it was an arrays are of fixed length, that's why it was throwing that error. Lists, we can mutate, we can add edit, so that's why now we changed it to to list. So now we are okay, we can add another. Let's change this client, change issue date to, let's say, 17th, add due date, let's say 27th, test note updated, added two line items, domain and this, and let's add one. So I just made some changes here. And if I say save invoice, saving invoice, invoice created successfully, we need to change this. And if you go back to all, go to last one, here we can see now this one, inv1, this is the new one which we updated. We added this new one, we changed this date, this amount is changed now, we changed the client name, and we added one more invoice item. So here we can see one more line item. That means edit is also working, right? Now let's quickly change this method. Right now it says just invoice created, right? So it says invoice created successfully. We will change this thing. So here we can say is edit mode. If is edit mode is true, we'll say invoice updated successfully. If that's not the case, we'll say invoice created successfully. And save it. We should be good now. Let's quickly try one more thing, one more time. We'll edit one and create one. Okay, this invoices, edit one, save, saving invoice, invoice updated successfully. Then we can go to create invoice. This we need to handle this case also. Invoice number, it should be auto generated. Say, I don't know, 500. Select client, paid, line item, save it. Invoice created successfully, and we can see this item updated here with all the values. Okay, so with this, this thing is also done. Okay, now next thing we need to do, the remaining items are mark as paid, unpaid, right? And what else? Yeah, and then this invoice number, this should be auto generated, and here in edit mode we should not be able to modify this. This should be disabled. These two things we need to, these couple of things basically we need to do next. All right, so now we are going to, first we can maybe work on the invoice numbers, because that is going to be very complex kind of logic we need to make there, because we need to handle a lot of scenarios. I'll first walk you through about the scenarios. So here if we see, first thing we are having this inv hyphen 500. So we are going to modify this format, the structure of the invoice number. So here first thing is, let's say I am having this inv 500. So this is for one user. Same thing can be there for the other user as well, right? So that means first thing is invoice number should be unique. Now inv 500, it can be same for different users. For me also this is 500th invoice, for you also it is 500th invoice. So that means the uniqueness should be user id plus invoice number. Okay, so we need to handle this case. Then next would be we can have different structure. So the easiest I think we can have, maybe we can add the year in this. So issued on year, for example this is for 2026. So maybe we can have inv hyphen 2026 hyphen 500, so that we know this is the 500th invoice of 2026. So something like this. Now next point comes, how would we know this is 500th? Then we should have 501, then we should have 502, 503. This invoice number, this is actually a string field, right? So how would we know that which number we are on, and we need to go to the next number? Okay, so for this we have multiple approaches, but I'll try to be we'll try to use the best approach. So here one can be, maybe we can have one more column where we are going to store the last number, last use number or max number, whatever we call it. So for example, if this is 500th, we'll have a more different column. There we'll say this is invoice number 500. So when we are creating a new invoice, in that case we can simply check that column. It will be integer column. we'll get it 500, we'll say plus 1, now it will be 501, and we can generate the new one as INV 2026 500. Now here also we need to handle, because now that means we need to have two columns, one for year, one for the last invoice number. This can be a case, but here what will happen when we are getting that the last number on the basis of that year, we need to somehow what we call it, we need to somehow take a lock on that table or something like that, maybe lock in the code itself, which is not a good idea. The second approach could be we can simply start a transaction on the database when we are doing that. Okay, so here the main point is, one more point is, there is no point of penalizing other users if we are dealing with one user. So in this case, so many systems do, they simply handle, or they simply manage a separate table for these counters. Okay, so we are going to take this approach. All right, now what would that table is going to have? It will have simply a user ID, year, and the counter. Okay, the last number, last generated invoice number basically. So now we can simply get that last number from there, and we can simply increment one there. Now, next thing would be, as I mentioned, when we are creating this invoice here we say invoice number, this will be auto generated. Now, let's say, although this is single user kind of application, not single user, I am a user if I am logged in here on this browser and I am logged in on my mobile phone as well, or maybe I am on two different devices. If I simply open this create invoice, it will simply go and grab the last invoice number, and on the basis of this we can show the new number here. We'll say INV hyphen 2026 hyphen let's say 123. So in this case, let's say I have two different devices or tabs or two different browsers or whatever it is, both of them are going to show the same invoice number. When we'll save it, then we are going to have an issue. Second one will override the first one, or we can have issues because we are having the unique constraint. So we are going to have a lot of issues. So one issue is this. The second issue is going to be there. For invoice number generation, we need year, and year should come from the issued on. By default, this is also 2026, but what if user is generating this invoice for some other year? For example, let's say on the 2nd of January, I am generating this invoice which actually should have been issued on the last year 31st December. In that case, the invoice number should be for the 2025. But on the generation, when we are creating the invoice, at that time, if we show that, then it will automatically default back to 2026, which is not correct. So the main point here is we should not generate this invoice number when we are creating a new invoice. What I mean is, when we are coming to this page, create invoice page, we should not generate it. We should generate this invoice number when we are actually saving this or inserting this new invoice. At that time, we'll be generating this invoice number. Okay, and for edit case, we will not modify, because once the invoice number is generated, that should never change. So we'll take all these things in mind and we'll do all these things. Okay, so first thing, let me stop this. We'll go to our data, we'll go to our any of our entity, and we are going to create one more entity here. This thing we'll say public class, we'll say invoice counter. Okay, and here we are going to have a user ID, so string user ID, and we are going to have integer year, and we are going to have one more integer which should have maybe the last number or last Last sequence, something like this, sequence. Okay. And here in this table, the combination of these three should be there, or combination of these three or combination of these two is fine for the primary key. So for one user, 1 year, yeah, we should have combination of these two as a primary key here. Okay. So here we can generate that key, or we can create that key from here, or we can create that key from our DB context also. Let's first move this invoice counter to its separate class. We'll say move type to invoice counter. It is here now, invoice counter. Then we'll go to application DB context. Here we are going to have this. Here we'll say invoice counter. Here we are going to say invoice counters. Then here we are going to say override on model creating. Now pay attention here. This base.on model creating should be there. The reason being, we are using a base class from ASP.NET Core Identity, which we are using for our users, right? So on model creating, they already have some logic for on model creating. So if we directly override it, and if we don't provide this thing, then our logic will be there, but the actual setting of other things related to ASP.NET Core users and all, those will be gone. But that is not what we want. We want that logic should be there, so we can call this base.on model creating. That means we are setting up all the things which are there in the base, so this should be here. After this we are going to add our additional things. So here what we'll do, builder.entity invoice counter. So in this invoice counter, what we can do is, here we can add, or we can configure our entity. So here we can say e dot, first thing we'll say has key. We are going to have a composite primary key. Okay, so we'll say, let's say IC, which is invoice counter. So new, and here we'll say IC dot user ID, comma IC dot here. So this is going to be the primary key. Primary key for invoice counter. Yeah, you can just say primary key is going to be this one. Okay. All right. So we are good with this. Then next thing, as I already mentioned, on the invoice, the invoice number should be unique, but that should be unique with a combination of user ID, right? So here what we can do is, we'll say builder dot entity invoice, not invoice counter, just invoice. So here we'll configure this entity. This is single, then we can directly have this like this also, but I generally prefer this so that I can add multiple things if I want to inside a same block. But it is totally up to you. If you don't want to do like this, you can do it like this also. So for example, here I'm just showing you a different way. So here you can do maybe something like this, dot has key. So like this also you can define it. So both of these are same. I generally prefer this so that I can add other things also if I want to within the same block, so that I know all these are related to this one only. In this case, in the first approach, we need to duplicate it. This thing, builder entity invoice counter, this thing we need to duplicate, which I generally avoid. So this is my convention, but it's totally fine if you are okay with that extended approach. So here in this invoice, what we'll say e dot, we'll say we want to add an index here on the invoice, and that index is going to be on two columns. That would be I dot user ID and I dot invoice number. and this should be a unique index. So is unique. By default, if you see, unique equals true, default value is true, so we'll say like this. Now we are okay. Okay, so here we are setting unique index on the user ID plus invoice number. So these two things we need, so we are okay with this. Now we have added something into the database. Now next thing we need to do is create migrations for this. Okay, so I'm going to open package manager console, and I'll simply say add migration, and we'll say invoice counter number etc. This name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want, but it's better to have some information what we are doing in this migration. Okay, let's wait for it to build and generate these migrations. So build succeeded. Okay, there are these warnings. These are on the for the precision of the rate decimal columns. Basically, we can add set those has precision column type etc. But we are okay for now. So here, what it is doing in migration builder on invoices, it is saying drop index user ID, create table invoice counter. There, the primary keys they are going to create a combination of these. Then they are adding a new index here on the user ID plus invoice number. Okay. In the down, they are doing the opposite of this, dropping the table, dropping this new index, creating the previous index. So here we are okay, we are good. Now whenever we'll run it next time, it will auto generate the migrations because that logic we have added in our application. Add this auto db migrate. Alright, so migration is done. Now next thing would be when we are saving the invoice. So where is our invoice service? Service, invoice service. So here when we are saving the invoice and that generation, that invoice number creation, that should be in this. When we are creating a new invoice, then only we need that logic. Because for editing an existing invoice, we don't need to play around with invoice number because that is going to be there. Here I am doing this, right? This is not correct. Let's remove this. Invoice number should not be editable. We'll remove it from the edit part, and for this creation, this new part, we need to handle this. Now here what I'll do is I'll maybe move this logic into a separate method. Okay, so I'm going to cut this thing from here, or we can simply do control dot. It says extract method. Yes, we want to extract a new method. I'll do this. Then we'll provide our name here. So here we'll say, oh, not a wait. Here we can say create new invoice async. From here we are passing user ID, model and context. We can go to this create invoice async method, but first thing we'll add a wait here. Then we'll go to this method. Then here we can say private static async task. Now making this static, it is totally up to you. If you want to do this, we are getting the context from here. We can use this, or we can create our own context inside this. Both approaches are fine. Okay, let's use it as static only. Here, before generating this invoice for this user ID, we need to generate invoice number. Now, how the invoice number would be generated? We need to get the last invoice counter. So we'll say var invoice counter equals, we'll say await context dot invoice counters dot, here we can say first or default async. Okay, and here we'll say ic dot user id equals user id, and then we need to have the year as well. So here we'll say var year equals model dot issued on dot year. So we will use this here, what we have on issued on. Next thing here, we'll say invoice counter first or default is saying user ID equals user ID and ic.year equals here. Okay. Now here, maybe this is the first time when we are getting this in a new year. In this case, this will return null because this does not exist. For this particular year, we have not generated any invoice yet. So in this case, what we can say, if invoice counter is null, here we'll say we have not generated any invoice for this year yet. In this case, we will enter, so we will insert a new row in the invoice counters table for this year, and we will reset the invoice number basically here. So here what we'll do is we'll simply say invoice counter equals new invoice counter, and then we'll set these things. So first thing, user ID equals user ID, year equals year, and the last sequence would be 0 because we don't have any sequence yet. So this is the first time we are doing. Okay. Now here it is saying this thing, we can use this null check can be simplified. So they are just simply saying we can do this thing and then add this here, but doing this we will not be able to use this comment. So for this particular case, I will go with this approach, having this explicit if condition and then adding this comment, so that if someone comes and someone wants to check it, they know what we are doing, why we are doing things. Sometimes we need to add these kind of comments. Okay. All right. Now we have this invoice counter. So in this case, what we'll do is we'll simply insert this invoice counter into the database. Okay. So what we'll say simply context dot invoice counters dot add this invoice counter. We'll simply add it into this. Okay. Now after this, now we have this invoice counter. On the basis of this, we can actually have the new invoice number. So here we'll say invoice number. Now for this, as I already mentioned, the structure will say inv hyphen, we'll get our here, then hyphen, we are going to get the last sequence. Okay. Now the sequence here, if we already have 0 here, we should have 1 here. If we have last sequence as 1, that means 1 is already used. So we'll do 2 here. It should be always greater than what we already have on invoice counter. Okay. So here what we can do is we can simply say invoice counter dot last sequence, we can say plus plus. So we'll simply increment the last sequence number. We will increment the last sequence number for this user for this year, so that the new invoice number can have the next number, something like this. Then here we can directly use this invoice counter dot last sequence, this thing, and on this invoice counter we can explicitly use dot as tracking. So explicitly making intent clear, although this is not required here because we have not disabled the query tracking behavior globally, but still it just makes it explicit that we know we are going to modify this down the line in this method. Okay. So now here is our new invoice number. Now we can simply get this invoice number. We'll come here for this invoice number. We are going to set, save it, and we are good. Here we are saying context.invoices.add. Now we are doing this method as a separate thing as a whole, it's better to handle everything related to this in this method only. What I mean is, because here we are doing 2 3 different operations. First, if that counter is not there, we are inserting it. If it is there or not there, we are actually updating the last sequence on that invoice counter. If it was not there, we'll insert and then update. If it was there, we'll simply update, and then we are creating new invoice and we are adding that also. So let's save the changes here only so that all these changes are applied on the database. So here we can say await context dot save changes here dot save changes async. Okay, so this method is complete in its own. So now here for the update existing invoice also, we if you want to, you can move it to a separate file now, sorry, separate method now. Now here this save changes async, having this outside of this if and else does not make sense now, because for the create we are handling it in this method only. So that means this save changes async which we have in else part, after else part, this belongs to just else part. It just belongs to here only for the updating an existing invoice. So we'll move it inside this only. And now we are good. Now from here we are returning the model. From here we are returning the model which we are actually passing to this thing, create new invoice. And here at the very end, what we should do is, after saving changes, we should say model.id equals this invoice.id, and model.invoice number, we should say invoice number, we can say, or we can say invoice.invoice number. So it's totally up to us. Both are pointing to the same thing. Okay, so here model is the one which we are using here. All right, so with this I guess we are good. Now if you want to make the intent clear, you can maybe return this model from here to make it clear that we did all these things and then we returned the model. Or because model is just a class, invoice model, this is already reference type, we are modifying this reference, so we are okay. The caller part should know model is a reference type, it can be changed inside that, so we are okay with this. All right, but from here if I am directly looking from this perspective, in that case it's better to store this thing in this model so that the intent is explicitly clear that we will create new invoice, modify model and return it. Okay, so let's do this here. So from this task we'll simply return invoice model. At the very end we'll simply return this model. Now again, this is not required. Without returning also it will behave same. If we don't return it, if we don't have it like this, it will have the same behavior because model is again reference type. Okay, but to make it simpler, more readable, more understandable, that's why I'm doing this, returning, modifying the model, then returning it from there, and we are storing here. So if we are directly looking at this, we'll see, we'll understand, okay, we are modifying the model and we are returning the updated model here. All right, now everything is fine, but there is one caveat here. Let's say I opened two browser tabs. I clicked on save from both somehow, or from two different devices, or somehow two requests came to this thing at the same time. That means both of those two requests came here at the same time. Invoice counter, both of those read the same thing, or somehow, let's say this is fine. Let's say both of them came to this point at the same time. Reading is already done. Let's say the last sequence was 5. So both of these have 5 now. Both of these say 6. Both of these are going to have invoice number as 6. And both of these are going to try to insert invoice number 6. Which is not a right approach. It will fail because we have unique constraint added into our database. So it is going to fail. So here what we'll do is we will simply perform all these operations inside a SQL transaction so that atomicity is there. So it will simply have a quick log, not actual big log. It will basically run these inside transactions. So first, the first request would complete, then the second would complete. So all these things plus sequence, getting these things, all these are going to be atomic. So we are always going to be in the right place. Good thing. Okay. So how can we use the transaction here? So first thing on the top, maybe after a year, or it's totally up to us where we are doing this. Let's wrap everything inside that transaction here. So here we'll say using var, we can say SQL transaction, SQL transaction equals, we can say await context dot database dot begin transaction async. Okay, so we'll use the default isolation label. We have different isolation labels here. Isolation label, the default is, with default is I guess read committed. So we are okay with default. You should change it when you know actually what you are doing. So for this thing we are okay with the default read committed. Okay, so we have the SQL transaction ready here. Now whatever we are doing here, all these are inside the SQL transaction. Okay, and here when we are done with the save changes async, here we are going to say SQL transaction dot commit or commit async. Now whenever we deal with transactions, if everything success, we'll say commit. If something fails, we'll roll back it. So that rollbacking, whatever changes are there, it is going to roll back and it is going to release the transaction. Because if somehow the transaction is stuck there, then it is, so on this database we can't do anything because there is already an open transaction. So other operations cannot happen. Okay. So for this, whenever we deal with transactions, it's always a good idea to wrap all our logic into try catch. In try, we'll do our logic, we'll perform our action, and at the very end, we'll commit that transaction. And if somehow that fails, it will come to the exception. And in exception, we can say SQL transaction dot rollback. We'll simply roll back if there are any changes in between this transaction. Okay, then we can throw, or we can handle all these things. Now here is invoice.id is breaking. So for these things, we can move these two things into this method, this try block only, because these should be populated only when this process completes. That means when everything is fine. If not, it should not proceed, or it should not uh, go forward basically. Okay, then we can throw from here, we can maybe log this exception, we can handle it. So it's totally up to you how you want to handle this, but ideally it should not happen, but it is happening, you need to handle it, or you need to at least show user something, log it for your debugging and all. Okay, so with this we have handled all the cases, everything is fine now. Now let's go to the UI side. Okay, and let's handle these invoice number related stuff there. What we'll do is we'll go to our components, pages, app, save invoice.razor. Okay, here when we are on this invoice number, this box. Okay, so here we know for the first part, that means for the creation. For the creation, we are not going to have it here. So what we can do is, maybe we have this input text invoice number, we don't need to have it like this, we can simply have a input find value, no need to have it like this, we'll simply have it as disabled. First let's have input type text, then we'll say disabled, we'll say read only, we'll simply make it read only, disable everything. And here in placeholder we can say invoice number um or let's say we'll say will be generated after saving on save or something like this. Now this thing should come only when we are on create mode. For edit mode we should have what we had earlier, but it should not be editable. Okay, so what we'll do here is, let me copy it, let me revert back, or maybe we can just cut it. Now we don't need to have any validation message here because we are not generating, not modifying, not entering this on UI, so we are okay. Here what we can do is we'll simply say if is edit mode, then do something. If it's not edit mode, then do something. If it is not edit mode, that means create mode, that means we'll have this what we have. But if it is edit mode, we can simply say we can have this as input text, or we can simply say we can add a value as model dot invoice number. Receiver read only will always be there for this one. For else will be generated on save. This is fine, and if it is already generated, we'll simply show this invoice number. Okay, so yeah, we are okay. Now we are not generating this invoice number, so we are good, and we don't need to change anything else here. So we are okay. Let's quickly run it and see if things are working fine now. One more thing here. Invoice service. I'll stop this run and I'll change one more thing here. So in invoice number, I just remembered. Here we are just saying last sequence number. That means INV hyphen 2026 hyphen 1234. But I wanted to have, let's say, padded zeros. So I'll make it maybe 4 digit. So here we can simply say colon D4, just so that it is 4 digit in string format, so it will do this. Or if you don't want to do this, you can simply say dot toString dot pad left, and then you can use that method on string. But this is also a shorthand for the 4 digit string conversion for this. Let's run it, and now we should be good. Now we have an issue here. So it says the create unique index statement terminated because a duplicate key was found for the object name DBO invoices, user ID plus invoice number. So if you remember, when we initially generated, when we were testing our create invoice, then we clicked on it 3 times and it generated 3 different invoices, right? So now it is breaking, database migration done, but create unique index, this is the issue. So what we'll do, we'll quickly go to the database and modify that existing one value, and then we'll continue from there. Right now it is breaking for that unique index, which is good. That means our unique index will work. So let me go to the SQL Server Management Studio SSMS, and I'll modify that one of that invoice number, and then I'll run it again. Tables, invoices. So if I say edit top 200 rows, here you see the first two values INV1, INV1. So we can simply change it to maybe INV01. So this is different. Okay. Now if I select on this invoice, I should see different values here. Now if I run the application again, we should see this working. I hope it works because that was the only issue. We should not have any other issue. Yes. Invoices. We are here, go to all invoices, go to the last page, and we can see INV1, INV01. So we are okay. Let's go to create invoice. Here we can see will be generated on save, which is fine. Let's quickly create a new invoice here. So let's select all these default values. Some test notes. One service I'll add. and save invoice. Something happening? No? What? Oh, oh, okay, my bad. So now I would maybe if you guys know what is happening here, why this is not working, if you know what had just happened, pause the video and drop a comment. Okay, then I'll tell you what happened here. Okay, so I'm going to read the comments. I'll see who all got the issue. So here the issue is, if you remember, we simply removed this and then we removed the validation message on this. Right now, what is happening? Invoice number is a mandatory field, it's a required field on our model. So when we save invoice, that validation is failing, but we removed that validation message for invoice number. That's why we can't see any error message here. So for this thing, what we'll do, we'll simply modify our model. This invoice number will not be mandatory. It will not be required because right now we are not handling it from there. We are handling directly from the service side, not from the UI. So we'll go to the service, we can go to service, we can go to this model, invoice model. And here on this invoice number, we are simply going to remove this required thing because we are never going to store this invoice number directly in the database from this model. Okay. We are okay. We can have this as nullable because for the first one, create invoice case, it is actually going to be nullable. So we are okay with this. Let's maybe stop and run it again. Okay, invoices, create, select again, test notes, select one service and save invoice. Saving invoice. Is there any error? Yes, there is some error. What it is saying? It is saying, oh, the length, invoice number. Did we add some length on the invoice number? So if we check the invoice number, where is it? Invoice number column, we have max length of 10, which is not correct. So we'll simply stop. We'll come here. Right now we see first thing I and V. So if here I say I and V hyphen 2026 hyphen 1234 and 1. So this is the best case scenario. And ideally I don't 3 times. So this is what we have right now. But what if it goes after this also, beyond this? So in this case, what would happen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So 13 is this base. So it can go up to 9999, which is a lot if you are generating these many invoices in a year, because starting from 2027, it will again start from 0001. Still, if it goes past this, we can have maybe one more digit. So here it is 13, we'll make it 15 characters, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 is there. We'll make it 15 characters long. Okay. 0001, something like this. So we'll save it. And this thing, we just modified something in the database. We want this change to be applied on the database side. So here, again, we need to generate a migration. So we'll say add migration, and here we'll say increase invoice number max length. Let's wait for this migration to be generated. Then we'll try this again. Okay, so here it is saying alter column. They are altering the invoice number column on the invoices table. New type is nvarchar 15. Max length is 15. Nullable is false. No, it is not nullable. Old type was nvarchar 10 and old max length was 10. That means we are okay. We are good. Now let's run it and let's check it again. Okay, invoices, create, select, notes test, select one service, save it, saving invoice. Invoice created successfully, and we can see this INV 2026-0001, which has this one item. Okay. Now if we go to edit, we can see this thing, but we can't change it. It is not changeable. Okay, so this case is also handled. Now let's quickly create one more invoice so that we can see. Let's say it should be 13th. Then let's add two items here. One item, one more line item, and save it. Saving. And now we can see INV 2026-0002. That means the sequence is working, everything is working fine. I open these two items, now we can see this, it has two items. The previous one has one item. Okay, that means our invoice related logic, invoice number generation is working fine. So it was a very complex bit of piece in our application, but we achieved it. Do let me in the comment if you learned something new in this process when we were generating this. Okay. All right. So now what next? We'll maybe work on the mark as paid and mark as unpaid, that we can work next. All right. So now we'll work on mark as paid and unpaid, the invoices. First thing, let's quickly go to the services, invoice service. Here, what we'll do is we'll say public async task mark invoice as unpaid. Okay. So here we'll get string user ID and int invoice ID as parameters. Okay. First thing, we need to get our context. Then next thing, we need to get our invoice in tracking mode. So we'll say var invoice equals, we can maybe use this from get invoice async from this method only. So let's just have this thing. Var invoice await context invoices include, no, we don't need to include it. Where invoice ID and user ID, and we'll say first or default async, and we'll say as tracking so that we are explicit that we are going to modify this. Now here what we'll say, we'll simply say invoice dot is paid equals false, and we have one more thing, right? We have invoice dot paid on, right? We have that also, paid on. Let's handle this also. So we'll say paid on is null. Then we'll say await context dot save changes async, and with this we are good. Here with this invoice we can maybe return from here, we can throw from here. It should never happen. If it is coming here to this method, that means someone has tried somehow to inject something and they were able to come to this point somehow. So that is basically a malicious actor who is doing this, because we are coming this inside our server. From our server only we are calling user ID. We are the one who is getting it from the current logged in user, and the combination of these also our application knows that this invoice ID belongs to this user ID. If somehow that is not correct, that is totally some unexpected behavior, so we are okay to throw from here. We can simply say argument null exception dot throw. If null, we'll say invoice, just check it and throw it. After this we are okay. So mark invoice as unpaid is fine. Now next thing, we'll do the mark invoice as paid. Okay, user ID, invoice ID, and here we are having this paid on, right? So let's get this date also. So date time paid on. So here we'll say is paid true. Paid on, we'll use that paid on date. Save it. And I guess we are okay here, right? These two methods, mark invoice as unpaid and paid. Let's use these. So now we'll go to our components, pages, app, invoices.razor. Here, invoices grid, this component. So here we have those buttons, right? Mark as paid and unpaid. Is paid and unpaid. So here what we'll do is for these buttons, mark as unpaid and mark as paid. Let's add event handlers to these and let's get these working. So let's define two methods here. We'll say private async task mark as paid, and we'll get the invoice model as a parameter here. Okay, now here first thing, whenever we'll do mark as paid or unpaid, it's better to ask the user if they are sure to do that. What I mean is we would simply show a confirmation model here. Okay, we can simply copy this from delete invoice, we'll simply modify it. So here we'll say, are you sure you want to, or do you really want to mark as paid or something like this? Mark as paid. Are you sure you want to mark this invoice as paid? Okay. Mark this invoice, let's say invoice number as paid. Something like this. So if user says yes, delete the invoice from no. Show loader. So here what should happen? I think not I think we need to have the paid date as well, right? Right, so because when we are marking this as paid, we need to get the payment date when they paid for this. We need to have something. So for that something, what that is going to be, um maybe we can create a new component for that small confirmation, not confirmation, that date dialog, paid on date dialog, right? Yeah, or we can directly have it here only. So here we can maybe handle one more variable, private pool underscore, let's say show paid on date, something like this. Okay, so here we'll say show paid on date. If they said yes, they want to mark this invoice as paid, we'll have this show paid on date as true. We'll set it true. Then we'll say no, show paid on date. We'll set this. After that, we'll say await invoke async. We'll say invoke async state has changed, so that it re-renders this page and it shows this show paid on date. It sets it to true. Okay, so let's remove all this thing. It is going to show this thing, and with this let's handle which invoice we are going to set this show paid on date, right? So let's say invoice model, we'll have it nullable invoice model, we'll say underscore marking invoice, something like this. So this also we'll have here. So marking invoice equals this invoice and show paid on date. So now let's see what happens here. When user clicks on mark as paid, it is going to show this confirmation dialog, And if user says yes, they want to confirm it, then we'll simply set, okay, this is the invoice which we are marking as paid or unpaid, and this is to trigger show paid on date so that we can show some pop-up to capture the paid on date. Okay, so here we can say if underscore show paid on date is true and underscore marking invoice is not null. If we have this thing, then we need to show something. Now it's up to us if we want to have that thing here. When I say that thing, when that entire HTML here, or we can create a separate component for this also. So we can simply go to the shared, create a new component, new razor component, say mark as paid, or let's say capture date or something like this, or let's say select date, something like this. So we are going to have this select date, and let's rename to select date modal. Okay, and on this we can have one parameter as what should be the label for this. So we can say string label. This is going to be a parameter, and editor required, we need this editor required. And then next thing here, we are going to have an event callback, and here we'll say date time. We are going to return the selected date time. Here we'll say on date select. This is also going to be a parameter, and the parameter and editor required. And we can have one more if user cancelled this. Okay, so here we'll say one more event callback. We'll say on cancel. This is going to be parameter. Okay, editor required. We are okay if we want to, we can. If don't, let's have, because this is also kind of a required functionality to remove this from here. So with this, we have these three things. Now here we are going to handle one local date time variable, date time underscore date equals, we can have a default value as a current date time. We can say date time dot now. Okay, and then okay, all right. Now here let's have this appearance of a modal pop-up. So what we can do is we can maybe get it from toast or from our loader. We can get it from loader. Let's quickly grab our loader, paste it here, remove the svg icon because that is not what we want here, remove the loading text. So I just took the main outside of this from here. Then here it is flex. We don't need this as 50. We can have it as 40, Z40 and Z40. Okay, this is gap 3, rounded LG, BG white, P5, shadow 2XL. Okay, I guess we are good. So here we have this label. This is flex and item center. We'll have flex column here. So flex col. First thing, we are going to have label here. We'll say label class. We can say font medium, and block. No need to have block because we already have flex. So here we can display our label. The next one, we are going to have input type text, not text, input type date basically, and at the rate bind. here we are going to bind this with underscore date. And then we are going to add a couple of classes here. After this, we are going to have a div class. Here we'll say flex. We'll say justify between. We are going to have two buttons here and a gap of 3, which would not be required, but still we can have an item center so that these are vertically centered. Here we are going to have two buttons. First button, type button classes, and here we'll say cancel, and then second button where we'll say okay, or maybe select. We can say okay, right? Or choose. Or maybe we can say select and then underscore date dot to string. Here we can maybe say dd y. So we'll simply display that okay, select this selected date. All right. And then when we click on this cancel button, it should simply call this on cancel. So here we'll say @on click. We'll simply say on cancel. And on the next one, we can say on click. We can have a lambda here. We'll say on date select dot invoke async, and we can pass the underscore date to this. Okay, save it, and now we are good. We just need to design these things now, this button and this date and all. Okay, let's quickly add some of the things here. Font medium, and we can maybe have text XL. Save it. On this date, we can have the styling which we are having on almost all our uh, forms. So here save invoice form. Do we have save invoice or something like that? Save invoice dot razor. Here we already have dates. So this thing we can have on this date. We'll have this empty one, this whatever we have. All these things we'll simply have here. And on these buttons for the selection, we can have on the invoices page, we have save button, right? Save button, where is it? Or we can simply go to our confirmation dialog and we can get the cancel and yes buttons from there. So the cancel button, we can have it here, cancel button, and the select button, we are going to have these greener classes. Select this, save everything. Now we are good. Our component is ready. Let's go to invoices grid, and here we'll simply display that component. We'll say select date model. Here first thing we need to add label. So here we'll say select paid on date, something like this we can say. Then what's the next one? On cancel. What should happen on cancel? On cancel we should set it to null and set it to false. So here we can maybe create a new method here. We'll say private void on select date model close, or we can say close select date model, close select date model. Yes. So here what we'll do these two things. Marking invoice null, show paid on date false. So we are going to call this directly from here on cancel. And then we are going to have one more on date select, right? So here we can say handle mark as paid date select. So we can create this method here, private async task. We'll have this handle mark as paid select, paid date select. Here we are going to have a date time paid on this. We are going to get from this model. Okay, and then we are simply going to call our method. So here we'll say await invoice service, invoice service dot mark as paid, mark invoice as paid. And here we need to provide user ID, which we already have. We need to provide invoice ID, which we have in marking invoice.id, ID, comma, paid on, which we just got from here. So here marking invoice, it will not be null because we know this method is going to be called only if marking invoice is not null. We are here and I just noticed these methods mark invoice as paid and unpaid, these should have the async suffix because this is what I follow. So if a method is async, I'll make it async. So mark async. After this, what we'll do, we'll simply set the same things on this marking invoice so that we can actually modify the current UI, because this is right now we are using what we call it, the pass by reference only. So here we'll set is marking invoice dot is paid. We'll set it to true so that we can display this on UI right away. And underscore marking dot paid on, this would be this paid on. And here it's good to use the invoke async in state has changed here, but maybe this is not required or it can be required because with this on this thing will come from a very long chain, because we'll click on the button, it will come here to open this confirmation model, it will open this confirmation model, we'll press yes, then it is going to set something which is going to show this model. Then on this model we'll select date, we'll select this button, then it will come back and then it will do. So we are not sure if it will be able to handle it, so it's better to explicitly set it here. Okay, and then for marking the invoice as unpaid, for that we don't need any date and all other things. So for marking as unpaid, we can simply show the confirmation model and we can set that as a mark as unpaid without any issue. Okay, but before that, here when we are doing this, let's show the model, sorry, loader UI service dot show loader. We'll say updating invoice. After doing this, we can say UI service dot hide loader. Okay, or here only we can say this. And after doing all these things, we can say UI service dot show toast. And here we can say toast options dot success. We'll say invoice marked as paid. And here if you want to, you can show the invoice number as well if you want to do this. So here we'll say invoice, then we'll show the invoice number. So we'll say marking invoice dot invoice number marked as paid. All right, let's quickly handle the mark as unpaid as well. Okay, let's select the first. Okay, one more thing. After doing this, handle mark as paid date selected. When we come here, first thing we'll do is, or not first thing, at the very end when we are okay, when we set everything, we'll simply handle select date model, the close select date model, we'll close the model here. Okay, now let's copy the mark as paid method, we'll change it to mark as unpaid. Are you sure you want to mark this invoice number as unpaid? Okay, if user says yes, then what we'll do is We'll first simply say UI service dot show loader. We'll say updating invoice. Then we'll say await invoice service dot mark as unpaid async. We need to provide user ID. We need to provide invoice ID, which we have in invoice.id. Then we'll say UI service dot hide loader. But before doing this, we can maybe modify the current invoice. So we'll say invoice dot paid on to null and invoice dot is paid to false. Okay, and after this we'll simply hide the loader, or we can hide loader here only. We'll set these things, then we'll say invoice async state has changed, and then we can show the toast message that we have successfully marked this invoice marked as unpaid. So with this, I guess we should be good. Let's quickly call these two methods from these two buttons, mark as paid and unpaid, right? This mark as unpaid. So here we'll say at the rate on click. We'll use lambda here. Mark as, this is paid or unpaid? This is unpaid, right? Mark as unpaid. And we'll pass the invoice as a parameter. Okay. And similarly, let's copy this, paste with this mark as paid, and change this to mark as paid. Save it. Let's run it and let's see if these things are working. Okay, we'll go to invoices. First one, this is pending, so let's say mark as paid. It asks, are you sure you want to mark this invoice as paid? If I say no, nothing will happen. If I say yes, now it is asking for select paid on date. You see, if I click outside, nothing is happening. I need to either cancel or select. By default, this date is today's date. We can select this or we can cancel. If I cancel it, nothing would happen. We are good. Now if I again try mark as paid, yes, then I can change this date, let's say on 17th, and I'll say select updating invoice, and it got updated. Here paid date we are not showing, but we are showing the status paid, and now it shows action mark as unpaid. That means it worked. Now let's try mark as unpaid. If I do this, oh, nothing is happening. Why? Oh, there is some error. There is some error. It is saying object reference not set to an instance of an object here. Oh, okay. Why it happened is because when we say close select date model here, we are saying marking invoice equals null. And after that, we are saying we'll show this invoice number. Okay. What we should do is we should have this invoice number as a local variable here. We'll say var invoice number equals marking invoice number. Then we'll say close select date model. So it will simply set that to false and set marking invoice to null. And then here we'll do this. Okay. Now let's try it again. Okay, invoices list we have mark as unpaid. No, nothing would happen. We'll say yes. And we get this toast message auto dismissed, and now we can see mark as paid and this is pending. I do mark as paid, yes, select date, let's say 17th, select date, you can see this is marked as unpaid, the current status is paid, and we saw that toast message which is gone now. Okay, so with this all these things are working, but there is one missing piece. What if I create a new invoice and I set the status directly to paid. Okay, if I do that, in that case, the date is not here. But we should have that date, right? Because for paid, we need to have a paid date. So let's handle this case also. So if the status is paid, we'll show one more field here, paid on or paid date. Okay. So we have these two, one, two, three sections. We'll break this section, this thing to 4 columns. Okay. All right. Let's go and do this. So on save invoice page, where we have our issued on and all this grid calls 3, we'll have grid calls 4. Okay. Issued on, due on, and the status. After this, we are going to have one more div, which is going to have add paid on. And here we'll say model dot paid on. And here we'll say paid on. A placeholder would be paid on. And that validation message would also be for paid on. And then this should be disabled if this value invoice is paid. We have handle is paid changed, right? Yeah. So this should be disabled if this should be basically enabled only if the status is paid. If it's not paid, then it should not be enabled. So here on this input date, what we can do is we'll simply say disabled equals. It will be disabled if the is paid is false. Sorry, is pay, yeah, is pay, if it is paid is false, it will be disabled. Here we can say underscore model dot is paid. If is paid is true, it should be enabled. So we'll say not model dot is paid. What is the issue here? Argument missing. Okay, we'll simply wrap this in these braces. All right, so this should be disabled if model dot is paid is false. Okay, if it is not paid, then there is no point of showing paid on. If this is disabled, if this is not disabled, I mean is paid is true, then we need to have this paid on date. Okay, so here also what we can do is maybe we can add disabled state. So disabled, we can say bg slate 50, right? We can say bg gray, maybe I don't know, 200. Save it. Let's see if this is working. We have this date. If we say unpaid, we can see this is disabled now. If we say paid, now it is enabled. Okay, so then we should have one more condition here when we are saving the invoice. If is paid is true, the paid on date must be there, right? And yeah, we should have this validation here. Now one more thing, if I'll go to invoices, if I'll this is already paid, right? The first one. Okay, for the paid ones we can't add it. So for this we are okay, but we need to handle this case maybe to view the invoice. We have not worked on this view invoice, right? We need to work on this also. But right now let's handle that case when this case basically with this validation. So for this what we can do is we can go to our code and invoice model, right? Where is that invoice model? If we go to invoice model, here we had this validate method. So for this we'll have one more validation here. So here we'll say if is paid is true and the paid on let's do this. If is paid is true, yeah, and paid on is null, or we can say paid on is equals default. So this should be logical so paid on is null or it is default or paid on is equals date time dot min value. If this is the case, then we'll simply return yield return. This thing will say invalid paid date, something like this, invalid paid on date. So here we'll say name of paid on, save it. Now we should have this validation as well. Let's quickly verify. Maybe let's stop and rerun and then we'll verify this. Um, invalid paid on date. I don't know if this will fit into that small box, but let's see. Invoices, create, save. We have these validations. Let's handle. We'll say paid, save. Have this. We'll say save. Invalid paid on date. Right? We say unpaid. Then we should be good. Mark as paid. Yes. Select date. We are okay. Create invoice again. And if this is paid, we must select the paid on date. We must select it. We'll select it. We'll save it and we select it and we can see this paid and action this, right? With this, I guess we should have one more column where we will show the paid on date, right? Maybe after status, we can have one more column, or maybe on this only. What if I add, maybe let's add one more column which will make more sense here. Pending, paid, all these are fine, right? Yeah, let's add that one more column. So after status we'll add one more column which will be paid on, paid date basically. So we'll go to our invoices grid. Here due on, after status we'll say paid on, and here after invoice, sorry, not invoice, we'll simply make a duplicate of due on, then we'll go to this. After status we'll simply say paid on. Okay, let's see if we can see this. So paid on and a, this is paid but without any paid on date. Here we have this date, but why, what if I say mark as unpaid? Then if I mark as paid, then it came. Why? This also is paid, but this is old record. We can't say. Let's create a new one. When we are creating at that time, are we not setting the paid on date? So if we go to invoice service, if we go to create invoice, if we come here and if we see here, we are setting is paid, but we are not setting paid on, right? So we need to set paid on as well. Paid on, model dot paid on. It was missing. All right. And then for update, we are using paid on, or are we not? Due is paid. We should have the paid on as well. Great. So with this, our paid on is also fine. So our mark as paid, mark as unpaid with all these gotchas and all. So everything is fine now. So we are good with this mark as paid and unpaid functionality as well. Next, we'll work on our view preview invoice functionality. For this, what I'm thinking, maybe we can, on click of that, we can open a full screen modal pop-up where we are going to preview the invoice. Okay, so let's implement that. For this, what we'll do, we'll simply going to create a new component. I'll go to shared, add new razor component. This is going to be let's say invoice viewer or view invoice. Okay, and here we are going to get a parameter for the invoice model because it has all the required information, right? We'll have this public invoice model invoice, and this is going to be parameter and editor required because this is required for this component to function basically. Okay, and here we can expose one event callback to handle the closing of this model. Okay, we'll say event callback on close, parameter, editor required. All right, now here we can get inspiration from our confirmation dialog. Okay, so here we can simply copy the HTML, this HTML markup. We'll paste it here. And here, if you remember the confirmation box, that is a small box on the UI, but here for this particular thing, we are going to make it full screen with some spacing from all four sides. Okay. So here, if you remember this div class Z40 and this W450, this thing, we had this W450px. We will not have this 450px. Rather, what we'll do, we'll have it something like, let's say, 90% of the width. Okay, and we can maybe set height as well, so we'll say h same 90%. Save it, height 90% and width 90%. Okay, and the heading, it can say view invoice, or we can say preview invoice. Then here we are saying close, so here we'll say on close, and we are going to have one OK button there or just close button at the end. So here also we'll simply say on close, and this need not to be red, we can simply have it as border slate 100, bg red 50, we can say bg slate 50, text red 600, we can skip this, so it will have the default black text. Our bg reds 100, so here we'll say just slate. Okay, all right, then in here in between, right now we have this p tag, so here we are going to have text slate 700, right? Let's make this as a div, and we are going to have our entire invoice related information in this div. Okay, so first thing we can have maybe a big invoice number, and the business information on the right side, our business information. Then we are going to have next section where we will have the client information and our dates. Then we can have our line items and then the total amount, etc. So all these things. Okay, so here on this div we can say flex call. We can have a gap of, let's say, 5. All right, and inside this, and here we can have w full, so that it takes the entire width within this modal. Now here for the first section, we'll have a div class, we'll say flex, we'll say justify between, so that we can have items in the left and right and spacing in between. Okay, here on the left hand side we'll have a div. Inside this we are going to have simply, let's say, h2 with classes. We can say font medium, text 2xl, and here we'll say invoice Okay, or let's try invoice. And then we are going to have one more section. Here we'll say label, and here we'll display our invoice number. So we'll say invoice dot invoice number. Okay, here we can have some gap. So on this div, we can simply say space y3. Save it. So for this invoice number also we can say class font medium and text LG, at least a bigger text. Then we'll move to the right hand side. There we are going to show our what we call it, our business information. Okay, so we'll say div class, and here also we can have some spacing. Let's say space y3, and then first thing we can have, let's say maybe h2 only, or maybe h3. Here we'll say @invoice dot business name. Okay, then the next we'll say label class, and here we are going to show the email ID. So we'll say invoice dot business email ID, and on this div maybe here we can have it as a flex and flex call, and then we don't need the space y3, we can have it as gap3. And after this business email ID we can have business phone number or contact number. Then we can have one more section for our address, business address. Okay, and we can maybe have all these things right aligned. So here we can say items and. Okay, now first section is done. Now we'll move to the second section, and the second section is going to have business name, right? Let's make it bold. We'll say class text LG and font medium. Right now we are just designing, then we'll see how to make it better. Maybe next section would be the client information and our dates. Okay, so next div, we'll say div class. This will also going to be flex and justify between. Now here first section, left hand side, we can maybe copy this thing. Okay, so first we are going to have a label with class font medium. Here we'll say 2, and then we are going to have client information. So we'll say client name, client email ID, client contact number, and client address. Do we have client address? No, we don't. If you have, you can add that also. Then right hand side we are going to have our dates. So here I'm just going to copy this, paste it one more time here, and here we'll say let's not have this div. Invoice.client name is fine, but for all dates we can directly have these only. So label, we'll say issued on. Then here we can say invoice dot issued on. Here we can say .toString. Then we'll say ddmmm YYYY. So this is Indian format. You can change this format to whatever format you want to use. The next one would be due on. When is this due? So we can have the question mark here because due on is nullable. If this is null, then we can maybe skip it, or we can add simply hyphen or NA or anything. If you want to do that, just wrap this inside braces and just say this thing, and we can simply say let's say NA, not applicable. Okay, after that we have paid on. So paid on, Now this paid on is conditional. If it is the status is paid, then only paid on should come, right? So we'll have this if condition here. We'll say invoice dot is paid, then only it should come. Okay, if it is not, then we'll simply say we'll make a duplicate of this, and here we'll say status we can say pending. Okay, so the second section is also done now. Now we'll move to the third section here, where we are going to have all our line items. Okay, for these we are having this gap 5, right? Gap 5 is fine. So here now line items. So here we can simply say maybe h3, or let's have a div class flex and flex call. Inside this I'm going to have, let's say, h3, and here I'll say items, and after this we are going to have a table with some classes. Inside this we are going to have a t head. Inside that we are going to have a tr, then we are going to have th. Okay, here first thing would be item, second would be, let's say, quantity, and the third would be rate, and the last would be amount. Okay, so to have a minimal design on this table, we can get it from any, let's say maybe from invoice grid. So here if we see on tr we have this border, tr we have this border b and border select 400, and on the columns we can have some classes here. So th class py2 text left, then quantity we can say py2 text to right, and then for rate also we can say py2 text to right. Same goes with amount, py2 text right. Okay, so after this we will go to our t body, and inside this we are going to have a for each loop. We are going to apply on all our line items. Let's call it li in invoice dot line items. Okay, now here we'll have the similar tr. Let's copy this, paste it, and just have everything is fine. We'll just change th to td, 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 and again td. If you go back to our design, are we doing any additional thing on tds? No, td. On tr we are having this additional class for hover. So on this tr we'll have this border select 300 and hover bg select 50. Then item is going to be our item name. So here we can have a div, or maybe we can have a label with class. We'll say font medium, and here we can display our li.service name, right? Then quantity. So for quantity we can follow the same thing, but here we can simply have maybe the normal without bold. We'll simply have li dot quantity. Let's duplicate this. For rate we are going to have the same thing, li dot rate, And then the last one would be amount. So here we'll say li dot amount, and here we can simply say toString, and we can have the currency conversion here, currency format. So dot toString on rate also. C is for currency, and on this rate we can have maybe a very small text for the unit as well. Okay, so if I maybe cut this, if I add a div class, or maybe not, let's have it, and after this on this label we can have a class block, and then I'm going to have a small span class text xs extra small, and here we can say li dot unit. So this rate is per unit, this thing, then amount is this one. So here we have all our line items, and then after this table we can have our notes section, and our, or maybe inside this table only. Yeah, so we can maybe have that in t foot section, so table footer. Okay, so here also I'm going to use tr, and then let's have notes on the left section. So the column, first column, this td or this th, can we set somehow some fixed width on this th? So let's say, because these three things can be smaller, the item can be a bigger one. I just want to see if we can do this. So these three columns will have these right aligned, but the first one I want to take it maybe 50% of the screen or 60%. So on this first th, let's have it as w hyphen, we'll say, let's say 60%. Same thing I am going to do on this td, the first td. Then in this tr, in this t foot, we'll have the first td, and then here also we can have the same width. So td class w 60% py2 text left. Inside this we are going to have label notes. So we should display this only when we have notes, right? If we don't have, we'll not display it. We can say if not string dot is null or white space invoice dot notes, then only we are going to display this notes heading. So here we'll say label class font medium and block. After this we are going to have a p class, and here we'll display our notes. For this we can maybe say text sm, so smaller text, and at the rate li, not li, invoice dot notes. Save it, and now we should be good. Now next thing, the right hand side. So here what we'll do is last amount column, here we are going to show the total amount for subtotal and what we call it, the tax amount and all. Okay, so for these two sections we can merge these two, and we can have subtotal, tax, and net amount. Okay, so next td we are going to say call span 2, and then class, same classes py2 and text, right? Okay, and here what we'll do is we'll have, I'm just trying to think here, we'll have one line for subtotal, then one for tax, and the third one for final total amount, right? So here we'll have to subtotal colon, and then we are going to have last td with class py2 and text, right? Okay, so subtotal would be total amount, li plus amount, right? So we'll say li, or we can have this in a label, at the rate li dot, what am I doing, not li, we have invoice dot, we have total amount, right? So does this total amount, how did we set this total amount? Is this is just line items and sum, it does not have taxation related stuff, right? So business info, we have tax percentage, right? So this total amount is just, we could say, subtotal. It is not with taxation. Okay, for that we need to make some logic. Okay, so let's do this. Let's rename this total amount to subtotal. Subtotal amount. Invoice, yes to all. After this, we are going to have prop decimal. We'll say tax amount. So this is going to be subtotal. So tax amount of this subtotal. So we'll say subtotal times tax percentage divide by 100. This is how we can get the tax amount. But here, what is the problem? Cannot apply to decimal and double. This is fine. Here we can say double. Now what's the problem? Double to decimal. Now this thing becomes double. So we can say decimal double. All right. Now, but this should happen only when tax percentage is not 0. If tax percentage is 0, then the tax amount should be 0 without doing any calculation or anything, right? So here we can have ternary operator. We say tax percentage equals 0. If that's the case, we'll simply return 0. If that's not the case, we are going to perform this thing which we are performing here. So we'll say this. So if tax percentage is 0, we'll do this. If not, we'll do this. So now we have tax amount, and now after this we can have one more property of type decimal. Here now we can say total amount. Ideally we should have stored this also in the database, right? What do you say? For now I'm not going to change database, but maybe you can consider these things to be stored in database also. So here the total amount would be this plus this. Here we'll say subtotal amount plus tax amount. Alright, so now we have this total amount which we can use there. Not directly, but here first thing, where is this? Invoice.notes. So I added that next piece also, right? That is gone. Okay. Okay, so here, alright, no problem. We'll say td callspan2 class py2 and text, right? This was the thing which we were using, right? And here we'll say label with some class. We'll say subtotal colon. And then the last td class py2 and text, right? Here we'll simply say label, and we are going to show the invoice dot subtotal amount dot toString with currency format. Okay. Now here, I okay, let's have the second row here, the first TD where we have our nodes. So I'm going to take all three rows for this one. So on this TD, I'll simply say row span 3. Using this, what would happen now? This TD will be spanned across 3 rows. So that means from the second row, we don't need to have this first TD. We just need to have second and third TD. So these are going to be after subtotal, we'll say tax. And here we can maybe display the percentage also here. So we'll say invoice dot tax percentage and percentage. We can show like this. So tax 5%, something like this. And in here, we'll simply display tax amount. And then we are going to duplicate this tr once again. And this time we'll say total, the final total. And here we'll say total amount. And we can maybe make this bigger and bolder. So this total amount, we can say class text LG font medium. And on this label also we can say text LG and font medium. Save it. And I guess we are good now. Should be button. On confirmation dialog, do we have this? No, button is fine. Okay. So I guess we are good. We can try to use this and we'll see how it looks. Okay. So this is view invoice component and it should come from our invoice grid. When we click on this view preview, whether it is paid or unpaid, it does not matter, right? Everything is same. We are just changing the view invoice and preview invoice, right? All other things are exactly same. Just text we are changing. So let's use this one text directly. Okay, so preview invoice, and here we can say, or we can say view invoice. The name is up to you. Let's say view invoice. So on this button, we can simply say @ on click. We are going to define a method here. We'll say view invoice. View invoice. And if I do this, then we are going to have an issue because view invoice is a name of our component, so it considers it that thing. So we can say view invoice something like this in modal, or let's say quick view invoice. It can be anything. I'm just changing the name because view invoice is already name of our component. So let's say quick view invoice, and here we'll pass our invoice. And then we can define this method here on this component. At the very end, let's define this. So we'll say private void quick view invoice. And here we are going to have invoice model invoice as a parameter. Okay. And here we can have a private invoice model underscore viewing invoice. We'll simply say this, that we are viewing this invoice, and default value we are going to have it as null. And when we say quick view invoice, in this case, we'll simply set this viewing invoice to this invoice. Okay. And then on the markup side, what we'll do is here we'll simply say if viewing invoice is not null. In that case, we'll simply show our view invoice component. Here we need to provide invoice, which we know is viewing invoice. And here we need to provide on close as well. So when we'll say on close, at that time we'll simply set viewing invoice to null. Right? When we'll say we close, it will come here, it will set viewing invoice to null. This component will re-render and it is null now, so it will not render this thing. So with this, we should be good. Let's quickly try it out if it is working and how does it look. Okay, we are here. Let's log in. Invoices. So here, if I click on it, all right, it looks ugly, but at least we can see this. So preview invoice, close, we can close it. We have this close button at the bottom. We can close it from here also. And here if we see items, we can maybe remove this heading. This thing looks ugly, so it should not be right aligned. Then we can have some padding, some more padding on this inner section. Item is fine, quantity is fine, rate 12,000 per hour, amount is this. Then we have subtotal, tax and total. So all these things are also fine. We can maybe have some line here after this text 10%. Let's check other items. We had notes somewhere, right? This, yes, we have notes. Let's say notes test. This also we are able to see. So now here at least we can see all these things. Now we just need to make these look good. So these are right now ugly, maybe because of this right aligned thing. So we need to make this left aligned. Then maybe for this viewing part, we can have these grouped in some border or something, right? Okay, at least we can see all the information. That's a good progress. Now we just need to spend some more time on designing it. These spaces are a lot. Okay, we'll continue designing this thing. So first thing, the major thing is that right aligned ugliness. So here, where is it? Oh, sorry guys. So the recording got stopped again. The disk issue. So I had to clean up some of the files from my disk and then I opened this Visual Studio again and I started recording again. Okay, so we'll continue building our, basically we'll work on our designing of our view invoice. Let's quickly have a look again and we'll see what all things we are going to change there. Okay, we are here, invoices, view invoice. This is what we have. Now here, first thing, the overall look and feel is very bad. It does not look that good. So I was just thinking about it. So maybe first thing we can do, just reduce the spacing from here and then maybe have these left aligned, not the right aligned, this text, and the overall width of this pop-up. We can maybe reduce this width also. Right now it looks odd. We'll reduce this width and we'll reduce the gap between these lines. So here, first thing, the main width we have 90%. So what we'll do here, we can say width of something like, let's say 800 px, or maybe, yeah, let's have 800 px. And then next thing is business information. So here, let's not have this gap 3 and let's have it as item start. And on this email, contact number, address, let's have these a bit smaller. So we'll say text sm, which is for small. Save it. Let's see how it looks then. Okay, so we can see this is much better than before. This address section, maybe we can break this down in two lines and we can maybe increase the width. So this is very less. Maybe we can increase the width and we can maybe break this thing down to second line. So how we can do that? For that, we need to set some max width or just width on this section, right? So here, let's quickly check what width we can set on this, or maybe this one, we can set some width. So we'll say, let's say max width of 250 px or maybe 200. Let's use 220. I think this is fine, right? 220 px, this is fine. So we'll use 220 px width on this section, and then the overall width, this is right now 800, right? So let's maybe make his width as 900 px or 950 px. I guess 950 is fine. Okay, so we'll do 950 px width on the main one where we are having right now 800. So we'll say 950 px, and on this one, business information, this one here we'll say max w, and here we are going to say 220 px. Save it. Okay, now similarly we are going to have these two sections, this client and the issued on and these dates. Okay, so same thing, left aligned, and remove this gap from here also. And for these two sections we can maybe have a very small light background color also. And let's remove these items, this text from here. Okay, let's quickly do these two changes. We'll come here on the client section. Here we have items end, so we'll say item start. We will remove gap 3. Then here we can have a bg slate 50. We can have a padding of, let's say, p3. Okay, and then on these two things, the client email id and contact number, we can have text sm. And on this two also, maybe let's not have font medium, here also we can say text sm. Similarly, same thing we will do on this last one, this dates. So item start, we'll remove gap 3. We don't need this gap 3 here, or maybe let's have gap 1 here so that we have at least some spacing. And then here also we'll say p3 and bg slate 50. Save it. And on these also we can try text access, text sm, or maybe let's right now let's see how it looks, and we'll remove these items. And on this one we can maybe have some mt5, some spacing, some gap from the top. Okay, so this gap, now we can see this section which looks nice, this also which looks nice. So here on this section also we can maybe have the width same as this, or maybe greater than this. Maybe we can have it something like till here, and the same type of width we can have here also on this one. Okay, so let's do this. So here on the top section we had the max w 220, right? So on these sections what we can do is we can simply say w 250 px on both this one and the date sections. So w 250 px. Okay, better. Then here we have this gap, so maybe let's move these dates to the right side, and these first sections, these will be on the left hand side only. Okay, all right, let's do this. So for this what we can do on these labels, we can maybe have flex and justify between and items center, and then for these two sections, issued on and then the date, we can have these in two different spans, span span issued on, and then this next one also in a span, this date. Okay, same thing we'll do on the others as well. So let's copy these first. Flex item center, justify between. So we'll do this on this due on, we'll do this on the paid on and status. Okay, and then we'll break it down to multiple lines so that we can add the spans easily. Okay, now I'll put multiple cursors here. Then I'll simply say span and just close this span. Save it. Let's see how it looks now. Okay, we need, these are still not right side right aligned, and that's because these are flex. So we need to have the fill width for these flex items. Okay, so that means on these labels we need to have w full. So here also we'll say w full, and on this also we'll say w full, and then on this also we'll say w full. And then let's decrease the font size a bit. With text sm is very small, and text sm is 0.875 rem, and the default would be 1 rem. So maybe we can do something like on this div we can say font if we can do this something like 0.9 rem. If we do this, let's see how it looks. Okay, but that did not get changed. The font, oh, this is for font family, not font size. Font family is not the correct thing. So font size we need to have. So for size I don't remember what this is. Font size, do we have font size? Text, we have LG which is 1.12, we have SM, and then we have XL, XS, we have text also. So 0.9 rem. Save it. Okay, so this is what is the default here? If I say font size 1 rem, okay, so default is greater than 1, so 1 rem also we can do. So here text md, do we have md? No, we have lg which is 1.12, we have sm which is smaller. Okay, we'll say just 1 rem. Save it and let's check it. Okay, so here now we are good. These two sections are fine. The next thing is here what we can do, we can maybe have all these things a bit smaller, and these item quantity rate amount maybe we can have these some light color or some opacity or something. For this what we can do is on this table we have these th, on tr only we can say text slate, let's say 600. So if I do this, we can see this a bit lighter. Okay, and if I say 500, Okay, this is fine. Now we are on this next line, which is, I guess, fine. Or maybe if you want to move this per hour to the same line, we can do that as well. Or this is also fine, no problem with this. And here the height also, let's try to have this height as per the content. So right now we will not set the fixed height, rather we'll set the max height. Okay, so we'll set that as max height. And then for this section, let's have some light background the way we have it here. Similarly we can have it here, but in that case we need to um, move this thing out of the table. Okay, so let's do this. So for table we are going to have just these line items. This notes section and this section will extract this out of the table. Okay, so let's do these two things. First, the height. So here we have h 90%. What we'll say max h 90%. Here we'll have the maximum height is 90%. And now we can see this. We open some other, this one. Okay, two items, subtotal this and this. Maybe let's move this per hour to the same line, top line. Should we? Let's try. So where is our table? It is here. So for this one, we have this block, right? Let's remove this block and let's have mr1, maybe just a small margin, right? So if we do this, now we can see this 25,000 per project, and then this per hour. We can see this now. Okay, cool. Now let's extract this section out of this table. Maybe for this also we can maybe right now we are using font medium on these, right? What if we don't use font medium? We don't do this, then how would it look? I think this is fine, right? Okay, let's extract this thing out. And here we have a lot of space. So we don't need this much of space, right? For this, what we can do, we already have some spacing on the top, right? When we are setting this flex, we have gap 5. That means we don't need to have that empty 5 which we are using. We don't need this empty 5. Okay, then we have this t foot section. So maybe this t foot section, we don't need this. We'll extract these things out of this table. That means after this table, we can have one div here. We'll say div class flex justify between item start, which is default, gap 3, which will not be there, but still let's have it. And here we are going to have two sections. So first div, inside this div we'll have a condition if, basically the notes section. So we can copy from here t head, t body and t foot. So from here we can get this invoice notes section. We'll have this condition here. And then we are going to have a second div where we can have bg slate 50 and we can have p3, and inside this we are going to have these items. So first we'll have the subtotal, tax percentage, tax amount basically, and then the main total. Okay, so here what we can do is inside this we can maybe set it as flex, and then we'll say flex call. Then we can maybe say gap 2. Inside this, first we are going to have a div with again a class flex justify between and items center, and here we can set some min width basically. So we'll say min w, we can set it again 250px, save it. And now in here we are going to have these two things. First thing, we'll say subtotal, and the right hand side we'll say subtotal amount. Okay, save it. Now same thing, I'm going to copy this, paste it, and next one would be tax percentage. This would be tax and then percentage and then tax amount. So we'll say this thing. And then we are going to have one more. So let's copy this one more time. This time we'll say total. Then the invoice total amount. Save it. Let's comment the T food for now. Save it. Let's see how it looks. Okay, so here we can see this, which is nice. So we can have some spacing from here, from top, and then maybe we can have a line after this text, this total, and let's make this total and this total text a bit bolder. So here, first thing on this div, we can have, let's say my3. Then on this second, this last div, we can say border. Then we'll say border t, which is border from top. Border t slate 100. Save it. And here we can say font medium on the total and the total amount as well. Font medium. And what we have less than font medium, what other things we have? Font semi bold, this is 600. Thin is 100. No. Medium is 500, right? Yep, so we are okay with this. So save it and let's see it one more time. And we can see this, but why these things are coming? Because we said that border, okay, not border, we need to set border t. So just top border we want, nothing else, no other border basically. So here we can see, I don't know if you can see this, but this is very thin. We can maybe make it a bit darker, and we can have some padding from top for this total amount. Let's do that. It will not be t slate 100. Let's have t slate 500, and we can maybe have pt2, padding top 2. And this is a lot now. Let's make it a bit lighter. We move to 500. Let's try 300. Do we have 400? Yes. Save it. Let's see, 400 looks fine. Now maybe 300. And here we have pt2, right? So with this we can have maybe mt2 as well, so that margin top 2, so that there is spacing between these two items. Let's try now. Okay, great. So now we can see this, and this looks fine. This looks correct, good actually. Maybe we can make it a bit more. I don't know. Right now it looks fine, so it looks okay. Let's try to find some where we have notes as well. Close. No notes. No notes. Here we have these notes. So here we can see the notes section as well. And then with this subtotal tax 10% is, and then total amount is this one. Let's increase the font size of this total and total invoice. So here we can say text Excel. If we do this, okay, this is fine, right? So with this, our preview invoice is also fine. We can see all these items and everything is there. We can close it. Great, right? It looks much better now. All right, so now we are almost there. Now we'll implement one more functionality. We'll generate PDFs for these invoices. Okay, so we'll give a download button with this invoice, which will actually generate a PDF for this invoice. Okay, so for this, I'm going to use QuestPDF. It's been a long time when I used any PDF service or anything like that. And it's been a while when I last used QuestPDF also. So we'll see the new documentation now and we'll see how to implement all these things. And QuestPDF is we need to generate an entire PDF using the C# code only. We can't directly translate our UI or Blazor component or HTML CSS to PDF. There are other solutions for this, but those are, I would say, heavy kind of thing. They simply start a headless browser and then they simply do JavaScript based maybe or Chromium based direct PDF generation, but those simply open a browser without a visible window, so which is not scalable. Okay, so here this is new profile and here I don't remember the password. What was the password? ABCD at the rate. What was the user profile? Email at ABCD at the rate email.com. Was it this? No. ABCD at the rate abcd.com. Oh, yeah. Okay. Now we'll go to invoices. Let's view this one where we have two items. So we will simply maybe have a download button here on top or maybe here only, and it should download this PDF, this invoice in PDF format. So we need to generate our PDF. Okay, where we are going to have the similar structure. Everything will be same. For this, as I mentioned, I am going to use QuestPDF. QuestPDF. Okay, QuestPDF is a production ready library that lets you design document the way you design software with clean, maintainable C# code. So this is something like this document.create. Then we have document, we can design our page.size, margin, content, text, font size, generate PDF and show, and there are a lots of things in between. So we need to do that. If we go to pricing, here we can see community free forever, ideal for individuals, open source project and early stage startups. And here they are saying for open source projects and for individual non-profits it is free. And here it says commercial uses allowed for companies under $1 million annual gross revenue. So I fall into this category, and maybe smaller things will fall under this category. So it has this very generous free tier. Okay, so we are going to use this only. Now we have NuGet package for this, so we are going to use that. Quest PDF. Go to our project, top, right click on the project, manage NuGet packages. Here we are going to search for Quest PDF. Why is it so? Browse Quest PDF. It is here 2026.2.1 and package details. Here we can see this is supported in .NET 10. Yes, so let's install this. Install, apply, I accept. Okay. All right, so we have this installed now. Let's open the documentation again. Project URL. Okay, so here if you go to documentation, quick start, add package, this we did. And then here we need to set our license type. Quest PDF settings license type dot community. Yes, we are using this only. So let's go to our project. We can set it in program.cs only. Let's set it on the very top. We'll say QuestPDF dot license. Happen. QuestPDF dot license, or is this in settings? License equals QuestPDF dot infrastructure dot license type dot community. Set it once. Okay. And after this, let's create a new service, or maybe in our invoice service only. Invoice service, where is it? Invoice service. Here I'm going to create a new method. Public sync task will say generate invoice PDF, and we'll get string user ID and invoice ID, or we can directly get invoice model as a parameter to this. Okay, we'll see what we need to return, but right now let's have this invoice here. Now here we can use document.create to create a document, and inside that we have container, page. Yes, we need to set all these things. We'll go one by one. We have header, we have content, we have footer. I don't think we need to set header or footer. Or maybe in footer we can say when this was generated. So with this current time date timestamp we can have for footer. For header we don't need to do anything. We'll directly set content and for header we will not do anything. We'll just use content and footer. So first let's set the page. Margin, page color, default text style. Okay. So here we will say document. It should come from questpdf.fluent. So document.create. Here let's store this in maybe PDF document equals, we'll do something like this, dot create. Inside this we have this handler document container. So we'll say container. And then using this container we'll define our page. Okay. And here we have page descriptor. So we'll say page. Then we'll define our page dot size. We can set page size, page size, page size. QuestPDF helpers page size. So page sizes, I think this is there. Yes, dot A4, which fits most of the cases. Then on this, we don't have any chaining on this. Okay, let's go back to the documentation again. Page dot size, page dot margin, color, default text style. Let's use all these. I'll copy these. Do this. Margin is fine, color white is fine, default text style, font size 20. Okay. Then content and footer. Let's copy these two things. Okay, so after this page, we'll set this page dot content, and formatting is not working. Okay, so page dot content, padding vertical, one column, this will work on this. In footer, align center, text this, span page, x dot current page number. So here on this x, can we directly set text in this x? If we say text, so we can provide text. So here we can say generated on something like this. We'll say date time dot now dot, maybe we can apply to string here, or dd mmm and then space something like this we can set, and then dt. Okay, so save it, and then here this middle content, this we will define. So here we can see content, on this content, padding vertical, column, And do we have any other? I remember something like page dot content dot. Okay, we have element. So in this element, we can define dynamic I container child, or we can have I dynamic element. We have this handler action I container handler. Okay. So this is going to be a container which is for page content. So let's call it maybe just C. Then we can define here our entire page. So for this, I'm going to create a helper method here, private void, or we can say private static void. Let's say generate invoice PDF body, something like this. Okay. And here this C was I container. So we can get I container as a parameter here. So we'll say container, and we will get invoice model invoice as a parameter, and here we are going to define it. So here we'll say element, then we'll say generate invoice PDF body, and we'll pass C and the invoice. All right, that means we don't need this thing now here. So this thing actually will start working from here, we could say. This is what we will implement here in this method. Okay, so here we'll say container dot column. So the entire thing, the entire body, this will be a big column. Inside this column we'll define, so we can have column descriptor. So we'll say column, and inside this we'll have multiple items. So first we'll say column dot item. We can say this item, and for the tabular structure, table structure, how can we do that? So here, okay, license invoice tutorial. Oh, we have in-depth invoice tutorial. We have invoice related stuff. Invoice number, issue date, due date, seller address, customer address, items, comment. Can we directly use this? Any name, template layer. Okay, maybe let's not go into much detail for this one because we already have our UI for this, but maybe you can look at this also. I didn't see that. Maybe we could have used the same structure or same UI styling and all. Content, invoice number this, issue date, due date. Okay, we'll stick to our thing. Here just I just want to see compose content, column, item, element. I just want to see the table so that we can have item side by side. Footer is fine. Head and in compose header, container dot row. There we can have row dot relative item, then column. Hmm. Let's see what all options we have. We'll see. Instead of column item, okay, column dot item, we have table. Yes. So here we have table. In this table, we can have table, and then on this table, we can set column definitions. Yes. Column definitions. Here we can say columns. Then we can have columns dot constant column, fixed height column basically, and then we have relative column. So let's have relative column, and we'll have two columns relative to each other. So we can say relative column float width 1, and I'll duplicate this. So 1 and 1, that means relative width. So that means 50% and 50%. Okay. Then we can define the item, the actual styling there. Okay. So table. So we'll say table dot cell dot. Here we have all these styles and we have element. On this element, we can use this handler to design our cell. So maybe we can create one more method here. We'll say private. Do we really need to create? Let's see. For now, if we simply use this empty dot, we need to provide child. I container child. This handler. Let's say I'm using this handler. I am not setting anything. Dot. Can we have text or something? L dot element. What happened? This element with C does not return anything. Okay. Element. This one returns. So where it will get I container and return I container. So here we can say C goes to C. If we say this dot, we can have text. Yes. So here in this text, hey guys, sorry for this cut. I had to cut it, make a cut here because it was taking a lot of time and I had to go through the documentation, try out different things to exactly mimic the way we want to generate our invoice. So I thought there is no point of having you guys here to see me doing hit and try and all these things, because this is totally new. You can play around with this QuestPDF documentation. You can play around with all these things. You can get all these things from source code, of course. And I'll try to maybe move this thing, this PDF invoice generation, all this code maybe on a GitHub gist, and I'm going to share that as well if you want to see how I have generated this thing. So I tried to uh, have the same look what we have in our preview invoice. Okay, and here on this generate invoice PDF, finally, I'm using this generate PDF and show what it does. It simply creates that PDF document, saves it in a temporary file, and then opens it with default application. So for me, my default application is Microsoft Edge only for the PDF files. Here, if I run it now, you will see the exact same UI, almost same. So if you go to invoices, if we open any invoice, so this is how it looks here. And now if I click on this print button, so here it is. So almost same. Let me show you some other where we have multiple. Yeah, here we have notes also and multiple items. If I print here, so same invoice number and invoice business information to and issued on etc dates. Then we have line items, then notes and subtotal total. So notes, subtotal, totals, all these things are here. Okay. So on this page, on the view invoice model, we just have that I just added this print button. Same we have close. Similarly, I have simply added a print button. Here I'm simply calling this print method, which actually is calling generate invoice PDF on the invoice service, and which is this service where we are actually generating our invoice. Okay. Now, right now, this is just showing the default. Now you have two options. Either you can save this PDF in somewhere in your device, in your application, maybe www root folder uploads or on some disk or anywhere, and then you can maybe have that URL. Using that URL, you can show it. Or what you can do is you can simply get PDF document, generate images, generate PDF. So here if you see this method, it says generate PDF, it returns byte array. It says generate PDF, stream, file path. We can generate it at this file path, whatever we want to have it, we can have it. Okay. We can use the stream also. So we can create a stream and there it will simply generate this PDF on that stream. And the default is if we are not providing anything, this overload, it simply returns byte array so that we can handle what we want to do with the generated PDF byte array. Okay, so here what we'll do is I'm going to comment this thing out. This was just for testing. Here we'll simply say return this generate PDF. Stop it. Here this should return byte array. Okay. Do we have any async method to generate PDF? No, we don't. So let's not have async task. Let's just have direct. Okay. This thing. All right. Okay. So we have this generate PDF here, which returns it byte array. Now we are going to store this byte array on this view invoice page. Right now this was await, so now we don't need to have this as await. We'll simply say void print, and here we can say var, can say let's say PDF bytes equals this thing. Now we have this bytes array. Now this is running inside browser. So now we can use JavaScript interop to download this file, okay, these PDF bytes. So here what we can do is we can create a JavaScript. Simply we can go to wroot folder, we can create a script file. So we'll say new item, a script.js. So this name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. It's totally up to you. Here we can define a simple method. I'll define it on window dot download file, something like this. Here I'll simply have my download logic, and for this what we can do, we'll have the PDF bytes, or maybe let's say content bytes. Okay, so this will be bytes array, and then we can have additionally the type of content. So we can say type, and we can also have a file name. These three things we can have here. Okay, so here the approach would be we'll simply create a anchor tag here, create an anchor tag. This is how we generally do some these print related or download related stuff normally we do. So here we can say document.create element, anchor element. We are creating an anchor element. On this a, we'll set an href. Okay, here we'll generate a URL for this file that is going to be a temporary URL, a blob URL basically. Then on this we can set download attribute. On download attribute we can define the file name. What this download attribute would allow us to, it will allow when we click on this, it is simply going to download href with this file name. Okay. Then we'll say we'll click on it using our code only. So we're creating anchor tag, we're setting href. This will be a blob URL for the bytes, for the content bytes. Okay, save it, and then a.download, it will allow download. A.click, here we are clicking on it. Okay, then we are good. Now we just need to generate this blob URL. Okay, for this what we can do is const blob equals new blob. So it is kind of a stream in JavaScript, we can say. So blob, here we can have, first thing is blob parts. We can have a collection here of these blob parts, which is blob part array. It should be an array, and here what we can do is we can simply use this byte array here. In this we'll say UI uint 32 array, 8 array, and 16 array, 8-bit array. In here we can pass our content bytes. This is first part. Then here we can also explicitly set blob property tag. Okay, so this is simply an object where we can provide different properties. If you go to this blob, we try to do F12 and interface blob. If we go here, blob property bag, if we go to this, here we have these two options, endings and type. I have never used this ending, so I don't know about this. This type is actually, we can set the content type, what type of data this blob has. Okay, here second one, here we can say this is type, so we can simply say type. Now this is basically, this type is property on this thing, and here we'll say colon and this type which we are getting, type of file basically. So this is like this. But in JavaScript, we, if we have an object whose, and this is in C# also, so if the property name and value name, if both are same, then we can simply use a shorthand, so we can simply say just type. Okay, now this is a blob. Now blob is basically kind of a string. Now we have a string, but here we need to use it as an URL. So here what we can do is we can generate a URL here. We can say const URL equals, here we can say URL dot create object URL. So here we can create an object URL, and here we can pass media source or blob. So here we have our blob. We are going to pass our, now this URL is kind of a persistent URL, but what we generally do is after performing our operation, we simply revoke this URL. This what we do on this URL, we have a revoke object URL. So here we can simply pass our, so with these things, our download file method is ready. We just need to call this method and we need to pass these three properties. Okay. All right. Save it. Then first thing is we need to add this script.js file on our layout or app.razor. Let's use it on app.razor. Here we have all our script files. Similarly, we are going to use our script.js file using this @assets. Then we can directly do script.js. Our file is here. Passkey we are not using. Okay, so let's remove passkey. Save it. We are good. We are adding this. The name is window.download file, right? Download. Okay. Now we'll go to our view invoice modal pop-up. View invoice. Where is that? Here it is. Okay. Here we are going to have our logic to call that JavaScript interrupt, JavaScript method. Okay. So here we'll simply say inject IJS runtime. So now we need JavaScript support. IJS runtime. Then here we can simply use await JS runtime. It JS runtime dot invoke. Now we have invoke async and invoke void async. So here if we see in our method in Java, the JavaScript function, we are not returning anything. So that means here we'll use invoke void async because we don't want anything in return. Okay. So here first thing is identifier, which is the name of the function we want to call. So we'll simply use window.download file, comma. Then we need to provide our arguments. So here we need content bytes, type, and file name. First is content bytes, that is byte array, so PDF bytes. Second parameter is type. So what type this this is basically an application.pdf. Then last one is name, file name. So here file name we can set maybe the invoice number.pdf. We can say invoice dot invoice number dot pdf, and we should be good with this. Okay, so let's see. If I run it, it should download this file. Okay, and when this thing is happening, we can maybe show the loader also. For that, what we'll do is I'm going to inject my UI service at the rate inject UI service. When we click on this print, we'll say UI service dot show loader. Okay, generating PDF, something like this. And we can maybe have these things in a try catch block here. And then once this is done, we can simply say UI service dot hide loader, or we should do hide loader in a finally block, because we want to hide the loader in any case. If this operation was successful, then, and if this operation was not successful, in that case also we are going to hide the loader. Here we'll say UI service dot hide loader. Okay, and when the download is successful, then we can say UI service dot show toast. And here we'll say toast options success. We can define a method here, sorry, toast option or success options. Here we'll say invoice, then we can maybe have this invoice number, or we can simply have this invoice number.pdf, this name also. We can say invoice, this invoice number.pdf is downloaded, something like this. And if there is any issue, we can have exception here. Here we can say UI service dot show toast options dot error. Then here we'll say error in generating PDF. Then we can display the ex.message. Okay, so our print is done with this thing, right? Let's quickly try it out if we are able to download the file. Okay, we are here, invoices, print, and we can see invoice downloaded and inv PDF this. If I say open file, something went wrong, so something is not right. Why? We need to figure out, let's maybe try some big files. If I say this, if I say print, PDF is downloaded. If I try to open it, something is not right. Okay, let's try what is the issue here. So what I'll do is I'll maybe put a breakpoint first to check this PDF byte is having the actual thing. If it is having the bytes, basically click on this print, went here, PDF byte. Yes, we have byte. And what size? When there is no error. PDF downloaded. Check file, the size of the file, and I'll open this offline. I don't want to show you my download history. I checked the size of the file, so the sizes were a 9 KB. All of them were 9 KB, and now when I'm checking this, When I open that file in Notepad, I can see this is the entire HTML. It actually downloaded the HTML of the page, the main layout. And why it did so, I don't know. We need to figure out why it is happening. So here first is PDF bytes, PDF application PDF, and the file name. So first is bytes. If we go to our script.js, we have content bytes. We have content bytes. Looks like everything is fine here. Um, okay, let's say if I say console dot write line console dot log, if I try to print these three things here, what would save? Let's stop and rerun. Oh, okay. My bad. Let's stop. So you see, we generated this URL, but in a.href, we are saying just blank. That means it is downloading the default, the blank URL. That means the current URL. And it is simply trying to download this file as PDF. And that is actually an HTML file, so it will not be PDF. So that's the issue. Here it should be URL. I don't think we need this console.log now. Or we can simply comment out. I am mostly sure that we will not need it, but still, let's run it and let's see now. Okay, invoices. Let's open this one. Print came here. Now I don't think we need this. Continue. Downloaded. Now if I open it, and we can see this. Great. This is in downloads folder with the proper invoice number.pdf. Let's try one more. We'll close it. Come here. Print. We can see this. Downloaded and it is here. Right? Let's try one more. This one. Print. And there was a flicker of for that loading, and now we can see Toast is gone, and then we can see the file is here. That means everything is working fine, right? So with this, our PDF generation logic is also done. PDF generation and PDF download. With this, I guess we have achieved everything in this, right? Now, what's the missing piece? Only the dashboard is the missing piece now. We don't have anything on dashboard. We just need to work on dashboard. And one more thing. Here, if I'm on login page, let's show the application name as well. We'll say Blazing Invoice, then register. Login also, we'll say Blazing Invoices, login. Okay, so these first let's add this heading and then we'll work on our dashboard page. So this we can quickly do. We'll go to our account, not shared, account, login. We have auth layout. So in auth layout or not on auth layout, we have these h1s, right? So we'll say login pipe and say Blazing Invoices. Same thing we can do on the register page. After register, we'll add a pipe and then Blazing Invoices. Save it. Let's quickly check how it looks and then we'll be good. Okay, so logging Blazing Invoices. We go to register Blazing Invoices. Okay. All right, now we'll move to the dashboard. Okay, so dashboard, we can this homepage content, the on default dashboard page is not found. We can simply say we'll have this dashboard on the default page here. All right, so here what I am thinking, maybe we can have first we can have some cards. There we can say total invoices generated. Then we can say paid invoices, unpaid invoices, or pending invoices. Then we can also show number of clients we have. Okay. After that, we can maybe have some, let's say, invoices are the main thing, right? So on the dashboard, we can maybe have a few invoices. So let's say invoices due for today or tomorrow, or maybe we can get the due invoice. That means I want to show this pending thing. Order by due on. That's what I want to show there. And we can maybe show recent as well. So some recent invoices, some due invoices. Okay, so those we can show there. Okay, let's quickly do that. All right, so for dashboard, close all tabs. What I'll do is components, pages, app. We don't have any dashboard page, but we have home page. Okay, so we are going to use this home page as dashboard page. Okay, so the main UI, it will be same as we have on other pages, but we can maybe check the invoices page. We can have copy this entire thing, paste it here, and then for the code block, we will need user ID for sure. So here we'll say at the rate code block. And here we are going to have our user ID. Then what we'll do is invoice management. No, we need dashboard here. Dashboard. And here we had these buttons, right? So create invoice is fine because I think this create invoice is the action which is going to be used a lot more, right? Or maybe this is going to be the most used button in our application, right? So we can use this create invoice, and we have this thing, then we have this flex. Now here we can define our body and also move everything. Save. Let's have the main container intact. So this flex. Okay. Flex w full item center, not items. Yeah, item center, border B, this. So we don't need border. Here we will simply have some cards for the invoices, clients, and services maybe. Okay. So the way we will have this, we'll have icon, we'll have name, then we'll have a number. At least these three things we'll have. Okay, so dashboard create invoice is fine. And we are going to have three. So we already have these icons, right? So we are going to use these icons. Here we'll say we have flex this. Here we can have maybe a gap, or we can maybe have this as a grid layout. We can say grid, then we'll say grid calls 3 and a gap of gap hyphen, let's say maybe gap 7. And inside this we are going to have div class, let's say shadow. Let's have a bg white. Okay, let's have p3 or maybe p5. Let's have rounded corners. Okay, and inside this we are going to have let's say a div class flex, or maybe we can have a grid only with two columns. First column will have the icon, the second column will have the heading, a label, and the number. Yeah, let's try this. So, or maybe that thing we can have on this only div class. So here we'll say um or maybe let's have flex only. So we can have that inside this, or we can have here also. We'll say flex and a gap of maybe 5. Okay, and yeah, then here we'll have first div, or we can have just an image img src icons slash. So first we are going to have invoices. So what icon we are using for invoice? File text svg. Okay, we'll remove this tilde and slash icon. File.svg. Okay, then we are going to have a div with flex call gap of 3 maybe. Inside this we are going to have a label plus we'll say font medium. We can say text slate 600 with light text, and then we'll say text, let's say 2xl. Here we'll say invoices. Okay. Then we are going to have one more label with some classes. We'll say text, let's say 3xl, font bold, text green like 500 or let's say 600. And here we'll say the invoice number of invoices. So here we can, for now let's have 15. Okay, let's quickly see how it looks. It looks like this, which is not good, not bad, but we can make this thing a bit bigger, and this looks fine. Okay, we already have background white, right? That is coming from this bg white. So what if we don't have this bg white here? No, then it would look odd. So here we have bg white. Let's change it to bg slate 50. Okay, and then on this img src we can have classes. We'll say h, this is 44px, h32, h24, h20. Let's have h20 and w20. Okay, and if I save it now, then if we see it, it looks like this, which is much better than before, right? Similarly, we are going to have two more cards. Let's copy this first div, paste it, and this time we'll say clients, and then one more time. This time we'll say product services. If I save it, and the images also we are going to change. So for services we are using box, right? What was the boxes? And for the clients we are using users.svg. Save it, and this is how it looks, which is much better, right? We can see these things. Okay, nice, I like it. Now after this we are going to have section for our invoices. So we are going to say due invoice, or maybe let's have overdue invoices. Dashboard, we need to change this route also. So we'll can have, let's say we can divide this screen into 50-50. Okay, in first grid we can show maybe overdue invoices, and in the next we can show maybe due in next 7 days, something like this. Okay, so let's do that next. But before that, let's get all these things, the actual correct data. for these things. So number of clients, number of product services, and number of invoices. So we need these things. And for this dashboard, we need to change this URL out. So it should point to slash only. Let's do that. First thing, we'll go to our layout, left nav bar. Here we have our dashboard. Dashboard would point to simply slash. And then on this home.razor page, let's create a desktop stats model or desktop count model, we could say. These are three different calls to the database. Now, one option could be, okay, let's go to the services. So in services, we can maybe create one more class. We'll say dashboard service. Okay, so here we'll say CTO, our constructor. We'll get our IDB context factory. We'll get our application DB context. So here we can say our context factory, create and assign this variable private read only. Okay. Then here we are going to have dashboard counts maybe. So we'll go to our models folder. We'll simply create one class here. Here we'll say dashboard counts model. Okay. Here we'll simply define, we can have it as record. Okay. We can have it as record struct. Here we'll simply define int invoices, int uh, clients, and int services. Okay, dashboard counts model. Now here on this dashboard service, we'll say public async task of dashboard counts model get counts. We'll do this, and here we'll get string user ID as a parameter. Okay. Now first line, let's stop this. Dashboard typo. If I rename this dash dashboard counts model, okay, then we can simply get model. Where are our services? Okay, so we can simply get our DB context, actual context instance, and then we can get our counts. The first thing we'll say var total invoices. We'll say await context dot invoices dot count async and here we can provide I dot user ID equals user ID. Then I'll simply duplicate it 2 times. Second one would be total clients. Here we'll say clients. Then third one would be total services. And here we'll say context dot services. Then at the very end, we can simply return new dashboard counts model. And here we can say total invoices, total clients, and total services. With this, we are good. It will work as expected. But here there is a room of improvement. And that is here, if you see, we are making 3 database calls. So whenever we say await, it will simply wait here and make a database call. This count async is actually a database call. To select count star from invoices. So it will be something like this, where user ID equals this user ID. So now these 3 are sequential calls. Okay, the result of first one does not depend on the second one and all. So there are no dependency. These 3 operations are async operations and which are independent. So this is that special case where we can implement parallelization with async and await. Okay, So here what we can do is we can say something like we will not await it here, we will not await it here, we'll await these later, so that it gets starts, then it gets starts, then it gets start and awaited, then we'll await these two. But if we do that, then we are going to have a problem. This is a context, and when we have a context, this is db context, that operation is started on this one, this does not finish, and we are starting a new operation on this db context, which is not supported in ef core. The ef core db context, we cannot start multiple operations on a single db context at a same time, right? So what we need to do here is we need to use this context factory dot create db context in a smart way. We can't reuse this context for these three calls here. Okay, so let's go back to our wait again. Now here what we can do is we can simply say, let's do this. So we'll say context factory dot create db context and then invoices. Same thing here, same thing here. Okay, so now we are good, but we are not disposing this. Now, right now, these are three independent tasks on these. So these will use three independent DB context, but we are not disposing the DB context, still awaiting. So here what we can do is we can simply use C Sharp's local function approach we can use. So here what we can do is we'll simply say sync task and we'll say get counts. Okay. And here we can simply say get invoices count, something like this. And here we'll simply say this thing. So just return this. And before that, we'll use this thing using context. And then we'll simply say return context.invoices. Now this is its own context, task of int to get invoices count, sync. Similarly, we're going to copy this 2 times. Next one, we'll say clients count, clients count. Then last one, we'll say services. Okay, the only thing we'll change is context.clients, context.services. It will work, no issue with this. Now here, what we can do is, all these three are async operations. So what we can do is, okay, when we have we want to dispose this, okay, so we'll use this. Here what we can do is, we can simply say await, we can say task dot when all, yes, and we'll call all these three methods without awaiting. So here in the task.when all, we'll say first get invoices count async, next one get clients count async, the last one get services count. And we are good. We just need to call these without awaiting. So here when we do not await it, it will return task of int. So it is task, it will start and it will not await. So all these three now are going to start in parallel, and in these methods we are using their own DB context. So these can run in parallel because now these three operations are executing at the same time on the same database, but using three different DB contexts. So these are actually in parallel. Then we are using when all. So when all these three resolves, that means all these three are completed, then we'll get here. And here if we see, it returns task of int array. Okay, that means here we will be having our counts. So total invoices would be counts 0 because that is what we have as the first item. Here we'll say counts 0 is this, counts 1 is total clients, counts 1 is total client, and the count 2 would be counts 2 would be total services. With this, we implemented our get counts method using async await and parallelization. So now these three are executing in parallel. Okay. Now we need to register this dashboard service in our dependency container. So we'll go to our program.cs. Here are all our services. So here we can say add scope dashboard service and we are good. Now let's go to our home page. Here is our home page. Here we can simply inject dashboard service. Okay. And here we can simply say we'll have private dashboard counts model underscore counts. We are going to have a default value for this. Then we'll say override on initialized async. Inside on initialized async, we can have our UI service injected also. Inject UI service. We'll say UI service so that we can show the loader here. We'll say UI service dot show loader. We'll say fetching stats. Then UI service dot hide loader. And inside this, we'll simply say underscore counts equals await dashboard service dot get counts. We need to pass our user ID here. Okay, then this underscore counts we can use here. So this is product services count. So we'll say underscore counts dot services underscore counts dot clients and underscore counts dot invoices. Save it. Now if I run it, we should see the actual counts. Okay, we got this 33 invoices, 5 clients and 4 product services. Okay, if you go to invoices, if you go to all, here we can see we have total 33 invoices. And clients, we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clients, product services 1, 2, 3, 4 product services. And if you go to dashboard, we can see 33 invoices we have, 5 clients we have, and 4 product services. That means all these counts are fine, counts are correct. Okay, now we can move to the next section where we'll show our overdue invoices and upcoming due invoices. I'll pin this home and I'll pin dashboard model and dashboard service. And I'm going to close all other tabs. All right, so now for the overdue and next due invoices, I'm going to create one more div class grid, and here also we are going to have 2-column grid and gap. Let's use the same gap 7. Inside this we are going to have first div. Let's have p3. Let's have just shadow. And okay, inside this we will have a heading. Let's say maybe h3 or h4, h3 class font medium. And here we'll say overdue invoices. Then we are going to have our invoices grid. So invoices grid, this component we already have. So if we go to the invoices grid here, right? Here if we see, first we have quick view. Yes, we'll have this thing, invoice number, we'll have it client issued, yes, due on, yes. Status is paid and unpaid, and paid on is paid date. So these two things we don't need on that homepage, because there we are showing only the due ones. That means this thing is not going to be there. And this action is marked as paid and unpaid, right? So this we can think about it. Maybe we can have it or we can skip it. And total amount, yes, we need it. And actions, this would be add it and delete, right? We need to think, maybe we can have this also there. But so here what we can just remove these two things, right? Nothing else. If we remove these two columns, then let's see how would it look. So here, are we fetching the what all things we are having? View line items. Okay, this is fine. This we need. Select date model. This is for mark as paid. Viewing invoice. This is fine. User ID invoices we can get as a parameter. On invoice delete. Okay. Show line item. So looks like everything is fine. We can directly use this. But we'll make this so that we'll remove or we'll skip these two fields, these two columns. So here what we can do is, because this is being used from invoices page also, where we need all this information. So here what we can do is we can maybe introduce one more parameter. Okay, so we can introduce one more parameter. We'll say public bool. We'll say from home page or from dashboard, or let's say for dashboard, get set. The default value would be false, which is default false, so that we don't need to change the existing places. So on invoices page we will not provide this. It will have the default value as false. The default is false. We can get rid of this if we want to. Here we'll set it as a parameter. Then what we'll do is we'll simply say for dashboard, right? So here we'll simply hide these two columns. So we will not render these columns if this is not for dashboard. If this is not for dashboard, then only we'll show these two columns, status and paid on. Same thing we'll do in this list. So this is status and this is paid on, right? So these two columns. If not for dashboard, then only we are going to render these two. Okay, we'll see if these mark as paid, unpaid, if these are not fitting on the screen, then maybe we'll think we'll maybe remove or we'll change something. Okay, now let's try this. So here from home page we can use this invoices grid. So for existing we don't need to change anything. On home page we can simply say invoices grid. And here we need to provide invoices, on invoice delete, and for dashboard. So we need to provide these invoices. Now here in the dashboard service we can define two methods. One is for overdue. Okay, so for this what we'll say public async task of invoice model. Okay, so here we'll say get overdue invoices. Is this copilot? No, this is disabled. And why those intelligence is coming a bit weird? Okay, to get overdue invoices, first thing here we'll have string user ID, and then we can have the date, for which date we are saying. So the today's date basically, but still let's have date time. So we'll say today. So today, what are all the overdue invoices? Okay, so here first thing we'll have our context. So we can do this using var context, this thing. Then here we'll say var overdue invoices equals await context dot invoices dot as no tracking. We don't need any tracking here. Dot where I dot user ID equals this user ID, and so as no tracking, let's break it down to multiple lines, where user ID and I dot is paid is false, so not is dot I paid, that means these are which are due. Then next condition we will add the and I dot due on is not null, so not equals null. Or we can have this condition next where we'll say where I dot due on is not equals null, and if this is not null, then only we'll say I dot due on is less than today. Or we can say I dot due on dot date due on dot value dot date is less than today dot date. And here we can maybe say less than equals, or less than only, right? Less than should be overdue. Then we'll simply say select, and we'll get our invoice model from this invoice. So for this we can go to our invoice service. There we must be having this select statement, this thing. So we can simply get this thing here. Okay, and then we'll say dot to list async or to array async. Save, and now we are good. I'm just trying to format it. Okay. All right. So with this, we have our overdue invoices, but we will not show, or maybe we can show all, or let's show maybe top 10 only. So here we'll say dot order by, we can say order by I dot due on dot value. Here we can have order by because we know we'll say I dot due on. Let's have just direct due on. And then we'll say just take, let's say 10. We'll take only 10. All right, and after this we'll simply return this overdue. Return overdue invoices. So here we'll say I enumerable of this overdue. Okay, now I'll simply copy this method, paste it one more time. And here we'll say invoices model get next due invoices, something like this. So today user ID, everything is fine. Here we'll say I dot due on is not null, yes. And here we'll say this due on value should be greater than equals to today dot date. Okay, so next, so due today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, whatever next due invoices we have, it will show those list. Same again, we'll have take 10. Here we'll say order by due on, right? Yeah, this is fine. We'll show the next due first. So today's due list first, and then tomorrow, then day after tomorrow. So it will show like this. Okay. So for the overdue, maybe we should do order by descending. So most, okay, let's have order by descending there, and then get next overdue. So here we can simply rename it to next due invoices, something like this, and we are fine. Now we'll simply go back to our home page, and here we are going to have two collections: private enumerable invoice model underscore overdue invoices. We'll have empty collection as a default value. Same we'll say next due invoices. And in this on initialized async, we'll simply say underscore overdue invoices equals, or what we can do is we can simply do the same async fetching here. Counts we will have at very last and we'll await it. Here we'll say var overdue invoices task. I will not await it right away. So here I'll say overdue invoices task equals dashboard service dot get overdue invoices. Okay, and here we'll provide our user ID and we'll provide date time dot today. Same thing, I'll duplicate it, and here we'll say next due invoices task, and here we'll say get next due invoices. And after fetching these counts, okay, we can simply say await invoke async. So async state has changed so that it can simply go and at least render these counts. If these things are still in flight, it will simply go and render these counts with this thing when we say await. So on first await, it simply sets everything to re-render, and then we are explicitly saying that something has changed, just go and re-render. So for counts it will re-render, and after that we'll have these two things. So overdue invoices equals await overdue invoices task. I'll duplicate it. Next due invoices, here we'll say next due invoices task, then simply UI service dot hide loader, and with this we'll be good now. Save everything. Okay, so invoices grid. First thing, we will define our invoices. So this is overdue, so we can say overdue invoices. Then next we need to define on invoice delete. If we are deleting the invoice, what should happen? On deletion of this invoice, we will simply refetch this list. So this is overdue invoices, right? We can create a method private task. We'll say refresh overdue invoices async, something like this. From here, what we'll do is we'll simply do UI service fetching stats. Here we'll say, or here let's say now we'll say fetching, or just say fetching or fetching data. And here refresh overdue invoices. We can say fetching or refreshing overdue invoice, something like this. We'll say refreshing overdue invoices. And here we'll say just overdue invoices equals await get overdue invoices, like this. Then we'll simply say UI service dot hide loader. What happened? Oh, async. Okay, same thing, we'll simply duplicate this for next due, refresh next due invoices, underscore next due invoices and get next due invoices. Okay, so here on invoice delete, we'll simply say refresh overdue invoices. Then we need to define for dashboard also. So because this is for dashboard true. Now in Blazor, when we are adding the component parameters, if the parameter is of type boolean and we want to set or we want to pass true value, so there is shorthand, we can simply get rid of this equals true. So this thing and this thing, both of these are same. So if the parameter is of boolean and we want to pass true, then we can directly pass it like this also. But if it is for false, we need to explicitly tell it that we want to pass false. Okay, so using true, this is also fine, but I generally prefer this approach without passing that equals true. All right, so we are good with this. Now let's copy this same div, paste it again. This time we'll say next due invoices. Here we'll say underscore next due invoices and refresh next due invoices and for dashboard yes. Okay, then on these invoices we have paging also, right? Oh, we don't have that paging here. We have that paging on the invoices page. Yeah, okay, great. Then we don't need to do any other thing here. Let's try it out and let's see how it looks now. If I run it, I hope it works. Because this project has become very long. I didn't initially, when I was thinking about this, I didn't think that it would be this long. Down the line we have implemented a lot of things here. Do let me in the comment if you like this project and if you think this is actually a very big project and very good project. Okay, so we are here, overdue invoices, next due invoices. We can see the data, everything is fine. All has mark as paid, yes. And four items, yes, this thing is working. And view is also working. And print is also working. And if we say, let's say delete this one, confirmation dialog is there. If we say delete, this text, right, this always breaks to the next line. Let's do this, let's increase the width of this a bit so that this fits on this one, right? We'll go to our confirmation model, confirmation dialog. We have 450, right? Let's make it 550 or maybe let's make it 600. Save it. We can see this now. Okay. All right. So if we say no, nothing would happen. If we say, which one was it? It one. This one. So if we say yes, we can see deleting invoice. You can see invoice deleted successfully. This got refreshed. So functionality is working, but the UI is not good. Right? So let me think. Maybe if this is not looking that good, we can have these full width and then move this to down this, right? Maybe full width grid here and then after this third section for next due invoices, right? We can do that. So here what we'll do is home.razor, we will not have it like this. So grid column, we'll directly have this div, or on this grid let's make it as a flex call flex column, and gap 7 is fine in this case, or let's say gap 5, and here we'll say empty 5 so that we have spacing from top also. Save it. Now we see it. Now we can see this. So overdue invoices are these and then next due invoices are these, right? Now it looks clean. Let's increase the size of these headings. So maybe let's make these headings like this, what we have here. And this background color also, we can maybe think about something like this, what we have on these. Let's see how would it look. So first thing, we'll see what do we have for counts. Counts is text, where is it? Text to Excel, right? So we'll add this. Overdue invoice font medium text to Excel. Font medium and text to Excel. Save it. And then on these boxes, we have BG Slate 50 and P5, right? So let's have just BG Slate 50. If we have these here, BG Slate 50 and here, save. Let's see. Okay, it is fine. We just don't have that hover state, and that's because the hover color is same as this color, right? But we can see these overdue invoices, great. Next due invoices, great. Let's maybe have some spacing here, but overall it looks clean. We can see the data, right? Functionalities, yes, working. Add, edit, delete, all the functionality are working. Let's try mark as paid. So here for this three item, let's say I'm saying mark as paid. It is asking yes, select date, yes. And now we have a situation. When we did this, you see, we said that we saw that, but his mark as unpaid is here. But here we are saying overdue. So it should not be here. Still it is here. And if we see in the code, get overdue invoices here is actually, oh, okay, my bad. What we are doing is when we are marking as paid, we are not triggering anything, right? So when we say mark as paid, it invoice mark as paid, finally handle mark as paid date select, close date model, this, we are setting everything. We are just modifying that existing item and then we are just showing this thing, but we are not raising any event callback for this one, right? So this is a special case because on home we need to remove it. So we need an event handler for this event. So let's quickly implement this also. We already have one event callback for invoice deletion. Same thing we'll do for this on invoice mark as paid. Okay. And then we have completed that mark as paid. So here we can say on invoice mark as paid dot invoke async. We'll simply raise this event. So whoever wants to action on it, they can simply on home, we want to action it. So here we'll say on invoice mark as paid. We'll simply call this same refresh overdue. Similarly, on the second one, on invoice mark as paid, we'll simply refresh next overdue. Save it. Save everything. Let's run and let's see if it get removed from there, and we'll cross verify the invoices page also so that nothing breaks at that page. Okay, dashboard, we have all these things. So let's say the last one, INV 00020. If I say mark as paid, yes, select, 00020 is gone from here, right? Now if you go to the invoices page, if you go to the paid, here we should see that 00020, right? On last page, where is it? Which one was the 00020? It was that one, right? It was the one. So here also we can see recent, fine, no paging. We can see pending. We have 1 to 10 of 14 invoices. Paging is working. Modal pop-ups edit is working. Go back, delete. Yes, it is working. Okay, on invoices, on dashboard, let's see if we edit, it should go to the edit page. Yes, it is going to the edit page. And here if we say create invoice, it is going to create invoice page. So everything is working fine. Just let's do one more thing. Yeah, spacing is required here. And if there are no overdue invoices, and in this case, if there are no next due invoices, we need to show one message that there are no due invoices, something like this. Okay, let's do that. The first thing on these headings, we'll say MB3, and here also we'll say MB3, save it. Now let's go to the invoices page and we'll see how we are displaying the no invoices UI. Similarly, same thing we are going to follow here. Here we can, this is the condition we are using. So we'll go back here on this overdue. We'll simply check if not overdue invoices dot any, we'll display this thing, this div. Else part will do this invoices grid. Okay, then we'll copy this if, we'll come here to the second part, and here also we'll do the same thing, if, and then in else section we are going to display our next due invoices. For the first one, overdue, no overdue invoices. Okay, here we'll say no invoice is due, something like this. Okay, so now for now, just to check, what we can do is I'll simply comment these two things, or maybe just, yeah, comment both of these just to check that section is working. So here we can see no overdue invoices, no invoices due. So we are good. Or this thing is also working, which is, and this looks great, right? This looks very good actually. Okay, now let's try one by one. If I say next due we have, but overdue we don't, in that case, how would it look? Overdue, why? The condition, okay, this should be next. Save it. So here, refresh. What happened? Next due, yes. Overdue, yes. And here, what I did, overdue invoices, I commented out. So I'll just stop it and then I'll run it. Right now, next due should have values, but overdue should not have any value. Let's see how it looks. Overdue is not showing. Overdue is showing just the table, nothing else. Did I mess up something? Next due, next due, next due. And overdue. Why overdue is showing that thing? Overdue. Oh, it should be the opposite. If overdue does not have anything, same thing. If next due does not have anything, then it should be like this. So let me try again. It should be negation. If it does not have any item, then it should show this. It was the issue. Okay, great. So overdue we don't have, next due we have. And again, all these functionalities are working. Next thing, let's check the opposite. We have overdue, but we don't have next due. Save it. refresh. So we have overdue, but we don't have any next due. Cool. So with this, and let's uncomment this again, save it, and refresh. So with this, we are good. We have achieved everything. So this is our dashboard, which has everything. All the pages, right? All functionalities are working. Nothing is remaining now. All the pages, models, toast, loader, sidebar, forms, login, logout, grid layout, tables. Here we have these custom tab, paging, confirmation dialog, right? Everything is working fine. On dashboard, we have these quick stats. Great. Modal and then print also. All these things are working. Great. All right. So now we are almost done. There is one missing piece now that is remaining. All functionality, all page, everything is working fine. Login, logout, product services list, delete confirmation modal, add date, sidebar, add product service, clients list, this grid, invoices, dashboard stats and all, settings, model, everything is working fine. The only thing is right now, if you see in the left section, we can see this settings and my new business. Pay attention, if I go to invoices page, now we can see just my new business. And if I scroll down, you can see this gap. If I go to dashboard screen, now that is not here. If I scroll down, keep going, then this section is at the very end, but it should be there on the in this section. So basically, the main point is this main content area should be scrollable, not everything. Okay, so the way we have this sticky header, similarly we should have sticky left bar, right? So for this we need to do some changes. Okay, for this first we need to check what is the height of this top bar. Okay, so if we check here, we did not set any fixed height, right? So let's try to find out what is the height. If I say height, let's say 50 px, 50 px. Now, so you see that flicker? Right now I'm just trying to find what is that. Can we somehow check using this? Yes, we can. It is saying 58. Okay. If I say 58, we should be good. So if I say 58, there is a very slight flicker, but 58 is fine. Or we can simply, yeah, 58 is fine. I guess 58, which is we are getting, so 58 is fine. Now what we will do is, we will simply use this 58 height and the entire page content. We will simply set a max height to the page as 100% viewport height minus this 58 pixels. Okay, we'll do this. For this, we'll go to the first, we need to set this on left sidebar, right? So we'll go to our code, open our left navbar component. Here we have this aside. So here we'll set height, which is h hyphen. Now we'll have dynamic values. I'm going to add this square bracket. Here we'll use calc. So this is a C sharp, this CSS function basically. And here, if we are directly writing it in style or some CSS file, we need to have some space into this calculate values, calc values. What I mean is 100 VH space minus space 58px. This should be like this in CSS or in style. But because this Tailwind, here we are writing this as a class. Class name cannot have space. Right here, if you see, class name cannot have space. This should be a single class. So here we will not have any space. It should be h hyphen calc 100 vh minus 58. And when we are doing this, so it's better to have overflow y auto here, so that if screen is very small, then at least we will have some scroll bar, or if we have multiple menu items, in that case also we can have the scroll bar. If I save it, We check it. Now we can see it here. See, dashboard, invoices, clients, product, service, it is stick there. But if we scroll down, so it is sticking there, but this is moving with the page. If you go to in dashboard page, here if you see, it is moving with the page. It should not happen. It should be fixed here. So how to fix it? For this thing, what we need to do, the same way we are setting height here, similarly we are going to set a height on this right sidebar, this right content, main content basically. So here, whatever we set, this edge copy, we'll go to our main layout. Here, if you see, we have this div flex1 p5. So here we'll set this h. So this height, we set it on left navbar and we will set it on this also. Save it. Let's go. Here, now we see nothing changes. We set the height on this one, right? But we still have this scroll bar. The scroll bar, if you see on right side, it is coming from the very top. It has everything. Let's do this. What we'll do is we'll go to the main body. We'll go to the app.razor and we'll fix it here only. So on the body, we'll say h screen. So that means 100% viewport height only. We are fixing height here. And here we'll say overflow should be hidden. So set the fixed height of current viewport and overflow hidden. If there is any overflow, don't do anything, just hide it. Now let's see what happens with this. Then we'll fix the things. So now if you see, we are here, but we can't scroll because we fixed the height of the body. Now all pages will work, but screen, if we have longer screen, for example, this one, we will not be able to scroll. Dashboard, we will not be able to scroll. Now we are good. Now we just need to allow scrolling on this right content only, because that is the only content which needs scrolling. Left and top are fixed and we are okay with them. So in that case, we'll go to main layout. Here we have this div. Here we'll say overflow y, overflow y auto. Here we'll allow it to scroll. See, now if you see, we have this scroll, and this scroll is inside this content only, not on the entire page. If you see on the top left here, earlier it was coming from here, but now it is in the content only. Left section is fixed, right, it is moving, which is the expected behavior. Go to invoices page. Okay, this is moving. Pending, only the inner page is moving. Paid, only the inner page is moving. You see, clients, products, so everything is fine. This is the desired behavior. Now it does not matter if the page is longer, no problem. The left section, these things will stay there. Okay, so this was the only missing piece. Let's quickly check if login and register pages are okay with this change, right? So we are okay. There is no change on login registration. Those things are also working fine. Great. So with this, we have achieved everything. Okay, so now we are done. We worked on login registration. Those things are working. Dashboard is working. We can see the quick stats. We can see the overdue invoices, next due invoices. View is working. Print is working. Toasts are working. Confirmation dialog is working. Create invoices, going to the create invoice page. Clients list we have here. Edit, we have proper sidebar. Delete, we have again confirmation dialog. Product services, we have same right sidebar. Settings, we have this modal pop-up. And let's say if we say mark as paid, we have this confirmation. If we say yes, then we have this custom modal again to set the paid date. Okay. And when we are creating the invoice here, if we select the client, we can see the client selection is working. Here we can add multiple these items, the line items, right? So everything is working. We have achieved everything in here. So yeah, I guess that's all for this video, for this project. Please let me in the comment if you liked this project, because I liked building it and it came out pretty good. It looks very good. This dashboard looks very good actually. I love this dashboard design. All right, so now there is only one missing piece. All things are done. Let's quickly fix that case also. So I was just going through this and I found out we didn't implement that. So that is, if we'll go to our invoice entity, here we see we have nullable client ID. That means if we delete the client, it should set to null. Okay, and we don't have to worry about other things because we already getting the snapshot of the client information. So name, email ID, contact number, we are already getting. Similarly, in invoice line item, we are taking service ID, okay, which is nullable. So if we delete service, then this should not affect. Just this should be set to null, and the name, rate, unit, quantity, all these are we are already getting. Okay, so we'll quickly implement this thing. So what we'll do is, when we are deleting a client and deleting a service, let's go to the service first. Let's go to client service. So here we have, where is our delete client? So here we have delete async, this client deletion. First we got the client, we have the throw if null. Now here we are removing it. So before removing the client, we can simply check what all invoices depend on this client. Okay, so what invoices for this client. So here we can simply say await context dot clients, not clients, context dot invoices dot as tracking explicit, because we are tracking here, dot here we'll say where I dot client id equals this client id. And just to be sure that this is the user who is performing this action, we can simply say I user id equals user id. So these two things we'll add here, and then we'll simply say dot to list async, and we are good with this. So now we have list of invoices which are actually referencing this client. Okay, then what we can do is we can simply say context dot invoices dot remove range and invoices for this client. So for this we can remove as tracking because we are not actually tracking. We will directly passing this range here, invoices. Okay, so we can maybe say just as no tracking here, because I don't want this to track all these changes. When we'll say remove range, then all these are going to be set as deleted in this only. After that we'll remove the client. So with this, oh sorry, my bad, what am I doing here? We can't delete the invoices. We'll say as tracking, and here what we'll do is we'll modify, we'll update all these. So the way we'll update these is we'll say if invoices for this client dot any, if we have any invoice for this client, then what we'll do is we'll simply loop through all these invoices, and then we'll keep on setting invoice dot client id equals null. We'll just keep on setting these things. Now what is the problem? What it is saying? We can use count. Okay, all right. So with this, what would happen when we are here, when we are trying to delete a client? First we'll check what all invoices reference this client. We'll set all those invoices client id to null, and then we'll remove the client. Okay, and here we are tracking the changes for these invoices. So that means just setting this, when the save changes async is going to be called, it will simply set these to null. Similarly, we will go to the service. Where is it? Product service basically. So here when we are deleting the product, here also we'll do the similar thing, but this time we'll get line items. So we'll say var line items for this service. We'll say await context dot services dot as tracking dot where not service, invoice line items basically. So where li dot service id equals this service id, and to be sure we'll say li dot user id. Oh, we don't have user id on this, right? So we are okay, because that initial check is already there for this service. When we are getting the service, that means this service is owned by this user only. And when we are checking this service id here on the line items, so there we can be sure that okay, because this is service, and for this service we already checked this is owned by this user, so this line items would be automatically owned by this user. So this we can do in the previous section also, the invoices, but that's fine, no problem. Having an extra check is also fine, no issue. Then we'll simply say dot to list async, break this down to multiple lines. Okay, then we'll quickly check if line items for this service dot count is greater than 0. That means we have some line items which are referencing this service. We'll simply say for each li, which is line item, we'll say line items for this service, and we'll set li dot service id equals null. Save it. Okay, so we are okay here and in client service. So both of these are fine now. After that, we'll remove the service. Now, these are actually two round trips, not directly, but save changes sync will go there. Here we are first getting it. So this additional round trip, we can actually get rid of this thing if we use the entity framework course bulk update functionality. So we can do something like context dot services, not service. So basically we'll have this thing without, no need to have edge tracking. Then we can simply say execute update or execute update async, and then here we can provide our logic, what we need to update, what we want to update. Okay, here we can simply say, let's say this is this li, we can say li dot set property. Okay, what property? P dot, we can set what is that? This is line item, so service id comma, we can set the value expression which we are setting actually as. We can do something like this, but here the main thing is we don't need to, we can't do this here. The reason is, if we do this execute update and execute delete, these are bulk update and bulk delete, but these are outside of the current context change tracking window. What I mean is, if we do something like this, it is going to be deleted right away on the database side. Then let's say this call fails. Okay, and the save changes sync, this will not have effect on this one because this is outside of this. If this change fails, now we are going to have our database in inconsistent state. Service is not deleted, but the line items don't have this service connected because we already set those null. So that's why for this specific case, I am not using entity framework course bulk update functionality. Okay, all right. But in generally, if you have some bulk up delete functionality, you can directly use those bulk update or bulk delete basically. So with this, are this functionality is also done? All right, let's quickly build it. Okay, let's quickly run it now, and I'll simply add a client and I'll try to delete the client, and we'll see if this is working as we are expecting it to work. Okay, let's go to the clients, create a new client, test client, test email, test contact number, test remarks, save it. We have this test client. Go to invoices, create an invoice, select the test client, let everything be default. add this one and save invoice. So with this test client, this is the one which we just created, 2026 0006. Okay. Now, if we go to the client and if we try to delete this text client, we say yes. You see, client deleted successfully, it didn't break anything. Then if we go to the invoices and if we open items, we can open. If we view the invoice, we can see all this client information. But if we go to the edit screen, now here if you see, selected client details are not there. That's because that client is not here. We set it as null. Okay. But this invoice, here we are in edit mode. But if we directly go to invoice, if we view this, we can see the client information. So that is there. Okay. It would be a rare case that we delete client and we want to modify something. But this is the case which we want to handle, because this can be a rare case also, but we are okay with this. So we just implemented this functionality as well. So this was the missing piece. All right. So with this, we are done with everything. Now all the functionalities are done. Now I have done my part building this application from scratch. We have achieved a lot. Now it's your turn to show some love and support. Please like this video, share this video, subscribe my channel. I'll be back soon with some other cool video. Till then, bye bye. Happy coding.